Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Well, fancy meeting you here. What do you know? G'day. Welcome. This is the Defence Rests, and I'm Jodie. And if it's your first time here, suffer in your jocks. If you've been here more than once, you, I'm afraid to say, have voluntarily waived your rights to any future claims of psychological issues, concerns, whatever, waived. Voluntarily, disclaimer. You could find yourself yelling at YouTube stream, screaming at special prosecutors, profanities, without warning. Happens to me all the time. You could find yourself doing any manner of things. That's on you. So, welcome, enjoy. We cover all kinds of true crime, old trials, new trials. We have members' choice. We have car chases. We have all sorts of stuff. So, hit that like and subscribe, and we'll get on to it. So today, good morning, Miss Teresa. Welcome in. Welcome in. She's already waived her rights. Watch me once. That's on you. Watch me twice. You're out of warranty. All right. So today, we are on day 2 of the Meagan Jackson coroner affair murder trial. Now, yesterday we went through quite a few witnesses, the state. Now, she is on, where is my little, today I'm much more organised than I was yesterday. I actually know a little bit about the case. Wasn't very well prepared yesterday, given that it was a massively busy day, but you get that shit with the big jobs. So, oh, that's the wrong one. I lied. I'm not organised at all. Anyway, yesterday we went through quite a few of the state witnesses. The first one being the defendant's daughter, Savannah Rice. I'm the victim's daughter, sorry. And she reveals the affair and her mother's disturbing comments about her father. We also heard from quite a few law enforcement officers that were testifying about welfare checks and the missing persons report. We watched some surveillance footage from restaurants that shows the defendants together on the night of the murder. So there is 2 of them. There is Meagan Jackson and there is her alleged lover. That's gonna annoy me. Let me see if I can find his name. And what I'm going to do is put up a Christopher Dantel. Okay. Now, he is the ex-coroner and she was the coroner's assistant, I think. So they had an affair for nearly 4 years. And it is alleged that they transpired to unalive her husband, Gregory Rice, and his body was found wrapped in a tarp and dumped in a South Carolina river, found by a local. So we heard from her yesterday as well. And we also heard or saw evidence that they had purchased stuff from Lowe's that were linking them to the disposal materials. Now, day 2 looks like it focuses more on the digital evidence and the investigation itself. So, hey, how you doing, Idab? Welcome. You got anything planned for the weekend, my lovely? Yes, so today is the digital evidence and the investigation timeline. The gun box found, cell phone data, and there was apparently some jurisdictional disputes over where the body itself was found in the river. So, yeah, I don't think Miss Anna's been and gone. I think, my love, she might come back. We'll see. We'll see. All right. So, without further ado, let's get into it, shall we? And that one, I think. Yeah, that'll do. Now, where's my overlay? No. Look at that. Oh.
Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Arthur Reginald Hoteling Jr., Hotaling.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you currently working?
I'm not.
Are you starting a new job soon?
I am.
What are you going to be doing?
Working for the South Carolina Highway Patrol.
Okay. And did you previously work in law enforcement?
I did.
Where did you work?
Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long did you work at the Meagan County Sheriff's Office?
About 14 and a half years.
Did you have any law enforcement experience before you went to work at the Meagan County Sheriff's Office?
I did. I worked almost 2 years, right at 2 years in Mullins Police Department.
I'm going to turn your attention back to around October 2020, November 2020. Do you remember what your assignment was with the Meagan County Sheriff's Office back then?
At that time, I was the senior investigator.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities as a senior investigator?
Respond out to call outs, investigate various crimes, from felonies, misdemeanors,
Everything.
everything.
Okay. So think back to November 8, 2020. Were you asked to respond to the scene of a body at Pitt's Landing?
I was.
Where's Pitt's Landing located?
It's right off of 378 in Marion County. It's at the end of 908, end of 908 around, or go down almost to Pee Dee Highway from 378 from the Marion County side.
And what river is located there?
Hey, hello.
Are you sure?
Or the
What
little
are you doing?
It meets down at the
It
bottom.
meets, but it's a little Pee Dee.
Snuck in
It's a
there,
little
didn't
Pee Dee.
you?
And do you know the Little Pee Dee River is the geographical boundary of Horry and Marion County?
It is.
Okay. What did you see when you got there?
It was dark. Just the river landing.
Were there people there?
There was a few people, but not many.
What kind of people were they?
I think they were just camping or fishing.
Okay. Did you do anything once you got there?
I did. I think if I remember correctly, I think the people that were there may have taken a picture or something of what they saw, but they weren't real sure.
Excellent.
So then I called my supervisor.
Excellent.
To kind of let them know what was going on.
Did the fact
Teresia's
that
got a
the Little Pee Dee
migraine,
River is
poor
the
bugger.
geographical boundary of Horry and Marion County create any difficulties for you when you got there?
It did.
Okay, what were those?
To find out which side of the river this body was on, being in the river, it just made the line to determine whose case it was going to be.
So
Yeah.
who did you call out to come to the scene?
There were some jurisdictional issues on where the body was
If I remember
found.
correctly, I had called my supervisor, Captain Barker, at the time, and she had told me that we could call Horry County and have Horry County come out to kind of assist with determining if it's our side or their side.
Okay. And did Horry County come out?
They did.
When you
Good
got
job,
there,
Reggie,
did you
good job.
see the object that the civilians had called police about?
I couldn't from there.
Okay.
Reggie Hotling.
Do you recall,
Hotling.
receiving some evidence that was recovered from the body
Hoteling.
in this case?
I did.
I'm going to approach.
Hoteling. Hoteling. Hoteling G.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked.
Yep,
as
I'm in a
sensitive
stupid mood today.
And
Actually, you know what? Yeah, they are. But luckily for me, touch wood, that's the only part of me that doesn't hurt. And that's the only part that still works, but that's debatable. Still debatable.
is that what's commonly called a chain of custody form?
Chain of custody?
Yes.
No.
And so
Law
what kind of
enforcement
items
doesn't
did you
have that,
receive?
surely. Oh, that's right.
Um,
We're not in
A
Massachusetts.
lighter, a pack of cigarettes, a cinder block with a toe strap, a ball cap, sheets, tarp, some zip ties. Tarp. Yeah, there was just that kind of stuff.
A number of items.
A number of
Were
items.
those items recovered with the body that day?
Yes,
Were you asked to sign this form showing that those items were given to you?
I was.
Do you see your signature on this form?
I do.
Is it right here?
It's actually over.
Right there. Okay, sorry. Hard to read. Thank you. Once you received those items of evidence you just described, what did you do with them?
We actually took those items back to our department and put them in like a evidence locker room temporarily.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention now to November 2nd, 2020. Did you attend the victim's autopsy?
I did.
At the conclusion of the autopsy, were you given certain items of evidence collected at the autopsy?
I believe I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 58.
Is that loud enough? Jen, you hear that okay?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 58. And what items of evidence were you given at the conclusion of the autopsy?
At least she's not as scary as the other lady.
The clothing, black belt, black sneakers, jeans, sweatshirt, socks, shirt, a bullet, blood spot, photos, bullet.
So how many bullets did you count?
2, 3, 4, 5.
And is that your signature on that form saying you received those items?
It is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 139. And you can look at them if you need to open them, Bill. Are those the bullets you collected from the autopsy that day?
It is.
139, yes. I think so. Okay, what did you do once you took those bullets into your custody?
If I remember correctly, I took them back to our evidence as custodian.
So you stored them in your property and evidence?
Yes.
Is that standard practice at the Marion County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in the future, did you turn those back over to Horry County?
I did.
Oh, Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks and ordains Exhibit 139 evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 139, admitted into evidence, without objection.
No further questions for the Commissioner.
Examination.
Please, Court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Maybe I was sitting there. When did you give jurisdiction over to Horry County?
I'm not exactly sure on the date.
You don't remember giving it to Horry County, you didn't see jurisdiction, so
Oh,
you
so-
get to the scene, you take all the evidence, you transport all the evidence, you store all the evidence, you start the investigation, and then Horry County gets in? How does
Yes.
that happen?
Afterwards. So when we were there, I contacted our sheriff as well. Because over there, we would let SLED come in and do a crime scene. But he was in agreement to let Horry County take like pictures of the crime scene, kind of process that crime scene for us to help us out.
Look, I'm not trying to be mean, just
No,
want to
you're
ask some
fine.
questions to clarify everything. So SLED gave permission to Horry County to take pictures, is that what you said?
Our sheriff.
Your sheriff, so that's the first person you called, correct? Your supervisor?
No, Judy Barker was my
Judy
supervisor.
Barker, your
Yes.
supervisor, okay.
And she
So
contacted
you
you.
knew to call your supervisor.
Yes.
I can't get over the shine on that man's head. It's like glowing, highly polished. I can't unsee it.
Because body's found in Marion County, we got a problem.
Yes.
Body's found in Marion County, we got a problem.
Yes.
And then you inventory, take all, store it, do everything you're supposed to do, right?
Yes.
Don't you feel like it's your case?
Well, we did until
Yes, sir,
it was
you did.
determined
You sure did, didn't you?
Yeah.
Because it's in Marion County.
the body was located in
Right,
Marion
okay,
County.
Marion County. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wasn't located in Marion County.
No.
And you started, what I would say preliminary investigations, you got some evidence from the scene.
Correct.
You got the body transported to NUSC, correct?
Correct.
You were there at the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
You took the bullets back, correct?
Correct.
So you did a lot of the stuff to get going, right?
Correct.
And then we kind of swept them because they knew it was theirs. What claim did Horry County have to take jurisdiction? They didn't, did they? No, they didn't.
We
They
weren't
didn't have
together.
jurisdiction at all.
No,
Thank you, no further question.
Mr. O'Malley, does the Marion County Sheriff's Department have a crime scene division?
no,
So who does Marion County normally call when you have a crime scene to process?
slid.
Okay, in this case, did Marion County ask Horry County to process the crime scene?
They did.
At some point, if you know, was the body found dumped in the river identified as the victim in this case, Gregory Rice?
It was.
And at that point, did it become clear that the crime was an Horry County case?
Yes, that's correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Uh.
How can he know? He just said he had no idea about the case. He found the body in Marion. There's no way he could possibly have there. He knows that Gregory Rice belongs to Horry County. He's got no idea where Gregory Rice is from unless he's told that.
May I respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe that defense counsel specifically elicited testimony from this defendant, asking him which county had jurisdiction and where the crime occurred.
Overruled. Overruled. All right, you may step down.
Thanks, Reggie. Good job.
Next witness.
The state calls Adam Skellett.
Adam Skillett. Come on, Adam. Come on down. There he is.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that evidence about these important case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Sure. Sergeant Adam Robert Skellett, Skellett.
Now you're on.
Horry County Police
Where
Department.
do you work?
Horry.
Police Department.
And how long have you been there?
You guys
This May will make 14
have
years.
some weird ass
What is your
county
current
names.
assignment?
Current assignment is sergeant at the West Precinct over the Patrol Division.
What areas of Horry County does the West Precinct cover?
501 to Aner, Galvin's Ferry, out to Marion County, stretching all the way to Greensea, Nichols, out to Longs, across the North Carolina border to 905.
Big area.
Big area.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities as a patrol sergeant?
Basic patrol operations, answer 911 calls, also
She got
supervise
scary eyes,
corporal
doesn't
and about 4 or 5
Ones that
private
burn into your
class
soul.
officers.
How long have you had that assignment?
Since March of 2024.
What was your assignment before that?
Prior to that, I was in the investigations unit from 2020 to 2024. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Worked in the special victims unit and also in the homicide robbery unit.
So directing your attention to October and November of 2020, you would have been working as an investigator at that point.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you in special victims?
At that time, special victims unit, yes.
So what types of crimes do special victims investigate?
Anything ranging from missing persons, sexually related crimes. We would also assist in anything that homicide robbery may need also with some of their cases too.
Did you become involved in the investigation into the disappearance and then murder of Gregory Rice?
Ah, I reckon you
How did
might.
you become involved?
In reference to this case, on October
with
19th,
her,
I was
though.
tasked with going to the Rivers Edge
Scary.
community, where the defendant and Christopher Dantel, co-defendant, they both reside at. The Rivers Edge community is located on Highway 90. At that time, we were looking for a surveillance video.
Did you in
I wouldn't
fact
go
find,
swimming either.
that the community had surveillance video at the end?
Not in the
Yes,
South
there
Carolina
was
River.
2 gates, and there was actually gate cameras right along the community and Highway 90. We found a phone number from the Waccamaw Property Management.
Walk 'em off.
I was able to actually contact them and left a voicemail in hopes to retrieve some video.
Were you eventually given video from
Uh-huh.
the Rivers Edge community cameras?
Oh,
Yes, a Brian Stewart, an employee with them,
your busy season is it,
contacted
Jen?
me, and then the next day I actually met up with them and received, I believe it was 2 hard drives in reference to video surveillance.
And I I am approaching with what's already been admitted, States Exhibit 118 and 119, Your Honor. Are those the drives that you received from Mr. Stewart?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Did you review those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you focusing on October 2nd of 2020?
At the time, yes, yes.
Did you in fact find any
Who's
relevant,
Liz?
I guess I'll call them captures from those cameras?
Yeah, both of the co-defendants' vehicles that we knew that they were operating.
And
Oh,
your approaches to
sorry,
those,
I got it.
Approaching with States Exhibit 136,
Sorry.
138.
Yes,
Are
she's
those
got a
still
membership
those
there.
videos?
Yes, ma'am. And those are my initials on them as well.
Your Honor, I would ask that States Exhibit 136 and 138 be admitted in public.
You object? No objection, Your Honor. United States Exhibits 136.
I'm a bit slow today, sorry.
And I'm gonna first go with 136 and then
for
I'll
the
show you.
record.
Can you tell me, is there a date and time stamp on this photo?
Yes, is going
October
to
2nd,
Horry County and he's
2020.
taking Elizabeth with
It
him.
shows the time of 6:16 p.m.
Just for the
And
replay
what
crew.
car do you recognize in that photo?
The defendant, Meagan Jackson, and that's her.
She's the
vehicle.
president.
Is she entering or leaving?
I believe that's her entering. No, I'm sorry, that's exiting. Sorry, the porch is on that side with the driveway. I'm sorry, that's exiting.
So this is October 2nd at 6:16, leaving River's Edge. And then States Exhibit 138, does that also have a date and time stamp on it?
Yep, same date, October 2nd of 2020, and that shows 18:20 military time, so that'd be 6:20 p.m.
So just
Apologize.
about 4 minutes later?
Yes,
Okay, and whose car do you recognize in that?
that's Christopher Dantel's gray and color Ford Explorer.
Is he also leaving the community?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you recognized Mr. Dantel's and the defendant's cars?
Okay, in reference to Mr. Dantel's vehicle, I believe that's actually the county issued Ford Explorer that they issued out to
Right.
coroners. I've been on
Is it any
multiple
good?
calls for service while on patrol in reference to him showing up as a county coroner. Same with Meagan Jackson too, the van that she'd be using also.
So you were familiar with that?
Yes.
Court's in order. Nothing further, if you just answer any questions from Mr. Preston Britton.
Sure.
Good morning first. Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you remember about when you got these pictures or got these, this video footage?
October 19th, from what I recall, is whenever we went out there to look. I believe it was the 20th, the next day is whenever I received the videos from Brian Stewart.
Okay. And just to kind of button some things up, that was, at that point, y'all had some suspicion they were, Meagan Jackson and Chris Dantel were people of interest. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say, yes, sir.
And so we know, just kind of button up this jurisdiction issue, the body's not found till November 7th. Isn't that right?
From what I understand, from my belief, yes.
Okay, so at the time the body was found, and jurisdiction was being determined, you already knew that there was an Horry County employee involved potentially in this murder.
I believe at the time they were being looked at in reference to doing missing person cases. We would be looking at any type of close families also.
You did have one of the more, I'm sure, troubling aspects. You also had a conversation, you took an interview with Deputy Dantel, didn't you?
The wife of
Yes.
Mr. Dantel?
Yes, Chris Dantel's wife.
Yes.
And you learned during that investigation that she still believes Mr. Dantel was being true to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
It was part of his investigation. I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
You learned that as of October 23rd, Miss Dantel still believed that Chris Dantel was being true to her.
From what I recall, I believe that interview, a search warrant was served on the residence, and while reading the search warrant to her, I believe that's when this interview occurred.
On October 23rd, you and another detective sat down, had a conversation with Ms. Dantel as part of your investigation.
Okay. I believe that's what you're referencing to.
And what I'm asking you to recall is the fact that during that time you learned that on October 23rd, she still believed that Chris Dantel had not gotten Meagan Jackson pregnant.
That I don't recall. I do. I mean, she was definitely shocked by the whole incident, especially whenever the search warrant was served. The facts of the case were then detailed to her for whatever information was in the search warrant.
During that interview, she disclosed to you the contents of a message that was deemed anonymous, where a person was telling her that she ought to check her neighbor's garage, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that Greg Rice was being accused of sending messages to Erica Dantel, alerting her to the fact that Meagan Jackson was impregnated by Chris Dantel.
I believe through the investigation, as customary, whenever we're working investigations together, the information is passed along to all of us. I do recall something of those issues going on.
You recall some of those issues going on. You got information during that interview that she believed it was Greg Rice sending those anonymous messages.
It's possible.
It's not possible, it's true, sir.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, let's keep to a question.
Is it? And after you, during that interview, sitting there with her, you had to be the unfortunate one to tell her that Chris Dantel, disclosed to her, Chris Dantel had impregnated Meagan Jackson. Isn't that right?
From what I recall, whenever we were reading the search warrant to her, that seemed to be the first time that she was getting that knowledge of these facts of the case and whatnot. So I believe that was the first time she was hearing about it.
During that interview, she just showed you the anonymous messages that she had received prior to that, back in September, in the days leading up to Greg Rice's murder.
Objection, is there a question in there?
Isn't that right, sir?
I don't recall that part of the interview.
On October 23rd at 8:23 a.m., as part of your investigation, did you have a conversation with Erica Dantel, sir?
I believe so. Whenever we served the search warrant.
And as we see her today, you tell me you don't recall asking her, or her telling her, informing you that she got a text message from someone that was stating things were going on between Chris and Meagan.
It's definitely possible on that. I'm saying if the interview was 5 years ago, I'm not sure of every detail of that interview.
And isn't it true that Ms. Dantel, despite everything that was going on, 20-something days later, was still believing that her husband, Chris Dantel, that this was all just made up, and he was still being people do?
That's not something I can answer to what her thoughts and beliefs were.
Well, you're the one who spoke with her, sir. I mean, respectfully, this is part of your investigation. You knew you were going to testify today. You wrote a.
Your lady stand up. Your lady stand up.
Did you write any reports or anything during your investigation?
Absolutely.
Objection, Your
Your
Honor.
Honor.
The counsel would perhaps, since he's talking about a report and has the report in front of him, if he would let Sergeant Skellett review it, it might refresh his recollection.
I'm going to do his cross-examination, how we choose to go ahead.
Thank you. Because what I'm trying to get to is,
Sit down, scary lady.
it's not like a
Sit
surprise to be
down.
here today, right? Paul?
I'm sorry, so
You're
that.
not surprised to be here today, are
Oh,
you?
no, absolutely not.
Okay. In fact, had this case
Oh,
gone
yeah.
forward against Chris Dantel back in December, instead of him
Go
in
it.
some kind of situation,
Change your name.
you know, facing murder, you would have testified in that case too, wouldn't you?
I would assume so, absolutely.
And I imagine that when you came here to testify today, you took a little time to get prepared.
Yes, sir.
Are you telling me
You
you
have a
didn't look at
mystery.
your
Mystery
investigative
guest.
notes?
In reference to the answer, yes, sir.
Okay. And so, having told us that, as we sit right here today, you can't confirm your conversation with Erica Dantel?
I confirm we definitely spoke with her. From what I recall, we read the search warrant off to her. It did appear at the first time. This was the first time she had heard of any of these accusations. In reference to the text message that if she said she received, I'm not denying that she said that. That's definitely something that possibly occurred.
Okay. You also had the opportunity to go canvas Flint Lake Apartments, right?
Yes.
Do you remember doing that?
Yes, yes. And I actually believe in our report investigation, I actually listed the different addresses that I attempted to go to try to find video surveillance as well.
And you, during your canvassing,
I was thinking of
you took
doing
the occasion to
confirmational bias.
attempt to speak to a number of neighbors, is that right?
Yeah, door knocking, and cases like this, just kind of going door to door, seeing have you seen anything or anything suspicious and whatnot on the certain dates involved.
Okay. So to do that, to go from one door to the next, you got to be walking around the area, right?
Mhm.
And when there's a missing person, there's something where you guys just haven't put it together yet. You're doing a pretty broad search, aren't you, sir?
Very much, yeah.
And so it's reasonable for us to expect that part of your investigation would not just be canvassing the sidewalk that leads up to Greg Rice's apartment and his apartment, but the surrounding area too.
Yes.
And so even if by some circumstance, well, let me ask you, is there a crime scene
At that time,
at any time? You will never see someone pause this long when that question.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
That is,
oh,
I suspend your objection. You can sit down.
oh, I'm gonna have to rewind that. Wow.
So is there a crime scene?
at that time, whenever do you have the date whenever we went to go surveillance, that subdivision?
Yes, sir, it was October 27th.
Okay, by that time, he was still a missing person.
Did you guys ever identify a crime scene?
Not me specifically on that. At that time, I was just tasked with going from door to door in that subdivision looking for a surveillance footage.
That wasn't really my question, but since October 27th, a crime scene.
That wasn't part of my investigation.
Did I rewind it or not? I think I did.
And impregnated Meagan Jackson, isn't that right?
From what I recall, whenever we were reading the search,
During that interview, Greg Rice's on October 23rd, that she got a text message from someone,
of that interview.
everything that was going on, 20-something days later, was still believing that her husband, Chris Dantel, this was all just made up, and he was still being faithful to her.
That's not something I can answer to what her thoughts and beliefs were.
You're the one who spoke with her, sir. I mean, respectfully, this is part of your investigation. You knew you were going to testify today.
Yeah, we
You
saw
wrote
some lady stand up.
It's not like a surprise you're here today, right, officer?
I'm sorry, so
You're not surprised to be here today, are you?
oh, no, absolutely not.
Okay. In fact, had this case gone forward against Chris Dantel back in December, instead of him getting into some kind of situation where he's not any longer facing murder, you would have testified in that case too, wouldn't you?
I would assume so, absolutely.
And I imagine that when you came here to testify today, you took a little time to get prepared.
Yes, sir.
Are you telling me you didn't even look at your investigative notes?
In reference to the answer, yes, sir.
Okay. And so, having told us that, as we sit right here today, you can't confirm your conversation with Erica Dantel?
I can confirm we definitely spoke with her. From what I recall, we read the search warrant off to her. It did appear at the first time. This was the first time she had heard of any of these accusations. In reference to the text message that she said she received, I'm not denying that she said that. That's definitely something that possibly occurred.
Okay. You also had the opportunity to go canvass Flint Lake Apartments, is that right?
Yes,
Do you remember doing that?
yes, yes. And I actually believe in our report investigation, I actually listed the different addresses that I attempted to go to try to find video surveillance as well.
And you, during your canvassing, you took the occasion to attempt to speak to a number of neighbors, is that right?
Yeah, door knocking, and cases like this, just kind of going door to door, seeing have you seen anything or anything suspicious and whatnot on the certain dates involved.
Okay. So to do that, to go from one door to the next, you got to be walking around the area, right?
Mhm.
And when there's a missing person, there's something where you guys just have to put it together yet. You're doing a pretty broad search, aren't you, sir?
Very much, yeah.
And so it's reasonable for us to expect that part of your investigation would not just be canvassing the sidewalk that leads up to Greg Rice's apartment and his apartment, but surrounding area too.
Yes, sir.
And so even if by some circumstance, well, let me ask you, is there a crime scene
At that time,
at any time? You will never see someone pause this long with that question.
Objection, Your Honor. That
Wow.
is wild.
I suspend your objection.
Wow.
You can sit down. All right, just-
So is there a crime scene?
at that time, whenever do you have the date whenever we went to go surveil, that subdivision?
Yes, sir, you want, it was October 27th.
Okay, at that time, he was still a missing person.
Did you guys ever identify a crime scene?
Not me specifically on that. At that time, I was just tasked with going from door to door in that subdivision looking for a surveillance footage.
That wasn't really my question, but since October 12th, 27th, a crime scene.
That wasn't part of my investigation.
Your Honor, I beg the court's indulgence for a second.
I don't like this defense attorney, I don't think.
We don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you.
You're right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to kind of go in reverse because counsel's just asking you about this. You're canvassing the area. And this, you canvassed prior to Greg Rice's body being found.
Yes.
And when you were conducting that canvassing, had Horry County Police Department been told that Greg Rice had actually been shot down the road and not at his apartment?
That I don't recall on that part. At that time, there was definitely suspicious circumstances surrounding the missing person from the information that I believe we were receiving.
But you didn't, at that point, you didn't even know that he had been killed.
No, no.
And counsel was referencing a report, so I guess I need to mark this. Yep, show it to you.
Your Honor, I object to him having his record.
Overruled. You brought it up.
Yeah, that's fine.
I guess it's going to be fun. We can just sit there. This is used. Or if it's easier for me to do 159. States 159 marked. And this would be just marked application. Your Honor, if I may, I'm approaching with what's been marked states exhibit 159 for identification.
Sure.
Does that appear to be your report?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated on cross-examination that you were having some difficulty recalling some of the details.
Sure.
Would reviewing your report refresh your recollection as to some of those details?
Yes. Yes. And thank you for allowing me to look at this again.
He's very polite. Sergeant Adam Skillett. Wonder if they eat Oreos over there. What do they call their sex workers in Horry County? The Horry Horse? Horry Hose?
I apologize about the way. I just want to make sure I'm
No, you're fine. And then when you're done with that, if you could just turn it over.
absolutely.
No, sorry. The Horry Hose. Sorry. I cracked myself up. Oh dear.
Okay, I apologize.
That's okay. So having reviewed your report, does that refresh your recollection as to your conversation with Erica Dantel?
Yes, in reference to the text messages, I think it does seem like she believed that the text messages were from Gregory.
Didn't she in fact say that Meagan implied that Greg had sent them?
Yeah, yes, something along the lines of that, yes.
Did Erica Dantel indicate whether Christopher Dantel was fine just sort of moving on from his friendship with Meagan?
It appeared to be that too.
Are you, if you know, do you know if Erica Dantel and Christopher Dantel are still married and supporting each other?
I'm not positive on that, to be honest.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Nothing further.
You may step down.
Sure. You want me to leave this right here?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh.
Obviously, they don't get the option to recross.
The next witness will be a little long, so.
I mean, is this the one where you said earlier you needed a short break?
I'm sorry, we have one short witness and then the witness where we need to gather some
All right.
insights. Thank you for checking.
Stay, call you next week.
Your Honor, the state calls Mark Bonner.
Mark Bonner. Come on down, Marky Mark. Give us the honor, Mark Bonner. Thanks, Your Honor. Glad your first name's not Connor.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to evidence throughout the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Mark Bonner, Bonner.
Mr. Bonner, do you currently work?
No, ma'am, I'm retired.
What did you do before you retired?
I work for the Horry County Police Department,
How long did you work there?
25 years.
What was your
Mr.
last
Bonner.
assignment there?
I was lieutenant over the narcotics divisions. I supervised
that
narcotics, street
a
crime, and traffic
hairpiece?
enforcement.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities in that position?
But like I said, basically I supervised the investigations for the sergeants. I had 3 sergeants that reported to me in those divisions. So I oversaw those investigations and unit operations.
How long did you have that assignment?
Approximately 4 years
When did that assignment end for you?
when I retired in October of last year.
Okay, so did you have that assignment back in November 2020?
No, ma'am, at that point in time, I was a lieutenant over the criminal investigation division. Basically the same thing. I oversaw 4 different units and investigations, homicides, special victims.
Okay, and did you become involved in the investigation of a missing person that eventually turned into a homicide investigation where the victim was Gregory Rice?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you become involved in that investigation?
So I received a call from the deputy coroner stating that she had somebody that had come to her stating that she was worried about her husband had been gone and she had lost contact with him, and it was unusual for that to happen.
Do you remember what date that occurred?
Believe it was October 5th.
Did you speak with the defendant, Meagan Jackson, on October 5th?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your understanding about her relationship with the victim?
They had become estranged, so they lived separate residences, but they had children in common. And so he would come and visit, and that was one of her biggest concerns, is that he hadn't come to visit the kids, which he was usually very reliable with.
Did she give you any information about when she had last seen or spoken to Gregory Rice?
I think she said at that point in time, she'd last spoken to him about a week prior to that.
He reported
She had
him.
not seen him since.
Was this investigation assigned to a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you stay involved in the investigation in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that?
Just to assist with the investigation as needed, if any type of follow-ups were needed. We were doing searches for video surveillance, both at the victims and suspects' locations, anything that I could assist with.
Okay. And were you aware that the victim's remains were recovered on November 8th?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, did you or any other investigators obtain any arrest warrants?
Yes, subsequent to the autopsy, enough probable cause was established to obtain a search warrant for the defendant's residence, along with an arrest warrant for the defendant.
Let's talk about the search warrants. What were the search warrants for?
As a result of the autopsy, showed that the victim had been killed with a .22 caliber round. So the process, we got a search warrant to obtain any evidence related to that may show any evidence related in the residence for that homicide.
And did you participate in the execution of any search warrants?
Yes, ma'am. We established 2 teams to go to both co-defendants. I led one of the teams, specifically this defendant's residence.
Did you locate anything during the search relevant to this investigation?
Yes, ma'am. In the defendant's closet, there was a gun box, a handgun box. We found a handgun box that belonged to a .22 caliber handgun.
Okay, and did you seize that box?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what was relevant about the caliber of the box?
As I said, during the autopsy, the results were that the defendant had been killed with a .22 caliber round.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 67. Is that the box you found in the closet that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a gun associated with that box?
There was not a gun in the box, no, ma'am.
Your Honor, this has the
Within the
State's
box,
to
in the box.
exhibit number 67 of evidence.
Meagan Jackson.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 67, admitted into evidence without objection.
No further questions by the State Police.
Cross-examination.
Just a clarification. We know that based on what bullets were found in Greg Rice's body, this was not his gun, right?
Objection, Your Honor, basis of knowledge.
I mean, if he knows,
Involving the investigation, truly,
if it was,
know what kind of bullet found.
I do not know specifically. I was not part of that investigation.
Well, do you know, if I told you that it was identified as a 6 hour, you know this was not that gun, right?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I take a release from this evening, Your Honor?
Any objection?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, he's free to go. Thank you.
Yes, Mr.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to do some setting up before we get to this next witness, so we're going to take our morning break, leave notepads in the jury box, and not discuss the case. We'll take, welcome back. We're ready to resume the trial. Make sure you have your own notepads and no one else's notepads. State, can you call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The State Call Sergeant Alan Jones.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Alan Jones, Jones.
May I, Your Honor? Thank you. Sergeant Jones, where do you work?
Warrior County Police.
How long have you worked there?
A little over 24 years.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a smidge for the court reporter.
Okay.
Did you have any prior law enforcement or military experience before joining Warrior County?
Yes, ma'am. I worked for the City of Conway Police Department for approximately 2.5 years.
What is your current assignment?
I'm currently a sergeant on the patrols division.
What was your assignment back in October of 2020?
I was a sergeant in the criminal investigations division. A detective in the criminal investigations division.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities as a detective in the criminal investigations division?
Investigate crimes against persons, especially violent crimes, whether it be assault, sexual assaults, homicides.
What type of tasks would you undertake during those investigations?
There was multiple tasks during that investigations, whether it be to follow up on leads, do interviews, or sometimes even gather evidence.
And you just said follow up on leads. If you can estimate, approximately how many investigations have you been involved in your 24+ year career?
I don't know. To put a number would be pure speculation. A lot.
Okay. And as you conduct those investigations, does every lead that you follow up, I believe that was your language, every lead that you follow up, is it fruitful? I guess I'll put it that way.
No, oftentimes you will follow up on leads that actually go nowhere and end up having absolutely nothing to do with the case.
Are you familiar with an investigation into a missing person turned homicide where the victim was Gregory Rice?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you assist Detective Susie with some tasks in that case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Specifically, did you and Detective Susie meet with Meagan Jackson on October 23rd, of 2020?
Yes, ma'am. We conducted an interview that day.
Was she a suspect at that time?
Yes, she was.
Were you familiar with the defendant prior to the interview?
Only vaguely.
And how did you have that vague familiarity?
That she worked with a body transport service that came and picked up deceased individuals.
Was Christopher Dantel also a suspect at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
were you familiar with Christopher Dantel?
Again, only vaguely, as he was a deputy coroner with the coroner's office.
Prior to you and Detective Susie conducting that interview, had investigators created sort of a timeline of the defendant's movements for the night of October 2nd?
Yes, ma'am, they had. Using cell phone data, they had established a timeline of both Mr. Dantel and Ms. Jackson's movements.
Did they use any other types of investigative tools, such as interviews with other witnesses, surveillance videos, license plate readers, anything like that?
Yes, ma'am. There have been interviews with other individuals. Specifically, one of the things they had used was license plate readers, wherein it would take a picture of the tag and document where it was, the date and the time.
Okay, so let's sort of start at the beginning of the timeline. Did investigators have license plate reader stills from the River's Edge community?
Yes, ma'am.
Leading with your overrule.
What was significant about the River's Edge community?
The River's Edge community is where Mr. Dantel and Ms. Jackson lived.
And Your Honor, these have already been admitted and published. So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 136 and State's Exhibit 138. Are those stills that you used to help create the timeline?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you just read for 136 the date and time there, and then for 138 the date and time there?
136 is October 2nd, 2020, approximately 6:16 in the afternoon. And 138 is October 2nd, 2020, approximately 6:20 in the afternoon as well.
6:20, okay. Moving forward in the evening, did investigators have still photos from a game camera at the Heritage, if I have to say the whole name, Lewis Ocean Bay Heritage Preserve? I call it the preserve because that's too much for me to say.
Yes, ma'am.
You had stills from that there also?
Yes, ma'am. We obtained still photos from the Department of Natural Resources, who had a game camera to monitor the area.
So I am, sorry, let me just read this question.
That'd be fine.
They're already,
No, that's right.
I believe these have already been admitted around 44 through 47 by stipulation of Agent Tom Buchanan of DNR. Your Honor, this, I believe they were admitted when I read out a number of stipulations.
Start.
I think I did that yesterday morning, late yesterday morning, Your Honor.
44 through, oh, yes.
There were a
You
series,
did
and actually,
35 through 47 at one time.
yes, I'm doing 44 through 47 now, and then I'll show the others.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. And Your Honor, may they be published to the jury as we discussed them. Thank you. So I'm going to do Exhibit 44 first. Showing you State's Exhibit 44. Is that a still photo from the deer camera?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And do you recognize the car in that photo?
Yes, ma'am. It's a Ford Explorer. It's very much like the type that the deputy coroner drove.
Okay. Can you? Is there a date and time stamp on that photo?
There is. It's October 2nd, 2020 at 6:26 p.m.
Are you familiar with where the preserve is located?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with where River's Edge is located?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how far apart are they?
Mileage, I'm not sure, but it's about a 15-minute drive, that's my recollection.
And then showing you State's Exhibit 45. Do you recognize the car in that photo?
Yes, ma'am. It's a transport van that's used by the transport services that move bodies.
Is there a date and time stamp on that photo?
Yes, ma'am. October 2nd, 2020 at 6:26 p.m. as well.
Okay. And do these cars appear to be entering or exiting the preserve?
They're entering.
Next, showing you State's Exhibit 46. Again, do you recognize the vehicle in that?
Yes, ma'am. It's a minivan. Very much the same appearance as the one that was entering it a few minutes earlier.
Okay, so what's the date and time stamp on this?
The date and time and stamp on that one is October 2nd, 2020 at 6:40 p.m.
Only what?
So I'm just going to
4
have you
minutes on the last one?
compare 45 and 46. What's the difference in time? How long did the car appear to be in the preserve?
Just short of 15, 20 minutes.
Oh,
And now if I could show you State's Exhibit 47. What are we seeing in State's Exhibit 47?
That would be the Ford Explorer. Also in the far left-hand corner, you also see the minivan exiting as well. And that's on October the 2nd, 2020 at 6:40 p.m. as well.
Okay, I'm going to ask you just to keep your voice up just a little bit.
Okay.
I think the jury's having trouble hearing you. Before I move on in time, were there other still photos from the near camera showing the defendants at the preserve in the days prior to October 2nd?
Yes, ma'am, there were.
Your Honor, now I'm going to 35 to 43, which I also believe have been admitted. And I would ask that they be published. So if we can go to State's Exhibit 35. Can you tell us what we see in Exhibit 35?
In Exhibit 35, you have the Ford Explorer as well as the minivan entering the Ocean Bay Preserve on September the 29th, 2020 at 1:13 p.m.
So 3 days earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
And then State's Exhibit 36.
Again, it's the Explorer and the minivan, and you can actually see Ms. Jackson outside of the minivan, and that is on September the 29th, 2020 at 1:14.
Are you able to see anything at the driver's door of the Ford Explorer?
Yes, ma'am. You can see the door open and an individual stepping out of it.
So showing you State's Exhibit 37.
Yes, ma'am. Again,
Let's just wait.
oh, I'm sorry.
There's just a lag for the photos to come up. Okay, State's Exhibit 37.
Very much similar to the same picture, only at this point in time, the individual from the Explorer has stepped out, and you can see that that's Mr. Dantel.
And what's the date and time there?
The date and time on that one is September the 29th, 2020 at 1:14 p.m.
State's Exhibit 38.
Again, the Explorer and the minivan and the individuals have walked around behind, I'm sorry,
That's it.
behind the Explorer, and that's on September the 29th, 2020 at 1:15.
State's Exhibit 39. I'm going to help you. I'm not going to get the photo until it's up. Okay. State's Exhibit 39.
The same two vehicles, the minivan at this point in time is turning out and leaving, and that's on September 29th, 2020 at 1:35 p.m.
State's Exhibit 40.
The Explorer is leaving at this point to exit the preserve, and that's on September 29th, 2020 at 1:36 p.m.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 41.
This is on September 30th, 2020 at 9:58 a.m. And the minivan and the Explorer are entering the Lewis Ocean Bay Preserve.
State's Exhibit 42.
That's the Explorer, and it appears to be exiting on September 30th, 2020 at 10:39 a.m.
And lastly, State's Exhibit 43. Oops, sorry.
That is the minivan, also appearing to exit September 30th, 2020 at 10:39.
In establishing the timeline moving forward, did you have information, did you or did you not have information that the defendants had gone to Abuelos that night for dinner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we've already seen those clips. Are you familiar with the Arrowhead community where the victim lived?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us sort of generally where in the county it is?
It will be in the Clay Pond Road. Some people refer to it as almost the Forest Brooks area, down where the old Fantasy Harbor, Waccamaw Pottery used to be. The general description of the area.
You said Clay Pond Road, so is that is there an entrance to the Arrowhead community on Clay Pond Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, there's the Clay Pond Road is where the entrance to the area community is at.
Did investigators in building their timeline have license plate reader photos from the Arrowhead community?
Yes, there are license plate readers in the area community, and photos were obtained for those license plate readers.
Your Honor, this time the state would proffer States Exhibit 10 and 11. I believe there's no objection to their admission.
Okay. All right, States Exhibits 10 and 11 admitted in evidence.
And may they be published, Your Honor.
Yes.
So we'll start with States Exhibit 10. Is that one of the LPR photos from the Arrowhead community?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
That's going into the community?
Yeah, that would be, I believe that would be entering into the community, and that's dated on October the 2nd, 2020 at 10 o'clock p.m.
And then State's Exhibit 11. This is a little better view of the car. Do you recognize the minivan in that picture?
Yes, ma'am, and that's dated October the 2nd, 2020 at 10:06, and I believe that would be exiting the community.
And during the interview that you and Detective Susie conducted that day with the defendant, did you use that timeline that was sort of just sketched out?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
At the end of the interview, was the defendant still a suspect?
Yes, she was.
During the course of that interview, did either you or Detective Susie take any cell phones from the defendant, Meagan Jackson?
Yes, Detective Susie did gather cell phones from Ms. Jackson.
Was that in your presence?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there a search warrant for those phones, if you know?
I believe there was.
What, are you familiar with what an evidence record is for Horry County Police?
Yes, ma'am. I'm very familiar.
Figured might be. Was an evidence record created for those phones?
Yes.
Anything? Your Honor, actually, I'll enter this at this time, maybe for, I'll just enter it. State is offering State's Exhibit 18 into evidence, Your Honor.
Mr. Your Honor.
United States Exhibit 18, admitted to evidence.
Thank you. You don't have to show this one. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 18. Is that an evidence? Well, first let me stop. Can you explain to the jury what an evidence record is used for?
Yeah, an evidence record is used to document when and where an item is collected and any time it has changed hands, whether it's to be placed into evidence, where it's taken by a tech to be examined, or any time that that piece of evidence is moved. Oftentimes we refer to it as a chain because it documents every movement of that piece of evidence.
Is this the chain or the evidence record for the 2 phones taken from Ms. Jackson that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the defendant give the passwords to both of those phones?
Yes, she did.
Are those passwords noted on the chain?
Yes, they are noted on the chain here with next to where the phones were collected.
Now I'm going to show you. Your Honor, at this time, the state would proffer exhibits 19 and 20, I believe, with no objection.
Any objection?
Mr. Your Honor.
United States Exhibits 19 and 20, admitted to evidence of evidence.
I'm showing you State's Exhibits 19 and 20. Are those the phones that were taken from the defendant, Meagan Jackson, on October 23rd, 2020?
Yes, ma'am. These appear to be.
Court of indulgence. That's all I have for Sergeant Jackson. Just answer any questions for Mr. Rickman, please.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Thank you for being here. So just give me an idea, what was your involvement in this?
I assisted Detective Susie in doing the interview with Ms. Jackson and was there when he collected the phones and was familiar with the timeline somewhat.
Okay, and when you say a timeline, was there like a document that was created titled like timeline?
Not that I observed. It was pretty much a sit rep or a situation report from other detectives of what it was.
Okay. What a cohesive timeline as it relates to what you remember?
I did not observe any kind of report that had a timeline on it. I was, again, informed by other detectives that had knowledge of it.
Okay. How involved did you stay? I mean, did you go to these roundtables and get more information about the case, or was it just surveillance and, you know?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand what you meant.
Was your only involvement in surveillance? Did you go into roundtables to discuss the case at large, get more information about it?
I don't recall that I'd done any of the roundtable meetings with that as far as general discussion. It was basically a situation report or a briefing of the timeline and things that had transpired prior to the interview with Ms. Jackson.
Okay. And you remember what date that interview was?
October 23rd.
When that, on that photo we saw where vehicles coming into Arrowhead, who's driving?
You can't observe who's driving the vehicle from the photos that were taken from the LPR readers.
Okay. Anything on the vehicle on the way out? Any blood or anything on the vehicle?
Nothing that you can observe from the LPR reader.
Did you ever take the time to drive from Arrowhead to Flint Lake Apartments?
No, sir, I did not. I'm worked in the county for quite some time, so I have a vague rendition of how long most travel would take.
Okay, and what is your vague understanding of that?
From what 2 points again?
From this LPR that you showed us,
Mhm.
that Arrowhead there, to the area of Flint Lake Apartments?
It's only a few minutes, if I recall correctly.
Okay. And so it's a few minutes to get there, and she enters at 10 o'clock. And what you just showed us is her exiting at 10:06. It takes you a couple minutes to get there. She could kill the person at the apartments. Commissioner?
Lots of things can be done in a short period of time.
Okay. So just want to make sure I understand, it's your position that she enters at 10, it takes her, I think, said 2 or 3 minutes, but let's just say it's less. She has to shoot a person, get out, and get them, right? You can't leave them there. Is that right?
Unless you would find the body there, no, it would have to be moved.
Okay, and we know this, in this case, it was moved. So if you've driven 2 minutes into Flint Lake Apartments area, you've had to get out and shoot somebody. You've had to get over there, right, and move the body. Sir, and then you have to put that into a vehicle, and then you've got to drive back out. Is that right, sir?
Yeah, based on the assumption of what you're going with here, yes.
Okay, you agree with that? And you would agree with me that that is a ridiculously tight time frame.
No, sir, not particularly. It's pretty easy to fire multiple shots from a weapon
Okay.
very rapidly.
Okay. And do that with nobody hearing it. And this is at 10 o'clock at night, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this murder is taking place at 10 o'clock at night in a densely populated area. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And nobody saw it and nobody heard it. Is that right?
There were no reports of any shots being fired, no, sir, but that's not uncommon.
Okay. If you agree, it's less common in a densely populated area.
You have the potential for more people to hear it, yes.
And gunshots are typically loud. You agree with that, wouldn't you?
Gunshots are typically loud. I can say that I have investigated cases where individuals have actually committed suicide inside their own home and someone else sleeping in the other end of the home not hear it.
Okay. I just want to make sure, I mean, because you know, just like I do, like the decibel levels over 100 for any 22.
I wouldn't know the exact decibel levels. They're significantly quieter than most other handgun calibers.
Okay. So we sit here today, in all of your years of investigating, you can't tell the jury that 5 gunshots is loud.
Well, 5 gunshots indeed would be loud.
Okay. All right. And I just want to make sure it's clear, we're sitting here today, you're telling me you think it was physically possible, based on what you've provided, for an inner Flint Lake, inner Arrowhead, commit a murder, get a body into a van, and leave.
In a 6-minute time frame, yes, that's entirely possible.
Did you, on your phone records, take a peek at Greg Rice's?
I'm sorry.
Did you do any looking into Greg Rice's phone records?
I did get briefed on some of Mr. Rice's phone records.
Okay. And I think y'all even may have done an action timeline.
I believe they did do a timeline on Mr. Rice's records as well.
Okay. And you would agree with me on the timeline that y'all created as part of your investigation. It has Greg Rice's phone leaving his apartment at 10:05.
Objection, Your Honor. Sergeant Jones has testified that he never saw the timeline. He said one was created, but he did not see it.
I don't think you just answered that. You doesn't know. Overruled. Go ahead.
I did not see the exact time that Mr. Rice's phone left his apartment. So to tell you the exact time of that, I'm not aware of it and don't have any knowledge of it. Other than, like I said, the short briefing of it.
2 people sneaking around, they were having an affair that they're trying to hide. You don't see them being out there at the preserve as being inconsistent with them having an affair. Do you?
That could in fact be consistent with having an affair and trying to hide.
Do you know who suggested going to the shooting range for the preserve on the 29th of September?
As far as between the,
Well, I saw you were involved with the phone. Did you follow up on any of these phone records?
again, I was briefed on the phone records. As far as me actually reading the phone records
Okay.
and what was taken from them, I did not read any of that personally.
That's fine. I'll be fair. The court indulgence, please. Um, what would you, in our tight time frame here, you would agree with me that at least in that 6-minute time period, if we're trying to accomplish something in a quick period of time, that there might need to be some effort to clean up what's left behind. Do you get that?
Objection calls for speculation.
No, I can ask you a different thing. Someone was shot, according to y'all, 5 times in the Flint Lake apartment area. If there was blood from that shooting, y'all would know by now, wouldn't you?
You would assume that we would probably try to find some type of blood there, depending on the caliber and whether the subject was bleeding internally or externally.
Okay. And you would agree that y'all had plenty of time to identify any blood out there?
Yeah, if there was a potential for finding blood, I would think we would have found it if there was any there.
Okay.
Hey, Tricia.
Do you know if there was, you keep saying potential, I just want to make sure I'm understanding something. Is there a potential for it?
Yes, there is potential.
Hey, Liz.
For it not to be there. That's why I say potential, because nothing is exact.
Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Counsel kept asking you, well, no one heard the shots. In your mind, is there a difference between someone hearing the shots?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. I can say personally that I live in a rural area of the county. I hear shots all the time. I obviously don't call police for it. Again, there's a huge difference in someone hearing it and someone reporting it.
You talked a little bit about, and I don't know decibel levels or anything like that, but in your experience, is a 22 a gun that would be quieter or louder than, say, 357?
22 would be much quieter than 357, 9mm, or 38 or anything else of a larger caliber.
Counsel asked you if 2 people sneaking around, having an affair, going to the preserve, would be consistent with them having an affair. Would it also be consistent, perhaps, with 2 people going there for target practice?
It is entirely possible to be going into preserve to target practice.
Is it settled down?
Counsel also asked you about finding blood in the Arrowhead community. Would the passage of more than 4 years from the date of the murder until knowledge of where the crime scene is affect your ability to find blood?
One good rain shower would affect that.
So 4 years would certainly affect it.
Quite a bit.
Nothing further, Your Honor. I would ask that Sergeant Jones be released from his subpoena.
Any objection?
That's right, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. You're free to go. Thank you. Are you next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Tom Morrison. Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Would you state your name and spell your last name for the court?
Thomas Morrison, Morrison.
Mr. Morrison, are you familiar with the Arrowhead development?
I am. I've lived there since 1998 and was the president of the HOA from 2010 till 2022.
You said since 1998.
Yes,
So have you seen a lot of changes in the Arrowhead community in that time?
we were the second homeowner to move into the neighborhood. So yes.
Yes. Are you familiar with kind of when things were built there and what parts were developed when?
Yes.
Can you tell me what part of Horry County the Arrowhead community is in?
We're in between Burkale Road and Clay Pond Road. So it's an unincorporated part of Horry County. And we're off the waterway. So we have 3 borders, really, the waterway, Clay Pond, and Burkale. are kind of our three borders.
And how many ways are there to get into the community?
There is only two drivable ways. One is off of Burkale Road and one is off of Clay Pond Road.
You said you were the homeowners association president.
Yes,
How long were you the HOA president?
I was on the board for 12 years.
Were you on the board as president back in October 2020?
Yes.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities back as the HOA president in 2020?
Overall, the maintenance, repairs, replacements of what goes on in the community. And at that period of time, I actually spearheaded putting the security camera systems in for the community.
Where were those security cameras located?
At the entrances and exits of Burkale and Clay Pond.
What about license plate readers?
They were put in at the same time.
And were those license plate readers located in those same two areas?
Yes.
Were
Can
you
you hear
contacted
me
by the
now?
Wayne County Police Department back in October of 2020 and
I
asked
have
about
my
security?
I
microphone.
was.
What were you asked to look for?
I was asked to look for a silver Odyssey van at the time. And then I was in North Carolina working that day. So I was able to pull that footage up remotely because you could do it through the camera system. And when I told them I had that, then they asked for a bigger period of time and we provided the images.
Do you remember what that time period was?
As far as date or
The date and the length of the time period.
the original time period was 4 hours they were looking for. And then when I called them back and said, yes, we had the vehicle that they were looking for, they asked for a 24-hour time period.
Hello, mister.
And were you able to review that footage?
I was.
Did you see the Honda Odyssey van the police asked you to look for?
Yes.
Do you know whether Horry County PD was aware of the license plate readers at that point?
Not on the first call, the first day. On the second call, on the next morning, we were able to tell them we could provide the license plate reader information.
Okay. And did the Horry County Police provide you with license tag numbers to look for?
They did.
Were you able to find those license tag numbers?
We were.
And what did you do then?
They were given. Those were given to the Horry County Police.
Yeah.
I think it was Ken Marcus, Detective Ken Marcus.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked and admitted into evidence for states number 10 and 11. Can you have a look at those?
Yep.
Are those copies of the images you
Yeah.
provided to the Horry County Police Department?
They are.
And
I got
do
two
they show
pieces.
the license plate number you were asked to look for?
Yes. Do you want me to read that? Or
Yeah, you can read it.
it was RWN 362 and RWN 362.
Oh, were those at the Clay Pond entrance or the Burkale Road? Sorry.
Those were at the Burkale Road entrance side, I believe it was, right? Or was it the Clay Pond? I'm not. Let me take a look
Yeah,
at
okay,
that
I can
again.
read that.
Nope, I'm sorry. These are on the Clay Pond entrance side.
Clay Pond, thank you. Sorry, I took them away too fast. Of course, another two.
We were having a laugh earlier. This is in Horry County. So I said to her, wonder what they call their sex workers. I came up with Horry hose. And he said, I want to go to Horry City or Horry County. We
I'm
lose.
afraid to show what's in my States Exhibit 158. Can you look at this image and tell me what that depicts?
Depicts the villages of Arrowhead along with the Burkale Road and the Clay Pond Road.
Mhm.
And then it shows the Flint Lake Apartments and the 8 acres and kind of goes across where the road would go over George Grissom to go over to the airport area.
How's
You
your head,
testified that
Tricia?
you're familiar with kind of how things got
You
built
better?
here. Can you look at that picture and tell approximately what time period it's from, based on what houses exist or don't exist?
Yes, the
Do you hear me
houses
chewing?
on the 8 acre section, that's the Flint Lake, were being built in 2020.
Okay.
There was, so that picture, there's no homes in that picture being shown. So that was prior to anything being built on there. So that would have been early part of 2020.
Yeah, at this time, the state seeks to introduce Exhibit 158 of evidence.
State's Exhibit 158, admitted in that, okay.
May I have the witness step down to kind of point out some things on the,
This is by microphone with court and.
Yep.
okay, do you mind stepping down?
Nope.
Aw.
Oh, you ever move, publish that to the jury?
All right.
So you think it's the neck that's causing the headache?
Stand there.
They're doing it more.
Okay, so tell the jury what we're kind of looking at here.
Okay, so this would be the clay pond. This is where the pictures were
Okay,
provided. Over here, this other loop around would be.
Drink lots of fluids, sweetheart.
So that there's this way in and out, and there's that way in and out. That's the only drivable roads. All of this in the middle here is.
You need a massage.
okay. And can you show me where Flint Lake Apartments are located?
Flint Lake Apartments are this pod right here and that pod right there.
Okay, and then this area here, what is this?
We always refer to that as the 8 acres, because it's an 8 acre parcel. And that was purchased and then was being developed at that time.
Okay, that's back in 2020.
Yes.
What about some of these areas here?
These are all wooded areas. As you can see back here, there's a little bit commercial, but this was all kind of wooded area back in those regions. As is over here, there's one wooded area off of the Gale, and there's some ponds down there that Horry County Police gets to come out to walk because kids like to play and mess around back there.
Okay. And what about this? What is this?
That's the Intercoastal Waterway.
So it looks like you're bordered by the Intercoastal Waterway, Clay Pond, Burkow, and then some wooded areas around there.
Yes.
And I think you testified to this, but I just want to be clear. Where were the license plate readers that you brought?
Right here. They were that entrance and exit. License plate readers read everything coming in and everything going out, as well as the images coming in and the images going out.
Courtney, no.
Oh, cool. I'm actually thinking of getting a TENS machine.
Have a seat and answer, Mr. Any questions, Mr. Whitman?
Okay.
Mr. Martin, how you doing today?
I'm doing good, sir.
Good. My name's Tommy Brooklyn.
Nice to meet you.
Everything you testified to
Yes.
really just about the
Elizabeth
layout
buys different
and
kinds of
equipment.
massages.
Right. You don't get to see anything live. You just look at film and get them.
You have to send me a picture of it so I can
You weren't, were you living there on 20th?
Yes.
Did you hear any?
Oh, dear.
Shots?
Is it good?
No, but it's not uncommon in our neighborhood. Between Burkale and those and the Clay Pond area there and the wooded areas, there's gunshots quite often.
How about in that parking lot, where you got pictures of, in the vehicle?
You hoary ho.
What pictures in what view?
You give them pictures of them coming and going,
Yeah, that's at the entrance, the exit and entrance to Clay Pond.
and they got houses there. Right?
There's houses at the end of
Right, you
that. yes.
convinced me I'm going to buy
Well,
one.
they can hear the gunshot. Do you live there?
I do, yeah, I live in
that section?
No, I live on the Burkale section side.
But you didn't give them pictures of them going out in the woods anywhere.
No,
The area well lit, isn't it?
the community itself,
Yeah.
the neighborhood has
What's
streetlights
wrong with your
going down the
hair?
main road,
It's got bed
Um,
hair.
not where the construction was going on at that time.
Where you gave them a footage of the vehicle you described.
Yes,
That was well lit area.
it's lit. I wouldn't say well.
Well, you could put a camera out there and see the cars, right?
Yes, they're night vision.
Where did you buy it from?
I believe defense counsel asked you about hearing gunshots.
Yes.
Your response was you hear them frequently.
We do hear gunshots in there frequently, and some people mistake. Between being Burkale and Clay Pond and the wooded areas on both sections, there's a lot of people, as probably most of us in Horry County, you hear shots. But also at the time, the airport uses some shot frequencies to scare off predators. So you would hear them quite often because the airport from that area is only, I guess, a mile or a mile and a half as the crow flies. So we do hear it. I mean, and I'll just use myself as an example. Just a few weeks ago, I shot a copperhead in my backyard.
Did police show up at your house after you shot the cover?
They didn't, fortunately, but it was with 22 birdshot. But so it's not an uncommon thing. As the HOA president, we never really received calls on gunshots, but we would receive complaints like at a board meeting. Why are we hearing gunshots, or why do we hear the noise? And we are.
What did you do about it if you got those complaints?
We would just discuss, what our findings have been through the years, and I was there long enough to be able to know, they're usually coming from one of those other areas, or somebody shooting off fireworks that people think might be a gunshot.
So I'm just to be clear, when you say people complain, did they call you at home and tell you they were hearing gunshots?
No, it would be at like a board meeting or an issue like that.
Do you mind if stepping off again? I just want to clarify something about the lighting that was supposed to discuss. Thank you. We put up 158. Okay, before we do that, let's talk about, you were just saying, you've got some wooded areas, you said were there gunshots that you heard in those areas?
Yeah, see all this wooded area here?
Mm-hmm.
That was all undeveloped. Back that the guy who owned that hunted and shot there quite often.
Okay.
So that was that area. And then over here off of Flint Lake, was wooded area and there's a pond area down here that we call Crystal Lake. And
Tell me if you can hear
ponds
this.
they put along the waterways, and there's always people back there shooting and messing around. So that's why it's not uncommon in the community to do that.
So that happens all the time.
It does.
Okay, so we pointed out this area, I think you call it the 8 acres.
Yes.
That was being developed in 2020, am I correct? Okay, is this area well lit?
It was not lit at all. No lighting in that section. Lighting did not come until the houses were.
I put the microphone up to the cat and started biting it.
Do you recall around what time this house was completed?
The first people to move in were late 2020,
Okay.
and early going into 2021. And the last house right on the corner here was not completed until 2024.
Okay, so it's being developed.
Yes, I think it's 23 homes total that were built in that area.
Any further questions? Oh, wait, sorry, just answering.
You had said the lighting,
Oh, the fence tells us about the lighting up here where the cars enter.
yes.
So what was the lighting like there?
We have a street light in the middle
Mhm.
of this here. There's only one, I believe, from this stretch here to that stretch there.
Okay.
There's one street light. But the card readers and so forth are infrared.
Okay, so you're going, so from there to there, about how far is that?
From this entrance to that entrance is roughly a half mile, and roughly from this entrance to this entrance is about a half mile.
Thank you. No further questions.
I'd like to ask you one or two questions. Well, I said it over across. Now, she brought in new elements. You should have raised an objection. All right, you may step down.
Your Honor, I believe this would be a good time to break for lunch, as the next witness will be a little lengthy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. Again, we have lunch coming for you. I don't know if it's you.
Let's make it up, motherfucker.
Please leave your notepads in the jury box.
All right.
Do not discuss the cases among yourselves. So you have a good lunch, and we'll bring you back probably. All right, thanks for
Hey, brother. Oh, how you doing? Is that lucky? Well, you know, this is Whore County. I'll be back. I'll go and fast forward the lunch break.
All right, anything to say before we break lunch?
That's the wrong button.
Anything from the defense?
Nothing, yes, Your Honor.
All right, I think lunch is supposed to get here for the jury around 12. So y'all want to shoot for 1 or 3?
Your Honor, now, just if anticipation of scheduling Lake Theater 2 or just 1?
Pardon me?
Lake Theater 2, what's this today or just 1? I'm talking about. I couldn't remember what you said earlier, Mary.
I would say 2 would be lengthy,
Okay.
but we have. Yeah, I mean, I think even if we start back up at 1:30, which would be a state suggestion, I think we still even have potential to maybe end a little early, but certainly by 5.
All right.
That's no problem. I just want to make sure.
All right, we'll be recessed for 1:30.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thanks. Good enough.
And it was a forensic scientist position.
And have you been in that position the entire time you've been at SLED?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your educational background?
Well, I attended Clemson University, where I earned a Bachelor's of Science degree in Biological Sciences, and I worked for Clemson for several years before coming on board at SLED. When I started my training program at SLED, it's last several years. It involves extensive reading and studying. There are multiple examinations and tests given during that time. I also attended various classes and seminars, toured several firearms manufacturing facilities, and then later I helped the other examiners prepare their casework. At the end of the training, I received a comprehensive multi-part examination, which I successfully completed, and then I began to receive my own casework.
In addition to that exam that you passed at the completion of your training, do you also take regular proficiency exams?
Yes, ma'am.
How often do you take those?
We're on a cycle, so every year we take a certain discipline of our field.
And have you ever failed any of those proficiency exams?
Not that I know of.
So tell me, what does a forensic scientist in the firearms department do?
Well, our main responsibility is the examination of firearms, ammunition, and ammunition components, such as bullets and cartridge cases. The main goal is to try to identify if a particular bullet or cartridge case was fired by a specific firearm. We also do serial number restorations on firearms that have had their serial numbers obliterated. I also assist with the destruction of firearms that agencies throughout the state bring us to be destroyed.
Okay, let's turn our attention specifically to bullets. What are the different parts of a bullet called?
Well, if you're referring to what a cartridge is called, a cartridge, you start with a cartridge. A cartridge is an unfired round of ammunition. A lot of people just call it a bullet, but you see all that on television, but technically that's not correct. We're big on terminology in our department. So if you start with an unfired round of ammunition, it's basically made of several components. You have the cartridge case, which is basically the container for all the other parts. The gunpowder goes inside the cartridge case. At the top of the cartridge case is open, where the bullet, which is the actual projectile,
That's
seated
horrible.
at the top of the cartridge case. At the bottom would be the primer area. The primer is what's struck by the firing pin of the firearm, which basically causes a controlled tiny explosion, and that ignites the gunpowder, and then volume of gas builds up, and that's basically what forces.
How you doing, Chad?
What are the two broad categories of handguns?
The two most common would be a revolver and a semi-automatic pistol.
Okay, and can you briefly describe the difference in those two types of handguns?
A revolver, if you've seen any of the old Western type movies, that's typically what they use. It has what's called a cylinder. The cylinder has holes drilled through it, which are called chambers. So the cartridges go in the chamber, and then when you fire, that cylinder rotates, so it revolves. That's why I call it a revolver. So every shot is one cartridge in its own chamber. Semi-automatic pistol uses what's called a magazine, which is basically a separate component. The cartridges go in the magazine, loaded into the firearm, and then you have to chamber around. Usually you pull back on a slide, release it, let go, and that chambers the top most cartridge in the magazine into the chamber, and it's ready for firing. So every pull of the trigger for semi-automatic means one round is fired. So it's basically a machine that it cycles as you're firing. Pull one, trigger pull, that fires a cartridge. Bullet goes down the barrel. Cartridge case is typically, if the firearm is working correctly, extracted and ejected out of the firearm, and then cycles repeated for every pull of the trigger.
You said a second ago that one of your duties and responsibilities is firearms identification. What exactly is that?
Firearms identification is a field of forensic science where you try to determine if a specific ammunition component was fired by a particular firearm. And how we do that is we have what's called a comparison microscope. Each examiner has one, and it's basically two microscopes. It's connected by an optical bridge system, so you look through it, and you can compare two samples simultaneously. You can compare a bullet with a bullet, and a cartridge case with a cartridge case, and you're looking for the markings that are on those items that were created during the firing process. So the various components of the firearm, when they come in contact with a bullet or cartridge case, basically leave tool marks behind on those items. So those tool marks is what we're looking at.
You have to have a look at this. It's so cute.
Determine
Kitty
that
cam. Hang on.
fired by a particular firearm.
Approximately how many examinations have you performed in the fields of firearms identification?
Well, each case can have multiple examinations. So taking that consideration, it would be thousands of actual examinations.
You have testified as an expert in the field before.
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
116 times, and that's for state and federal.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to qualify this witness as an expert in the field of firearms identification.
All right, I found this witness to be an expert in the field of firearm identification. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you some instructions on expert testimony on the charge of the law. But all you need to know at this point in time is that typically a witness can only testify as to his or her personal observations, what they saw, what they heard, what they tasted, things of that nature. There is an exception for witnesses who are qualified as experts, which means that in addition to his personal observations, he can render an opinion in the field in which he's qualified as an expert. All right?
Thank you. Can you tell me in very general terms how you conduct your examination?
So depending on what types of evidence we get, if we get projectiles, bullets, we would basically, with all the evidence, we photograph it when we receive it, make sure everything that what we're supposed to get is what was received. And then we go into the examination process, photograph the evidence, start taking notes on our worksheets, noting conditions of evidence. With the bullets, first thing that we try to do is determine what sort of caliber those bullets may be. That's basically determined by mostly measuring the diameter of the bullet, if it's in good enough shape, weighing the bullet, and basically it's just overall characteristics come into play to try to help determine what caliber it may be. With cartridge cases, it's basically the same thing, but the calibers would be listed on the cartridge case most of the time. And if we have a firearm, then we test fire the firearm, make sure it's functioning correctly, and we can compare test samples from when we test fire it to evidence cartridge cases or evidence bullets, and that's how we make our determinations.
What kind of equipment do you use to perform that examination?
Comparison microscope, it would be what each examiner uses.
What types of conclusions are you able to draw?
We have four basic types of conclusions. We have a positive, which means that it's basically a match. If you have a cartridge case or a bullet, it was fired by that particular firearm. We have a negative, which means it was not fired by that particular firearm. Then we have a unsuitable, which means that basically the evidence itself, the cartridge case or bullet, is too damaged or there's not enough markings on it suitable for identification. And then we have an inconclusive, which means
that was a useless exercise.
Fired by the same firearm or potentially not fired by the same firearm. There are just not enough markings there to determine whether it was or not.
Does SLED have a method of tracking the movement of items of evidence from submission until the items are returned to the submitting agency?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that document contain the name of all individuals who handle an item of evidence?
Correct.
Was such a chain kept in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 141. Is that a copy of the SLED chain of evidence form for this case?
It appears to be.
How can you tell?
Well, it's got South Carolina Law Enforcement Division at the top, chain of custody, the lab number, which is our case number, prepared for release, and it's got everyone listed when the evidence is transferred.
Does that lab number match the lab number for the items of evidence you examined in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that document kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would seek to admit Exhibit 141 and evidence.
We relevant based on the earlier conversation we had about weapons.
What's the relevance?
It's bullets. They examined the bullets from the autopsy that were retrieved from the victim, Your Honor.
All right, I'll admit State's Exhibit 141 over defendant's objection.
Thank you. So we just talked about lab number L20-17755. Were you asked to examine some items for that lab?
Yes, ma'am.
When you completed your examination, did you put those results in a report?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a report that you can refer to if you need?
I do.
I just ask that you refer to it if you get it, turn it over if you don't. Okay, were you given some projectiles to examine?
I was.
I'm approaching with what's been previously admitted into evidence of State's Exhibit number 139. Are those the items that you examined?
Yes, ma'am. These are projectiles. Some of them I can tell were fired bullets. Some of them were just pieces of lead. I can't tell if they were bullet or not.
Can you tell that those are the ones you examined there?
Yes, ma'am. They're in the same packaging as when I sealed it up. The original packaging, the items in there, and my seal date and initials.
Okay, now let's turn to the fired projectiles from the autopsy. So what, if anything, were you able to conclude about them? Let's start with SLED item 40.
SLED item 40 is a piece of lead. Basically, again, I can't tell if it was part of a bullet or part of something else. Didn't have any marks of value on it. So it's unsuitable for identification with another item of evidence. That's basically all I could tell from that item.
Did the submitting agency indicate where that item was taken from?
It did. On the description of the item, it did have a location.
What was that location?
From victim's brain.
Would a bullet fired through a human skull suffer damage?
Yes, ma'am, it could. Whenever a bullet hits something, depending on what that object is, it could fragment, it could deform. It just depends on what it hits.
Is SLED item 40 consistent with the damage that could occur if a bullet is fired through a human skull?
Well, it could. Again, I can't tell if it's a bullet or not, but it would be consistent with.
Let's look at items, SLED items 37, 38, 39, and 41. Are those the other 4 items you were asked to examine?
Yes, ma'am. Those I could tell were fired bullets. There was enough material left on them, and I could tell were actually fired bullets.
Okay, could you tell what caliber they were?
Yes, ma'am. Based on their observable physical characteristics, again, construction, the weight, diameter, they're most consistent with being loaded into 22 long rifle caliber cartridges.
Now, I'm a layperson. You said a long rifle. Does that mean that those cartridges could only be fired by a rifle?
No, ma'am. Long rifle just denotes the designation or the name of that specific cartridge. Any firearm chambered for 22 long rifle can fire those cartridges.
Were you able to tell whether those fired bullets were fired from the same gun?
The results of those conclusions were inconclusive, basically due to damage and not enough markings, corresponding markings on those items. So it would be inconclusive. Can't tell if they were fired by the same gun or by more than one firearm.
Okay. Did the submitting agency indicated where those items were taken from?
They did.
And can you just tell me which, just go through each one?
Item 37 is listed as being from victim's chest. Item 38 listed as from victim's leg. 39 from victim's right pelvis. 41 from sacral area of victim.
Okay.
They weren't a
Now, you
very
said
good
you couldn't
shot
tell
then,
they
were
were fired
they?
by the same gun, but based on the rifling you examined, were you able to generate a list of firearms that could have fired the bullets you examined?
It's in my case file. We can generate a potential list of firearms that could have fired those bullets based on its characteristics. The list was extensive. It had a lot of makes and models on there. So I just included it in my case file and did not report it due to the length of that list.
Okay.
Come and join us, hoary hoes, and slap that like and pull the subscribe down.
Eric, the
Get
list
on-
to justify
get on
regarding whether or not this fake manufacturer of gun could have fired the bullets that you examined. Thank you. I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 67. Can you examine that box first?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's just a box.
It is a box.
And can you tell
It's just
what
a
kind of
box. It's never
firearm
just a
that
box.
goes to?
Beautiful
This appears to
thing.
be a factory container, factory packaging for a Ruger pistol.
Okay. And can you tell, based on the make and model of that firearm that that's a box for, whether or not that firearm could have fired the bullets that you examined?
Well, listed on the box itself, it does say caliber 22 long rifle, and Ruger was on the list of those potential manufacturers.
Okay, thank you. Please answer any questions of the defense right now.
Good afternoon.
Your job is you're always testifying for the state, right?
No, ma'am. Oh, no, sir. Sometimes I'll testify. Whoever needs my testimony. Federal court,
No, ma'am.
solicitor's office, defense, perhaps.
And in this case, after using all your procedures,
It's a boy.
you training, you didn't determine any gun that was a murder weapon.
Correct. We did not have the firearm that matched that firearm or those fired our bullets.
The all stuff you did proved that those weapons weren't murder weapons.
Objection, Your Honor. There we go.
That was quick. She was up like a flash. All right, it's time for a little bit of where are we? Sidebar swoop.
It's a little swoop, a sneaky little glide. The message is simple, like and subscribe.
Look at that perfect timing. Fuck, I'm good.
You identified no murder weapon.
Correct.
All right, be ready.
Speak up. Speak up. Mr. Chad.
All right, you may step down.
Here comes another kitty. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Your Honor, may we just see if our next Our first witness is here. Is that their mother's back? Right, okay, so.
Deputy Coroner,
Yes, ma'am.
the state calls Becky Phillips.
Becky Phillips. Miss Becky, won't you come on down, please? Come on. Get your ass in this court. You've been subpoenaed. Your attendance is requested. Come on now.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear to return the evidence about to give the court in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
No.
Thank you.
No. I'm gonna lie my ass off.
Please state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Becky.
My name is Rebecca Phillips, Phillips.
Sergeant Phillips, where do you work?
I currently work at the Horry County Police Department.
How long have you worked at Horry County Police?
Come December will be 25 years.
What's your current assignment there?
My current assignment is with the hiring and recruiting unit, so I'm a recruiter.
Okay. How long have you had that position?
Approximately 2 years.
What was your assignment before you got your current position?
I was assigned to the crime scene unit for 5.5 years.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities in the crime scene unit?
I started out as a senior detective, answering.
I'm here.
Going to crime scenes, being on call, collecting evidence, documenting the scene, and
I'm
taking
horizontal.
items to SLED.
When you, at the end of your tenure in crime scene, were you the sergeant in that department?
I was.
And what were some of your duties as the sergeant?
As a sergeant, I supervised individuals that were also on call. I would respond with them to answer the call outs, help them process the scenes, document the scenes.
What sort of special training did you receive in order to work in
I
crime
do
scene?
believe it is, Tricia.
I've taken various classes and been to various schools to include crime scene processing, crime scene management, fingerprint analysis, palm analysis, and a lot of my training was on-the-job training.
Okay. So did you respond to a whole lot of crime scenes?
Yes.
Okay. How are cases assigned to crime scene investigators?
So we are assigned a week at a time to be on call, and it just happened to be whoever's on call gets that scene.
Okay. Were you assigned to investigate into an investigation to what was originally a missing persons investigation into the disappearance of Gregory Rice?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was asked to respond and assist by Sergeant Heather Wilson, and we responded to the location with the case agent in order to assist.
Okay, you said the location. What location did you respond to?
Flint Lake Apartments, apartment D640.
What was the significance of that location?
That was the victim, Greg Rice's apartment.
Do you recall, and you may have said this, approximately what date did you respond there?
October 16th, 2020.
At that time, was this still a missing persons investigation or a homicide investigation?
It was still a missing persons.
Okay. Is that apartment located in Myrtle Beach section of Horry County?
It is.
Did any other crime scene personnel respond with you that day?
Yes. Heather Wilson and Stephen Daly.
What about investigators? Did any investigators assist you that day?
Detectives were Detective Susie, Skellett, Edwards, and Daly. Yeah.
Okay. What information did you have prior to your search?
That the victim had been missing, was reported missing. Last time they were seen was on October 2nd.
Okay. Do you know if this was the first time that apartment was searched?
It was searched by the detectives prior to us getting there at a previous date.
Okay.
It was not the first time.
What specifically, what items were you told to look for? What were you looking for when you searched that apartment?
Any items of evidentiary value that could give us an idea to see where, or to give us an idea of where the victim would be. He was still missing.
Okay. What about the condition of the apartment itself? Were you looking at that?
Yes.
She looks better with her hair up.
It was, when we do our investigations, we take pictures on the outside and the inside prior to our search. And where we enter the apartment, we notate and photograph the door.
You can see my vape smoke.
And to see if there was any forced entry, and there was none.
Okay. Were you also looking for items of electronic evidence?
Yes.
Why was that?
Just to see if the victim was communicating with anybody prior to.
I'm on fire.
Okay. Let's get back to your arrival at this location, the victim's apartment. Can you just describe what it was? What did it look like?
No, I already
It's
see that.
Complex, multi-unit or multi-building. His particular unit was a 2-story, but the apartments were a single story. It was a 2-bedroom, kitchen, living room. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's a hottie.
Do you have a standard procedure that you follow when you began processing a scene?
Yes.
What's the first thing you do?
We document with photography. I usually try to get a cross-street photograph or a sign.
Can I approach on? I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76. Will you look at these?
These are the photographs that I took that day of the search warrant of the victim's apartment. And the first photograph is the sign that is posted at the front before you go in.
And are these photographs fair and accurate? They look like what you actually saw that day?
Yes.
All right, this time the state suit introduced 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76 in the evidence and published them to the jury.
Objection.
Without objection.
United States Exhibit 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76. Reviewed.
Read 72, please. Okay, this is the first picture, and you just described it.
Yes.
What is this showing?
That is just the sign when you first go into the apartment complex.
Okay, can I have a 73, please? What's this one?
That is the front of the unit 640.
Okay.
And the front porch is to the right. The
Nothing
victim's
else?
unit is the front porch on the right.
So is that door you see there the victim's door, the door that you?
No,
Okay, so let's go to 74. Okay, how about this one?
that is the front of his unit, and it appears like the door is open.
Is that the door that goes?
Yes.
in? Okay. And you see a little front porch area there too?
Yes.
Let's have 75. What is this?
That is just the side of the unit.
Okay. And then 76.
That is the locking or the door frame of the unit, Unit D.
And why did you take a picture of that?
That is just to document that there was no forced entry.
So no forced
Okay, can you
entry in
describe to me the
Horry
interior of the
Town.
apartment?
The interior of the apartment, when you first walk in, is the living room area. You go to the right is the kitchen and the laundry room area. And
Does that mean it was
you go
consensual?
straight in is where the master bedroom is in the back, and then there's another bedroom on the left in the bathrooms.
What about the condition of the apartment? What did it look like?
The apartment was cluttered, relatively clean. There was still trash in the trash can.
Did you see any signs of drug use?
No,
Did you see any signs of a struggle that you could tell?
no,
While you were there, did you search the master bedroom?
yes.
And what, if any, thing did you locate there?
The master bedroom?
I'm sorry. No. This, well, I can show you that. After you, did you locate a number of items in the apartment that you see?
Yes.
After you finished searching and collecting items, did you do anything else to process that apartment?
I did. So we use a chemical called LCV, Lugo Crystal Violet. It's a chemical that when it reacts or sprayed on blood and blood fluid, it will turn purple. So that chemical attaches to the hemoglobin in the blood.
Okay. And in this case, did you find a color change anywhere in Greg Rice's apartment?
No.
What did that mean to you?
It meant and suggested that there was no crime of any altercation where bloodletting had occurred.
Okay. Did you at that point have any reason to look for a crime scene beyond the bounds of the apartment or the immediate area outside?
No.
Do you recall when you learned the location of the crime scene where the murder occurred?
December of 2024.
And how long after the date you went out there was that?
4 years.
Does the passage of more than 4 years affect whether or not you're able to process a crime scene?
It does. The location, the number of years, from rain to other people to vehicles can all disturb a crime scene.
Did you also execute or help execute a search warrant into a 2014 Honda Civic that belonged to Greg Rice?
I did.
When did you do that?
October 19th?
And did you seize anything from that car?
No.
Why was nothing seized?
It did not appear that any altercation had occurred in the vehicle, and at that time, we did not believe the vehicle was involved.
I'm going to direct your attention to October 23rd, 2010. Did you participate and execute a search warrant on Meagan Jackson's residence on that day?
I did.
And at that time, was this a homicide investigation or a missing persons investigation?
At that time, it's still a missing persons investigation.
What was the address of that residence?
River 218.
And did you collect anything relevant that day?
We collected digital media just to see if there was anything that could give us an idea or an investigative lead to where the victim had gone.
Moving forward to October 27th, 2020, did you execute a search warrant on a 2008 Honda Odyssey van that was also driven by Meagan Jackson?
I did.
Had you seen that car?
Yes.
Why had you seen it before?
The vehicle had been used multiple times for body transport, and as part of the normal job that Meagan Jackson and I would end up at crime scenes, and she would be there to transport the body.
Did she also load the bodies into the van?
Yes.
Did the fact that that van was used for the purpose of transporting bodies affect your ability to process that van?
Yes, with the amount of bodies and just the utilization of that van and various reasons why people end up deceased, there is the possibility of lots of mixtures of DNA, blood, bodily fluids in that van.
So was that particularly challenging?
Yes.
Okay, did you also execute a search warrant on Christopher Dantel's work car, a 2017 silver Ford Explorer?
I did.
Did you recognize that car?
Yes.
And how did you recognize that car?
He would be the deputy coroner that would respond to the same cases that I was working.
Okay. Can you tell me what the interior of that car looked like when you examined it?
It was very cluttered. There were car seats, leftover food containers. It appeared in the back hatch that items that he used for work were just thrown back there, no organization.
Okay. You mentioned LCB that you used earlier. Did you use any similar substance to look for evidence in that vehicle?
We did, and we used Blue Star, which is also commonly known as luminol. In low light situations, we can use that to spray on an area, and it will fluoresce for a very short time, and that can provide us an area to possibly take a swab from.
Did any of those areas yield a positive reaction?
It did.
And of those areas, did any of those yield any information relevant to this case?
I don't believe so.
At some point, and I believe we've already established that this was, at the time you examined these items, Greg Rice's body had not been found. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that Gregory Rice's body had been found?
I did.
And at that point, did you also learn that that Explorer had been used to transport the victim's body to the dump site?
Yes, I was advised.
Okay. Did you try to conduct an additional search of that vehicle at that time?
We did.
And were you able to do that?
We were not.
Why was that?
It had already been cleaned and released and sold, I believe, by the county.
By the coroner?
Or yes, by the coroner's office.
Okay. All right. I know you did a lot of things here. So moving forward to November 12, 2020, did you execute a search warrant at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home in Myrtle Beach?
We did. I did.
Can you tell me approximately where that's located?
I call it the back gate area. It's also the entrance to Market Commons.
And at the time on that date, had Gregory Rice's body been found?
Yes.
Okay. So why did you search the funeral home at that time?
We were attempting to find a crime scene at that time.
I'm going to show you what's been marked 86, 87, 88, 89, and 90. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, those are the photographs that I took that day at the funeral home.
Okay, and are these photographs fair and accurate? Do they look like what it actually looked like that day in real life?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state seeks to introduce 86, 87, 88, and 90 into evidence.
86, 87, 88.
89 and 90.
United States exhibits 86, 87, 88, 89, and 90 admitted into evidence without objection.
We have 86, please. And published, Your Honor. Okay, so you described when you went to Greg Rice's apartment that you began by taking over all photos. Is that?
Yes.
You do the same procedure every time?
Yes.
So what is this picture?
So that is the front of the funeral home.
Okay, let's go to 87.
That is the south end of the funeral home, and it shows the roll top door and the stack of the crematorium.
Okay, what 88?
That is just another rear view of the funeral home showing the back door.
And 89?
That is the north side of the funeral home, another roll top garage door.
Okay. And while you were out there, did you notice anything relevant to this investigation in the exterior of that building?
Yes.
Did you photograph and collect it?
Yes.
What did you notice?
There was a zip tie, black and color zip tie on the ground.
All right, this, I'm gonna show you, can we have 90, please? Okay, is this a photograph of the zip tie you found at it?
Yes,
Did you collect that zip tie?
I did.
And I just handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91. Is that zip tie you found at it?
Yes.
How can you tell?
It has my initials on it.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the State seeks to introduce Exhibit 91 and evidence and publish it.
You, nothing. States exhibit 91 admitted into evidence.
After completing these overall photos and collecting the zip tie, did you move to the interior of that building?
I did.
Can you describe what it looks like when you first walk in there?
When you first walk in, there's a ramp that they use to bring the bodies in and out. And when you go through the back door, there's another ramp to the garage that contains 2 coolers to place bodies in different stages or processing through the funeral home. And straight through, you have a kitchen, you have all the business offices in the front of the funeral home, a kitchen, some viewing rooms and a chapel. And to the left, through the back door, you have a little holding room, then the embalming room where they process the bodies, and then further to the left, another ramp, and that's where the crematorium is.
Did you mention coolers? I believe you did.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
did you take a picture of those items?
I did.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102, 105, and 96. Let's start with 102 and 105. Are those photographs you took that day?
Yes, they are.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what it actually looks like?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state seeks to introduce 102 and 105 in evidence and publish to the jury.
Any objection? No. States exhibits 102 and 105 admitted into evidence.
We have 102, please. What are we looking at in this photo?
That is a view of 2 coolers that are used to hold bodies.
So the body's just go inside and close the door?
Yes.
Okay, let's look at 105, please. Okay, what is this picture?
That is a view of a stack of cardboard boxes that they use to store some of the bodies in for various reasons.
Okay, do you have to put them together first?
You have to fold them like a normal box.
Okay, and then to the left there, what is that you can see?
That's the cooler on the right.
Okay, is that the same cooler? Can we go back to 102, please? Just, I think you can see the boxes in 102.
Yes, to the right.
Okay, so there they are.
Yes.
Okay. All right, did you also locate some items of relevance at the Myrtle Beach funeral home, other than the zip tie and stuff?
I did.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 96. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, that is my photograph.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what you actually saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state seeks to introduce Exhibit 96 in evidence and published in the
Meagan Jackson.
It's the one I just,
All right, State's Exhibit 96, admitted into evidence without objection.
and 96 and published in. Okay, why did you take this picture?
That is a picture in the embalming room of some sheets that were folded up in the cabinet.
And did anything strike you about those sheets?
Yes. The one you see there, marked item, my item 20, is a white sheet with a blue thread.
Why was that? Why did that catch your attention?
It is similar to the one that was recovered with the victim.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 132. Is that the sheet? Did you collect that sheet, first of all?
Yes, my initials and the date, and that is the sheet.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would like to admit Exhibit 132 into evidence and publish it.
Meagan Jackson.
Yes, sir. I don't believe it's being abused and accepted as proof to similarity of any other apparel, clothing, blanket, sheets. It's not evident.
All right. State's Exhibit 132, admitted into evidence over the witness objection.
John, I'm going to publish it. Did you take any DNA swabs from anywhere in the funeral?
We did.
From where?
At the back door, at the ramp, on the wall behind the cooler, I believe in the embalming room.
Did any
There's
of
multiple.
those yield any information relevant to this case?
No.
And you've already described the particular challenges you faced in processing the body transport van. Were there any particular challenges you faced in processing the funeral home?
Yes, the same challenges, the way that the building is utilized through the process of multiple deceased people for various reasons.
Okay, I'm going to turn your attention to November 17, 2020. Did you on that day process items of evidence that have previously been seized?
I did.
Okay, when you process items, do you take photos of them?
I do.
Your Honor, on 106, please check based on previous objection to the box. Other than that, we have no objection to 107. All right.
What is 106? That's what prior witness testified to.
Yes, sir. It's the same.
All right, State's Exhibit 106, admitted into evidence over defendant's objection. State's Exhibit 107, admitted into evidence without objection.
Okay, I'm going to first show you what's been marked as States 106.
That is my photograph
Okay, what's
in the lab.
Can we put 106? May we publish these to the jury? 106 up on the TV. And we've seen this. You know where that item was seized from?
Meagan Jackson's house.
And were you able to locate a serial number on that box that goes with a gun?
Yes.
Just to be clear, was there a gun in that box?
No.
And based on the serial number, did law enforcement, were you able to perform a trace on that gun?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
We sign into what's called e-trace, which is through the ATF. And we notate the information on the box, but we notate that it was a box only. And it provides or can provide the purchaser or owner information.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted. It States Exhibit 107. Is that a certified copy of that trace performed on that gun?
It is.
And if you don't mind, who does it show is the purchaser of that gun?
Gregory Vincent Rice.
And were you able to perform a search to determine if that gun had ever been reported stolen?
Yes.
Was it ever reported stolen?
No.
And again, where was it found?
Meagan Jackson's house, residence.
In addition to everything else we talked about, you did quite a lot, were you also tasked with taking certain items of evidence to SLED, the State Law Enforcement Division?
I was.
And what does that entail? How do you do that?
We decide what we feel needs to go to SLED, and we request further processing. I will sign out the items from evidence, place them in my vehicle, and immediately travel to SLED in Columbia to be turned over to their evidence division.
Okay, and are those items, when you take them to SLED, in your sole custody and control?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you quickly what's been previously admitted as 141. There's some orange tabs on here because you did a lot of stuff. Do you mind just looking at that and verifying that you actually transported those items to SLED?
Solicitor, I do not see my name on this one.
It's just the orange ones. I'm sorry. There's a lot. I don't know.
Submitted by. Oh, that's returned. Okay, yeah, submitted by. I'm sorry. Yeah, submitted by me.
Sorry.
I was
Let's just
looking
look
for
at
the
another
signature.
one.
One can talk at a time, because the court reporter can't kick both of us.
Sorry.
So my name is in there, submitted by. I'm looking for the signature, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you, Sergeant Phillips. Please answer any questions that events may have.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. You were just talking about showing pictures of Myrtle Beach Funeral Home.
Yes, sir.
When were you out there, looking at Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
The 17th, I believe,
Oh,
October
what year?
2020.
Okay, so at that time, were you investigating as a possible scene of the crime?
I was.
Okay. And you've introduced that object that you took from there, and gone over and told us that's exhaustive, and you don't have anything else that you collected.
I did collect other items, but they are not the items that are submitted to court at this time.
Okay. These are the only ones that can put into evidence, right?
All of the items are submitted to evidence.
Have you investigated another crime scene in connection with this issue?
No.
Okay. You investigated a missing person at Mr. Rice's apartment, is that correct?
Correct.
But you didn't do any investigation after the quote crime scene changed. You heard about that, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't go out to that area and conduct any kind of search in December of 2024?
No, I was not assigned a crime scene at the time.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that DNA lasts a long time?
It depends on where it's left, what it's left on, and the weather.
Well, they dug up bodies and still have it, right?
I'm not a DNA expert.
I think, did you report, was there a toothbrush that you collected?
There was.
And you submitted that to SLED?
I did.
All right, maybe approach. items that you collected that were transported to SLED
Yes, sir.
were done by you personally?
What do you mean by done? Collected by?
Taken?
Oh,
and
taken.
handed off to the?
Yes.
But you did that? You handed?
That's what the report says submitted.
But you remember that, right?
That was 5 years ago, or close to 5 years ago, but that's why I used the documentation in the chain.
Well, I understand. It's a problem for all of us at one time, but you don't remember delivering those items personally.
I've delivered tons of items to SLED. If the report says that I submitted it and I took it to SLED, then I did.
Was Dudley involved in this?
She is a supervisor over evidence.
Did she
Not
go
sure.
with you? I'm sorry. She go with you to SLED?
No.
You want me to rush in?
All right.
Matter of law, I need to take that with the attorney, so I'm going to excuse you back in the jury room for just a few minutes. And I'll tell you why we do this. It's not that we're trying to hide anything from you or keep anything from you. But as I told you in the opening charges, you and you alone decide the facts of this case. And you decide those facts based upon the testimony of witnesses and any other exhibits that are introduced into evidence. I decide the law. Well, there's an issue of law that has come up. When I discuss the law with the attorneys, it often requires us to reference factual issues. But what I say and what the attorneys say is not evidence. So we don't want you to be influenced by anything that we say when we discuss the law. We don't want that to influence your decision as to what the facts are. And that's why we excuse you back in the jury room. In any event, it'll give you a little break, leave your notepads in the jury box, do not discuss the case, and we'll bring you back out in just a moment.
Your Honor, and I am, if I am incorrect on this, because I am the last person that would ever even jump up to any kind of conclusion on this kind of thing. But if I am correct in hearing what Captain Phillips said, all evidence or all items they collect are sent to SLED. I believe that was spread. I believe she testified to that. If that is true, then that means that the toothbrush that she listed would have also gone to SLED. She would have submitted it. We then had a little quick discussion. He asked if the toothbrush went to SLED. He asked if where he felt he took the toothbrush to SLED. Captain Phillips said, no, man, we don't have to answer that. She said no. We can read it all back. I have something on my phone that says otherwise. And that's the problem. Well, the problem is I really would not wish to air that out in public. And the fact that I don't want to make accusations because I know this person to be a very good person. And I think this is just a slip up, but I want to make sure it is noted because I have been.
Oh, I haven't seen your phone. You're going to have to address it. If you want to put it in the record, you're going to have to, but the court to address it is going to have to be put in the record.
Ma'am,
May I?
ma'am, a brief indulgence.
Yes, you can take it every time you need, but I can't address anything that's not part of the record.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I speak for this.
No.
I understand. Your Honor, may I approach? Your Honor, I'll be happy.
I'm not going to be looking at any phones or anything.
Yes, sir.
The chain is not here.
I understand.
But he's saying he.
Absolutely, that's not the law.
But this chain matches what he's saying, and that's not what the witness testified to. What I asked the witness
I
was.
heard what you testified to.
Yeah, you understand?
Now, he's saying, are you saying what's on your phone is what they have put in?
It's the same thing, right?
If we were to believe what the testimony has been said so far, Your Honor, then she says that she collected all of the evidence and sent it, took it, personally delivered to.
Please read it back.
Read it back, because I'm.
Hold on. On your phone, is that what she has?
Are you talking the toothbrush?
Now, when I say what she has, so we have a clear record, what is that? That state's exhibit what?
This is State's Exhibit 141. Item 1 on the sled chain of custody is one heat sealed pouch containing a toothbrush of Gregory Rice alternative standard. It was submitted by Lori Dudley of the Horry County Police Department. When I questioned this witness, I handed her this document, which has a number of orange tabs on it. I said, please look at the tab items. You took a lot of items to sled. Will you verify that you took those items to sled? And that's what she did. She never testified that she took a toothbrush to sled or that she took every item of evidence collected in this case to sled. That would be absurd. She said the tab
I heard
items,
her, I understood that she said she took the items to sled.
certain items of evidence.
She said toothbrush.
She said toothbrush.
So we got a problem.
Well, I mean, you
Did
can
she,
bring-
she say that she submitted, I'm
We
sorry, I'm
can
not
read
trying to
it
talk
back.
over her. She said she submitted the items into evidence, not that she took them to sled. And I think you should bring it back because that's what I heard.
All right, let's put back what you just testified to under cross-examination. Now, Mr. Britton, when he came back up, they took a little break. And
Is that right? That's the approach.
Tommy Britton and Case Britton talked, so start right there.
I think in your report, was there a toothbrush?
There was.
And you spit that sled?
I did.
How many toothbrush?
All right, that's fine. She said she submitted it to sled.
Well,
And that's because he doesn't say that at all.
well, Your Honor,
What do you ask me to do? I mean, we're in cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
You can bring out any discrepancy.
Yes, sir.
On cross-examination.
And Your Honor, the reason I wanted to approach this topic is because it's not harmless. And unfortunately, when I'm trying to abide by what we need to do here so we can keep on page, but that information came solely to me. I do not believe that it is been sent to me in any kind of way. But the problem for me, Your Honor, personally, is I have a complaint filed against me already in this case prior. I don't know how to address that without bringing up everything, because everything that gets done is going to be scrutinized for me for later. Now, that has nothing to do with any bearing on this case. But I got some information that if I don't bear out, or at least figure out what the chain of custody has to do with it, I don't feel very.
I still don't understand what you're asking me to do.
we're not admitting the toothbrush.
I'm talking to Mr. Britton right
Sorry,
now.
Honor.
Please quit interrupting, okay?
Okay, I'm
All
sorry.
right. I still don't understand what you're asking me to do.
Judge Culberson, I believe that they are trying to introduce some evidence in a backwards way.
Let's back up.
Yes, sir.
Let's start off. I'll let you explain. But starting off, what are you asking me to do? Suppress evidence,
Yes, sir.
strike the testimony,
Yes, sir.
dismiss the case, or what?
Suppress evidence, strike the testimony, dismiss the case.
All right, and that's based upon what?
Information of an improper chain of custody based on a belief text I have that Ms. Dudley delivered the toothbrush to SLED, and that Captain Phillips is now testifying and just did that she delivered the toothbrush to SLED. This case has been filled with, the crime scene went here, this is here. I haven't had a strain of evidence connecting except that it looks like they're having an affair. Now we're gonna have somebody testify that she delivered the toothbrush, but she didn't. And she's an officer of the law.
All right, I'm denying your motion.
Yes, sir.
Still in cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
You've got the exhibit with the chain of custody. She just testified that she delivered it. You can cross-examine with the chain of custody and show any discrepancies in her testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything from the state before we bring the hearing?
No, sir.
Anything from the defense? All right, let's bring the hearing.
and gentlemen, welcome back. Make sure you have your own notepad to follow the case. Brittany will deal with cross-examination.
Officer, you realize the significance of chain of custody documents?
I do.
And we testified earlier, you don't have any personal recollection of delivering these items to SLED.
Some of the items, I do not have the personal recollection of that particular day.
So you based your testimony on reading a report, not on your personal recollection.
And the chain. We can review the chain. I would like, may I have the copy of the chain if he wants to?
No, this is cross-examination.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead.
If he's going to ask me specifically, I'd like to have it. Thank you, sir. You may ask your question again, please, sir.
I've already asked you all on that.
Okay.
You don't personally remember the transport that SLED?
No, I used the report.
That is all.
Thank you, sir.
Sergeant Phillips. I'm gonna hand you the chain, but I have to stand up beside you.
Oh, that's fine.
Not a more coach with exhibit 141. All right, we just heard testimony. I believe the defense asked you specifically about a toothbrush.
Yes, I collected the toothbrush
And where did you collect that toothbrush?
from the victim's residence to use as an alternate standard.
Okay, I believe the defense also asked you some questions about items you took to SLED. Can you
Yes.
tell me, did you take the toothbrush to SLED? It's SLED item 1.
No, Lori Dudley took it to SLED and put it in the lockers there.
So Mr. Britton just asked you, do you have a personal, so first of all, let's start out. I just questioned you, you did a whole lot of stuff in this case, is that correct?
I did.
Did you collect, how many items of evidence do you think you collected?
Hundreds.
And do you have a specific recollection of collecting each item?
I do not.
What do you rely on to determine whether you collected an item?
My reports in the chain,
Okay, why do police departments keep chain of custody?
just to say where the evidence goes and that nobody has tampered with it.
Does it also identify each person who may have participated or touched each item of evidence?
Yes.
Do you have an independent recollection of collecting each item of evidence?
Not each item, but I utilize my placard numbers and photographs.
Do you have an independent recollection of transporting each and every item of evidence you collect to SLED when you transport it?
No.
How do you recall when you transfer something to SLED?
I use their chain.
When I questioned you earlier and asked you to look at the orange tab items, are the orange tab items the items you submitted to SLED?
Yes.
And I believe that you had a difficult time kind of determining that because it's,
I didn't see my name right away.
okay. Is that a voluminous document?
Yes.
And then the defense asked you specifically if you took SLED item 1, the toothbrush to SLED, and what did you say?
I said I had, but I submitted it, not transport. So I collected it, and when we say submitted it to SLED, I request it. But for their verbiage, they use submit.
Okay, so if there's a difference between your recollection and the chain of custody, which one is correct?
The chain.
And when you were answering the questions put to you by the defense, did they hand you that chain to look at?
No.
No further questions.
All right, give me a second.
Oh, you know what, I mean, this witness be released from her stand.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, she's free to go.
No, that's the second break. Run the rest of it.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take another 10-minute break. We'll bring you back in just a minute. We can go to some jury box.
No, sir.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir.
All right, we'll take about a 10-minute break and we'll come back. Anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir, just thank you for that. Right.
That's fine. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. You have your own notepads, no one else's. We're ready to resume the trial. State can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Tari Hodges.
Raise your right hand and then place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence cited in the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Someone swear.
Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
My name is Tarian Hodges, Taurean, last name Hodges, Hodges.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hodges. Where do you work?
My office is located 201 Chartwell Court, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina 29588,
And what is your business called?
Inlet Premier Implant and Cosmetic Dentistry.
What's the nature of your business?
I'm a dentist.
Does your practice maintain dental records for its patients?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those records kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, ma'am.
And as the owner of that business, are you a custodian of those records?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the victim in this case, Gregory Rice, a patient of Premier Implants?
Yes, ma'am.
Patient, sorry. Directing your attention to early November 2020, were you asked to provide Greg Rice's dental records to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you or someone in your office provide those records to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Without objection.
Your Honor, I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13. Will you take a look at that, please? Are those the records you provided for Gregory Rice to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to introduce Exhibit 13 into evidence.
Objection.
Without objection, Your Honor.
State exhibit 13, admitted into evidence without objection.
Thank you, Dr. Hodges. We have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, you may sit.
You may be released, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Please release it from the system.
Very good, thank you. State can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Sergeant Ken Marcus.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
My name's Ken Marcus, and my last name is Marcus.
There you are. Thank you. Dr. Marcus, where do you work?
I work with the Erie County Police Department,
How long have you been there?
18 years now.
What is your current assignment?
My current assignment is working with our criminal intelligence unit. I'm an analyst, the supervising analyst for that.
Do you have any other assignments?
I'm also a task force officer with the United States Secret Service's Cyber Fraud Task Force.
How long have you been a supervisor of the criminal intelligence unit?
Only a year now.
What does the criminal intelligence unit do?
So our unit will assist other investigators in corroborating information that they have learned during an investigation or help generate new leads through analyzing digital records, social media records, cell phone records, things along those lines, or digital evidence recovered from devices like cell phones, DVRs, computers, vehicles, anything that controls an electronic component.
You said you've been a supervisor for just about a year. How long has the unit been in existence?
The unit's only been in existence for a year.
So you've been the only supervisor so far?
So far, yes.
Prior to the unit being established, did you do the same type of work, just not in a specialized unit?
Yes. So I've analyzed social media records, geolocation data, cell records since 2019, and I've done digital forensic works, actually pulling information from devices and examining it since 2021.
So what type of training and experience have you had in the field of digital forensics and analysis?
So I have gone through approximately 126 hours as far as analyzing cellular records, social media records through various different companies. And I've also attended about 80 hours worth of digital forensic courses. 120 hours of digital forensic courses for various different devices, both from private companies and the United States Secret Service.
Let me get into a couple of specific kind of topics. Do cell phone companies keep records of which phones use which towers?
Yes.
And I guess I should start with, do cell phones use towers that connect to the cellular network?
Yes. So a mobile phone is nothing more than a fancy radio. You go to send a text message, make a phone call, browse Facebook, use data, and it sends a signal from the phone to a tower that is operated by your provider, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, whomever it is. The provider will route the information where it needs to go. For instance, if you make a phone call to another person inside the courtroom, it'll go from your phone to the tower to the provider next to, or to the next provider, and then to the person that you're looking for.
And you said that cell phone companies do keep track of which towers different cell phones use. Why do they do that?
For billing purposes, so they can bill you appropriately for the amount of use that you use, and for engineering data so that they can ensure their network is working correctly and is covering areas that their customers are in.
Will cell phone companies provide that information to law enforcement if presented with a search warrant or other court order?
Yes.
What about information about specific users? Do cell phone companies maintain records related to each specific phone number?
They will keep subscriber information for the person who's renting the number or that service from their towers.
Do you regularly analyze, cellular phone records and extractions in the course of your duties?
I do.
And approximately how many sets of such records have you analyzed?
So since 2019, I've analyzed approximately 575 sets of cell phone records assigned across 166 cases with the police department.
And approximately how many electronic devices have you examined?
If you can tell us. I was about to say, if I'm not at 1,000 devices since 2021, I'm close to it.
Are you familiar with the term geolocation data?
Yes.
What is it?
Geolocation data is information that is collected by cell phones, social media companies, sometimes cellular network providers that help establish where a device was during a particular period of time. The most commonly known one that we all may be familiar with is the Global Positioning System, or GPS. If anybody had to put in the address for the courtroom today and use it, they've used geolocation data.
So approximately how many times have you used geolocation data?
I cannot count how many times I've had to use GPS since I was 18, 19 years old.
Okay. Have you ever testified regarding cellular records and geolocation data?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
So I've testified at least 5 times in the 15th Circuit General Sessions Court and once in 15th Circuit Family Court.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in the 15th Circuit?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the program called Celebrate?
I am.
Can you tell us what that is?
So Celebrate is one of a more common forensic tool used to access information in a digital device. For instance, a cell phone. We can use the tool to make a copy of the information in the device, download it, and then parse it out into a form that we can easily read and analyze the data that's inside.
When you say parse, that's like a fancy word. That's just meaning it makes it readable?
Yes, we're converting what the data stored in computer code on the phone. It's turned into words on a screen for us.
And are you trained and experienced to use the Celebrate program?
Yes,
How long have you been using it?
I've been using it since 2022.
Since, I'm sorry.
2022?
Okay. And does Celebrite offer any type of certifications?
Yes. Currently, I hold my certified Celebrite operator and physical analyzer license, and recently recerted it in 2024.
What does it take to obtain those certifications?
That is a 40-hour class through Celebrite where you're learning how to use the tool, the type of information that you'll download, type of information that you can analyze, and then they test you at the end of it to make sure that you actually retain the information they taught you.
And I believe you said you just recertified?
Recertified in 2024. We have to recertify every 2 years to keep our license current and to keep up with the changes in technology.
And I imagine you passed that certification?
Yes, I did.
Did you use Celebrite to extract data in this case?
I used Magnet's Gray Key, which is another forensic tool commonly used with Celebrite to image devices.
Are you able to extract data from every device, from every phone outside?
No.
What affects whether you can extract information?
So most phones store your data encrypted, and for you to extract that information and be able to parse it out or use it, you have to have the PIN code or the encryption keys for the data on the phone. Depending on the type of phone, the support that's out there, the current security patch for the software that's the phone is using, several other factors, we may only be able to get a portion of the data or none of the data. It just kind of depends on the make and model of the phone.
If you are able to extract data from a phone, does either Celebrite or Magnet Gray Key alter the data that it's extracting from the phone?
No.
Are you familiar with the term user data?
Yes.
What is it?
So user data are artifacts or particular items on a phone that kind of identify who's using the phone, who owns the phone, the accounts that are programmed into it. That type of information could be health data on your Apple device. It could be your iCloud email address. You could have your name, your phone number, an emergency contact programmed into a phone, your Facebook account. Things along those lines are what we consider user data.
Does Celebrite or Magnet Gray Key alter any of the user data when you extract data?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, we would offer Sergeant Marcus as an expert in digital forensic cellular record and geolocation analysis.
All right, any challenges, questions, or objections?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I did.
All right.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, sir.
Good. Thank you for being here. Just want to make sure I got some timeline right.
Mhm.
So you started in 2021 in digital forensics, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so murder that we're here to discuss today occurred on October 2nd, 2020, is that right?
Correct.
You also were telling us that you started your exploration or learning about Celebrite that was in 2022?
No, my use of Celebrite started in 2021. My use of cellular record or analyzing cellular records started in 2019.
Okay, yeah, but I thought you testified that you started to utilize the program Celebrite in 2022.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And so what I have for you guys is records from Celebrite. You said you used Celebrite in this case?
No, I did use Celebrite in this case.
Okay, you did use Celebrite.
I did use Celebrite in this case. That's
okay. Can you describe, I've heard about what sounds to me like education you've acquired since becoming an officer. What was your formal education?
I've got the highest formal education I have is an associate's degree.
Okay, and where did you do that?
Or Georgetown Technical College.
And what was the major?
Just in general criminal justice.
Criminal justice. Okay. All right. So your Celebrite certification, didn't that? Can I have you? Thanks. Let's just make sure we're clear on the Celebrite certification. That's about how you use the data, right?
It's the proper use of the tool to download, image the data, and then to look through and explore the data that's actually being parsed out so that you can sift through it and separate the different items. For instance, text messages will end up being in one category, so you can easily find them. Images will be in another. Device logs will be in a third, and so on.
Okay, so explain to me the science, the methodology behind the extraction.
That I can't, because that particular information is proprietary. Celebrite doesn't explain to us how they download the information from the phone.
That's right. So you are purporting to be an expert in something that requires you to use specialized knowledge to download something, but they don't even tell you the mechanism or how you do that, correct?
That's correct. They do not explain to us how they do that.
So if you don't have the methodology or how you do something, then you can't be an expert in it, can you, sir?
They explained to us the process that we need to go through to use the tool, to download the data, and to analyze that data. The specific coding that they use to access the phone, bypass certain security functions, they don't explain that to us.
And you would agree with me that you are, just while we're, did you do what kind of extraction did you do here? Was it a physical or logical extraction?
For which device?
For Meagan Jackson's phones.
So Meagan Jackson's phones, I did not download the data from.
You did not download the data from Meagan Jackson's phone?
No, Lieutenant Ben Wells, with the Sheriff's Office, downloaded that information. I used the information to analyze and corroborate other information that I particularly obtained through search warrant and then analyzed for this investigation.
Okay, would you be able to tell me which phone you use Cellbrite or comparative platform for?
There were a number of devices that were collected during this investigation. Initially had not been processed because we did not have the support at the time to process them. And I processed them recently once we obtained the tools and support to be able to do so. Several USB drives. There was, I believe, a download for, it was a list about 15 to 20 items, and unfortunately I don't have all of those in front of me, so I'd hate to misspeak and tell you an item that I didn't, but there was a number of them that were done.
Okay. Could you just identify for me that you might remember involved?
I believe there was a device for Erica Dantel. There was an iPad or two that were collected from Gregory Rice's house or from one of the scenes from the search. Unfortunately, I don't learn a lot about where the devices were collected, just they turn the items in for processing with the appropriate legal authority, and I download those devices and then look at that data.
Okay. And you didn't, so when you say, because I want to make sure I'm getting the right terminology myself, extract versus download, just so when you say you downloaded, when you said just use the word downloaded, is that the same as extract or is that something different?
So it's a very similar term. Sometimes I'll say image, sometimes I'll say download, sometimes I'll say extraction. It's all the same thing. We're taking the copy of the data that's on the device so that we can analyze it. It's not removing the data from the device. It's just making a copy of it.
Okay. And again, how are you doing that? What is the methodology for that removal? Okay.
It depends on the particular device and support. We have several forensic tools we have the ability to use. For instance, I used Gray Key on a few of these devices and Cellbrite UFID on several others. Depending on if it's an Apple or Android, one of the companies may have more support for one than the other. So depending on what level of support they have, what's the highest level of a image or extraction, the amount of data we can obtain, we'll use that particular forensic tool so that we can obtain as much data as possible.
As we sit here today, are you familiar with Toll, Suti Kino, and Iqbal plus Tommy?
Not
any of their work?
Are those people?
Those are kind of, yeah, those are people.
No, I'm not.
Okay. So you haven't read the capabilities of Cellbrite Universal Forensics Extraction Device and Mobile Device Forensics?
I'm not familiar with that article or.
Okay. You would agree with me, you're familiar, aren't you, with the criticisms of Cellbrite and the Cellbrite software?
Not familiar with the criticisms. Can you be more specific?
Sure. Inaccuracy is a criticism, sir.
Not familiar with it, no, sir.
Okay. Have you taken the time to do any of your own independent study of Cellbrite and similar platforms?
No.
Don't you think if you're going to be an expert in it, that you ought to have that knowledge?
In using Cellbrite or knowing exactly how it works?
In knowing what its recognized flaws are.
In its recognized flaws, during our training, we're explained what we should be looking for as the extraction or as the imaging occurs and as the parsing occurs. And we're provided indicators if certain things are not working correctly.
And you stated, and one of the criticisms is, and you've stated it, but is that they will not teach you the methodology about how to utilize the software itself.
No, the specific method that they use or the specific coding that they use to access the phone is considered proprietary, and they do not share that with us.
And in this case, although it sounded like maybe you're not even the witness I need to speak to in terms of Meagan Jackson's phone, but what steps did you take after you did any of the extractions that you may have done in this case to verify those, to make sure that they were actually accurate extractions?
So the information that I did use from the extractions from Meagan Jackson's phone, I was able to validate I used geolocation data for starters. And the information that I obtained from her phone, I was able to validate with both video surveillance that was obtained and cellular records.
And so I think you misunderstand me. I'm not asking about, I apologize if I didn't ask you a question. What I mean is, you've got a set of material from either the extraction or the download.
Mm-hmm.
But did you take that to another system and run that same extraction and compare the two for any discrepancies?
No, what we ended up doing is using a separate set of data to validate that data. So there's several different ways you can validate information when you're downloading or extracting something, imaging something from a phone. You can use a separate tool to try and validate that information. You can pull up the device itself and see if the device is displaying the same information that you downloaded. You can look through the computer code, read the binary, and see if it's saying exactly what it should be displaying on the phone or the image. Or you can use a completely separate independent piece of data to validate it. For instance, if I've got a geolocation data from a phone that says that you're at a particular gas station and at a particular date and time, and I go to that same gas station, pull up digital video, and I have a video that shows you standing there with your phone in your hand, that video has validated the location information pulled from the phone.
And that's specific to location. But what about things, these are massive, right? These are massive bits of data that come out. It's not just GPS location. These are text messages, images, right? This is a full panel of information from these things, correct, sir?
Correct.
And one of the things that you could look to see is, are there any duplicate messages, right? And that telltale sign of there being an inaccuracy with the download.
No,
On that, sir?
I would not agree with that statement.
Okay. Did you tell me if you did a logical or physical extraction data for the devices that you did do?
Well, that would depend on the particular device. Again, I don't have that list in front of me. The majority of them, I believe, they were full file system extractions.
Okay, and is that, do you categorize that as being physical or logical?
So that would be just under the physical range.
Okay.
Logical would be at the bottom range, or the least amount of information that you could get. A physical extraction would be the most, an exact bit for bit copy of the entire area of storage on a phone or a device.
And you would agree with me that if you ran that physical extraction, that because it's, as you said, a little more complete, you should still be able to recover deleted items.
So when we do obtain a full file system from a device, that does contain that unallocated space or space where deleted items could be stored, yes.
So I just want to make sure it's clear, you didn't cross-validate any of the extractions that you did do in this case with X-ray, Meagan Jackson, or oxygen forensics?
None of the extractions that I did in this case, I validated with another tool. That's correct.
And just so it's clear, as we sit here today, you can't really tell me which phones or electronic devices you were involved in the extraction of, but you did roll out those as Meagan Jackson.
Yes, I did not extract any of the devices or the devices that was possessed by Meagan Jackson at the time of this incident.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't like to make an argument about this qualification. All right. Yes, sir. What you've heard from Detective Marcus?
Sergeant
Marcus. What you've heard from Sergeant Marcus is he does not have the methodology. The science behind being an expert is to have the methodology. It's literally in the rule. As you have identified earlier, when they put up an expert that we did not contest qualifications to, they're here to be able to explain the science behind something. And he has just testified under oath that the science behind what he's attempting to perform, the company will not provide it to him. So he does not have that science. He has no ownership of that science. He has also testified that he himself did not do any extracting of Meagan Jackson's phones. He can't tell you which phones he did extract or do extractions from, and he didn't cross-validate those with other similar platforms. And so there's no way for his testimony to be deemed reliable, Your Honor, in terms of any kind of digital forensic extraction.
No. I find this witness to be an expert over defendant's objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, let's get to this case. Were you involved in the investigation into the disappearance and murder of Gregory Rice?
Yes.
And so before we get into the forensic work that you did, are you familiar with the term NamUs?
Yes, I am.
And that's NAMUS. Can you tell the jury what NamUs is?
NamUs is a program that's sponsored by the DOJ for missing and unidentified people. It's a networking platform. It's online. It allows officers, medical examiners, hospitals, even the public to network with each other across the country. We can take a person who's listed as missing or someone who unfortunately is deceased and we have no idea who they are, enter them into this system, and hopefully get information to help us identify them or return them home.
And I apologize if I missed this, what type of information can you put into NamUs?
So demographic information about people, their name, address, where they were last seen, clothing, contact information for family are all items we can put in there. Circumstances about their disappearance. We can even go as far as entering in dental records, listing contacts for familiar DNA if we need to go that route to help identify someone.
Did you enter Greg Rice into NamUs for this case?
Yes, I did.
What information did you enter for him?
I ended up entering his demographics, some case details about his disappearance, a photograph of him, and dental records that were obtained during this investigation.
I am showing you states, it's already been admitted, Your Honor, States Exhibit 13. Are those the dental records that you received and used to enter Greg Rice in NamUs?
Yes.
Why is it important to get, for instance, dental records?
Like I mentioned before, unfortunately, sometimes when people go missing, they've end up deceased in different places of the country. Someone may recover someone's body, and one of the ways that we're able to identify someone is through dental records.
Switching gears a little bit, the jury's already heard that Greg Rice went missing on October 2nd of 2020. When did you first become aware of where he was killed?
Late October, early
Not where he
November.
was found, where he was killed.
Most recently, very recently.
Where was he killed?
That would be along was in the village of Arrowheads in the Myrtle Beach section of Horry County.
So now let me get into your forensic work a little bit. As part of your involvement, did you try to corroborate other information that the team of investigators had learned?
Yes.
So what types of information did you review or use to corroborate those items?
So I used cellular records. Those are those records that are generated by cell phones, stored by a network provider. I used records from digital downloads from cell phones. I also used digital surveillance photos and videos that were recovered at different places, as well as still shots from a automatic license plate reader.
I am, Your Honor, if I may approach with admitted exhibits 5, 7, 8, and 9. If you could just look at those and tell me if those are some of the phone records that you used.
Yes, they are.
Did you in fact initial each of the either discs or thumb drives?
I did.
Next, showing you admitted states exhibits 23 through 34. Excuse me. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what specifically are those exhibits?
Those are photographs from a license plate reader system.
And you mentioned that you reviewed surveillance footage, so I'm going to approach with admitted exhibits 14, 14A, 14B, 14C, 15, 16, and 17. You can tell me if you also reviewed those.
I do.
And all of those items relate to the Abuelo's restaurant?
Yes, those are still shots and video from the Abuelo's restaurant.
And then, did you, approaching with admitted states exhibits 21 and 22, did you review surveillance video provided by Just Ask Cal located in the Lowe's Food Plaza?
I did.
And also some clips from that video?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those exhibits what you reviewed?
Yes.
Did you also review?
Lead the witness.
Did you also review surveillance video from River's Edge community?
Yes.
Showing you previously admitted exhibits 136 and 138.
Yes, I recognize those.
And you reviewed these prior to your analysis.
Correct.
And then previously admitted exhibits 44, 45, 46, and 47.
Yes, I'm familiar with these. These are still shots from I believe it was a trail camera owned by the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources.
And just make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear.
Yes, sorry.
And where was the trail camera located?
That was in the wildlife preserve on the north side of International Drive. I believe it's called the Lewis Bay.
Lewis Bay Heritage Preserve.
That sounds right.
That's what I call it. Were you familiar with where the victim lived when he was alive?
Yes.
Where was that?
Flint Lake Apartments in the village of Arrowhead.
Did you have access to and review stills from license plate readers from the Arrowhead community?
Yes, they have 2 license plate readers, one at the entrance to from Barclay Road and the other one at the entrance off of Burkell Road.
I'm sorry, what were the entrances?
Clay Pond, I apologize. Clay Pond and Burkell Road are the 2.
I'm showing you previously admitted states exhibits 10 and 11. Are those the LPR stills that you reviewed?
Yes, they are.
Did you review data extractions performed by Lieutenant Ben Wells?
I did.
Showing you states exhibit. May I approach on with this?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm approaching states exhibit 145. Do you recognize that phone?
This is one of the devices that I examined and downloaded.
Okay, and can you tell to whom it belonged?
I believe this device belonged to, I believe, one of the Dantels, either Erica Dantel or Christopher Dantel.
Would it help to open any part of that?
Unfortunately, I don't believe the information on the owner would be listed.
Just make sure you keep your voice up.
I'm sorry, I said I don't believe the owner information would be listed on this envelope. It is a device that I examined because my initials are on the back, and this is the labeling that I add to a device that I examine. Erica Dantel, I believe.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we would ask that exhibit 145 be admitted.
Objection.
To the device itself, Mr. Ringo.
Right, states exhibit 145, right?
Yes, Your Honor, 145.
145 is admitted as evidence.
So I believe you just testified that you performed a data extraction on exhibit 145.
Correct.
Did you did you provide that extraction to the solicitor's office?
Yes, I did.
Is that entire correct?
Yes.
Your Honor.
Yes.
We would object to this. This is thousands and thousands and thousands of pages being introduced to this witness. This is a silver extraction. It is incredibly voluminous. They can't object to putting in an entire extraction. There's no telling how much information in there is inappropriate, not relevant, massively prejudicial potentially. I mean, there's no way you even know it all there, so much. It can't possibly be utilized, place of evidence and fullness. No issue with them if they won't show what portions of the extraction they want to use or give us some general idea, but put into evidence an entire extraction. This could go back years. I mean, it's not appropriate.
How's it identified?
Your Honor, it is States Exhibit 95.
States exhibit 95 is admitted into evidence over the needs.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did I show this to you? Sorry, I'm losing track. Is that the extraction that you did?
Yes, it is.
Did you also obtain both Google and geofence records, or did you review Google and geofence records in this case?
I reviewed Google records that we obtained through a geofence warrant.
Okay, so I'm showing you admitted state's exhibits 142 and 150.
I'm sorry, I asked you to catch whose, that was, I'm sorry. I'm asking you to catch whose device that was.
It's not contained to a specific device. It's Google records and geolocation.
Okay.
This particular exhibit is the data.
And you're looking at 142?
142 is the data that I obtained during the Google Geofence warrant or search. And then 150 contains the records for two Google accounts and any Google account that's associated with a particular IMEI number, which would go back to the Christopher Dantel and Meagan Jackson.
Your voice up. So based on your review of all of this information, were you in fact able to corroborate a number of parts of the investigation?
Yes, I was.
And let me back up just for 1 minute. Prior to this investigation beginning, were you familiar with Christopher Dantel and Meagan Jackson?
Yes, I was.
How were you familiar with that?
During my time doing homicide investigations, Christopher Dantel showed up to, and Meagan Jackson both showed up to a number of scenes of mine that I worked.
And as you were doing your analysis, they were the identified suspects in this case?
Yes.
And Your Honor, this is Exhibit 143, a copy which I provided to defense on Monday.
Your Honor, my understanding was this was discussed with the demonstrative evidence, so that was just moving for identification.
I'm showing you that so that you can identify this. Also, but if you can take a look at this and tell me if this, did I ask you, did you prepare a presentation summarizing your findings?
Yes, I did.
Is that thumb drive, does that thumb drive contain a copy of that presentation?
Yes, it does.
Did you review it prior to testifying today?
I did.
Did you in fact initial that? Do you call it a thumb drive or a jump drive?
Thumb drive, jump drive, USB drive, it's many names.
Okay. Did you initial that jump drive?
I did.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the presentation that you created? Your Honor, I would at this time ask to publish the presentation. Well, I would like to admit it as an exhibit.
That's number 143.
143, Your Honor, yes.
Yes, sir, Your Honor, you might recall that before we started this trial, we had a conversation about this very piece of information. I objected to it because I had not gotten it prior to trial. It was presented, given to me on Friday, and I was told it would be demonstrative evidence only, not for admission. So she is not entitled to admit, Your Honor, under court's private order.
I'm sorry, did Your Honor want me to respond?
Yes.
Well, I believe that the context of that argument, Your Honor, did say that this would be likely shown to the jury.
All right.
I have no problem, if Your Honor, if their objection is that they don't want it to go back to the jury when they deliberate, that's fine.
Okay, I recall it now. I'll allow her.
Yeah, and I was just, again, I know what I said, but I'll just restate for my client's benefit that this is just simply some summary of the show. It's not, I don't think it's appropriate, they shouldn't even be showing it, but I'm just going to object on it.
It is a monster.
It is demonstrative, Your Honor.
Oh,
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, if we just need 1 moment, we're going to get the laptop set up. And with the court's permission, Detective Marcus will step off the stand so that he can pause and stop the PowerPoint and explain the rest.
As long as he is not a microphone, we're supposed to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I do have one more component to my objection, which I didn't know prior to trial and now. During the board here, he very clearly said he was not involved in the extraction of Meagan Jackson's friend. You heard that. This presentation involves an exceptional amount of evidence that would have been received from the extraction of Meagan Jackson's friend. It would be improper for him to be testifying about the extraction of which he was not involved.
Thank you, Your Honor. Don't worry about that. You can stand right here.
So I maybe do a little moving around myself so that I can.
Step over here and get over there.
Can you hear me okay?
Speak louder.
Oh.
Pretend you're yelling.
Hold for a second.
Do you want to put it over here?
All right.
He's just got to navigate to the file, Your Honor.
Here's what he's navigating, so that I'm not interrupting their entire presentation. Can I just have a standing objection to any slide? There's a number of them, which involves Meagan Jackson's data. Would you like me to, I'll make it as we go. I just don't want to be frustrating the court or, well, the court.
I'll let you have an objection to the entire exhibit. So that'll be all right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, very nice title page. Are you familiar with cell towers?
Yes, like I explained earlier, the way cellular network works, your provider owns a number of towers they have placed all across their coverage area. All throughout Horry County, these towers exist. You may have seen a couple of them. This is an example of two that are in Horry County. If anybody's familiar with the Bay Road area, that is one of those two off of Bay Road in my hometown, Burgess. Cellular towers receive and send signals to cell phones, and this allows that data to be processed from the phone into the tower through the network and get to where it needs to go.
And then are cell towers, when a phone is using a cell tower, is it divided in any way?
Yes, so as you can see on the screen, this little triangle piece at the top, not all towers look like this, the majority of them do, but those are the array of antennas. Now, when we look at cellular records and look at a particular connection that a phone makes on a 2D map, when we're analyzing those records, it'll look like this. The tower is located in the center of the map right here, or as in this one, and the general direction of the phone during that connection is in the direction of this shaded area. Will have a wedge. Most towers are separated into what they call 3 sectors. You can have more, you can have less. It kind of depends on the coverage area, but typically you have 3.
Can I stop you there for 1 second? When you are talking about the shaded area, are you asserting that a phone is within just the colored section, or are you referring more to what I do the arms of the sector?
No, it's the arms of the sector. So the shaded area is just a graphic aid to show that the phone is in that general direction. The shaded area does not depict that the phone is actually in that spot, or does it depict the entire coverage of the tower, just that to help show that it's in that general direction from the tower.
Okay. And are you familiar with the term per call measurement data?
Yes. So per call measurement data is the distance from the tower that the phone is at the time of the connection. That is measured by the amount of time it takes for the signal to travel from the tower to the phone and back, or from the phone to the tower and back. Sometimes we can get this with our records as well, and it gives us an idea, again, much more precise, or it gives us a better idea of where the phone is at during this particular period of time. On a map, you'll see the center of the tower, the 2 arms that for that particular sector, or that set of antennas that are being used, the general direction that that phone was in, and then somewhere along this arc, in this particular graphic right here, is where that phone's actually at that point in time in this time.
And you've talked a little bit about geolocation data. I'm sorry I'm standing behind you, I'm just trying to so that everyone can say. You've talked about geolocation data. Do you have a slide to represent that?
So geolocation data, again, like I said, the most typical example of it is derived from GPS. Will appear like this. You'll get a particular location and a level of accuracy. And that level of accuracy is measured by a distance. So this particular graphic here shows a geolocation data or a hit from a particular device, unassociated with this case, just an example. But this circle is a 35-meter diameter. So the phone, in this instance, is located inside that circle.
All right, let's move on to the specifics of this case. What numbers did you focus on?
So for this particular case, I focused on one number for that belonged to Greg Rice, one that belonged to Meagan Jackson, and then 2 that belonged to Christopher Dantel.
I see that you have different colors up on the slide. What do those carry throughout the presentation?
Yes, so anytime that we're talking about phone records, geolocation data that's associated with Greg Rice, it's been displayed in blue, the graphic will be in blue. Anytime we're talking about the device that is associated with Meagan Jackson, it will show up in purple. And then anytime we're talking about location information or device information regarding Chris Dantel, either one of his phone numbers will pop up in red.
And I can see like a little blurb under each number. Did you validate that these numbers were in fact associated with those particular individuals?
Yes, so once the records were returned from the provider, in this instance, all of them were Verizon. Verizon has each individual subscribe to that account. So for instance, the number belonging to Meagan Jackson here that ends in 4742, Verizon said their bill goes to Meagan Jackson. Meagan Jackson is the subscriber for this number.
And so when you began trying to corroborate parts of the investigation or aid the investigation, did you begin by focusing on the victim, Greg Rice?
Yes, so this originally came out as a missing persons complaint. And anytime we start looking into a missing persons complaint, we always look at what they were doing around the time that they were last seen, their last contact, when we're looking at records like this. The investigation learned that around 5 p.m. on October 2nd, the day of his disappearance, he should have been home. And these cell phone records that I reviewed between 5 p.m. and 9:45 p.m. corroborate that. You can see here that the tower that is being used is servicing the area that Greg Rice's residence is. This is where Flint Lake Apartments is at, if you're not familiar with it, and the villages of Arrowhead. These distancing lines are the distance from the tower to the phone during that period of time. Now, there is a level of margin of accuracy with that particular distancing line, but these are consistent with that device being in the area of his residence during this time. And this is an overlay of 58 tower connections. So there's 58 data connections that were going on during this time showing this.
What might cause a data connection?
If you were browsing Facebook, if you were pulled up a web browser and looked at something, any social media, you could have the weather app running in the background of your phone. You don't have to directly use your phone, but have something running on your phone that connects to the internet for information. That would cause a data connection.
Now I see your time period there ends at 9:45. Did something happen at 9:45?
Yes, so one of the other things that we look at is who people were talking with during this period of time when they were last seen, or around the time of what we believe is their disappearance. At 9:45 p.m., Mr. Rice received an incoming phone call from the number associated with Meagan Jackson. This graph depicts the tower that is being used by Gregory Rice's phone at the time of this connection, and this connection was approximately 2 minutes and 17 seconds.
Were there any additional contacts in this general time frame between Greg Rice's phone and Meagan Jackson's phone?
There was one other connection, and that was at 9:58 p.m. This again is depicting the tower location for Gregory Rice's device. Again, you can see it's consistent with it being in the area of his residence. This occurs at 9:58 p.m. and it's only approximately 13 seconds in length.
Were you able to determine the last time that Greg Rice's phone connected to a tower?
Yes, and one of the things that we look at is where's that last activity. So that last activity for the phone associated with Greg Rice on the cellular network was at 11:06 p.m. on October 2nd, 2020. This particular graph is showing a tower that is actually now servicing the area. This is Highway 17, this is International Drive, so this is the upper end of River Oaks, the bottom end of that wildlife preserve, and there's the Lowe's food parking lot and all those businesses right through there.
And again, is there any way to tell, or does the fact that there was a data connection there mean that someone was actively manipulating the phone, or could it be one of those apps that's running in the background?
There's no way to tell. It could have been someone using the phone, it could have been just a push notification on the weather app, or you received a message through Facebook, something along those lines. It could be inactivity in the background, or activity in the background.
Once you were able to determine where Greg Rice's phone finally pinged, what other things did you do to corroborate about it?
So this information was passed on to investigators. Canvas was done at that area. And during that canvas, a video surveillance was obtained from the Just Ask How store, which is located next to the Lowe's Food in that plaza right there at the International Drive. When I reviewed this video, the two cars that are pulling into the parking lot resembled the two vehicles that Christopher Dantel and Meagan Jackson used on a regular basis through the course of work. Yes, it is.
When you reviewed this clip at any time, did you see Gregory Rice or anyone other than Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dantel?
No, I was able to see that Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dantel got out of their vehicles, respective vehicles, but did not see anybody else that I recognized. And this is at 11:08 p.m. right now. It's displaying on the video. The video is actually 10 minutes past, but the correct time is 11:08 p.m.
It started approximately a minute ago, right?
Correct.
Now, you said as this is playing out, you said that you were aware of the fact that Christopher Dantel and Meagan Jackson were suspects in the case. Did you, once you sort of established the last bit of Gregory Rice's life, did you then turn to the defendants?
Yes, it did. So we use cellular records to help corroborate information regarding the defendants and their whereabouts on that particular day as well. This particular graph shows a cell phone connection for both Christopher Dantel's phone and Meagan Jackson's phone. The tower, they're both using the same tower right here located in the center of these two wedges. The red represents the connection in the side of the tower that the phone for Christopher Dantel's is using, and the purple represents the records for Meagan Jackson.
And if you already explained this, please forgive me, but why would a phone connect with a particular sector of a tower?
It shows the side of the tower that the phone is on during the time of the connection.
And related to that, how does a cell phone pick which particular tower to connect to?
So the cell phone, or cell phones in general, are constantly looking to see what towers they can receive signals from. And when you go to use that phone, they pick the tower with the strongest signal.
Did you use some of the other evidence that you reviewed to verify this phone data location?
Yes, so anytime that we're looking at this information, we always try to verify and validate the accuracy of these records. In this particular instance, we'll go back to this slide for a second. This phone connection occurs at 6:20 p.m. on October 2nd, 2020. And it services, the tower that's being used services the River's Edge community. This is Highway 90, and this is the other end of International Drive. These are still shots from the surveillance video at the River's Edge entry gate. And these videos depict Meagan Jackson's vehicle leaving the gate at 6:16 p.m. and the vehicle for Christopher Dantel at 6:20 p.m.
You also indicated that you had access to some still photos from a game camera from the purser.
Yes, so we also use these still photos to help corroborate the accuracy of those cell phone records. At 6:26 p.m., these two vehicles were observed driving into the preserve, which is just down the street from the intersection of Highway 90 and International Drive, right there where the River's Edge community is at. Both of these photos depict Meagan Jackson, or a vehicle similar to Meagan Jackson's and similar to Christopher Dantel's, entering this intersection inside the preserve, and then at 6:40, those vehicles leaving the preserve.
Let me just stop you there for a second. Are you familiar with this location? So like River's Edge to the preserve?
Yes.
Okay. So does the elapse of time from the River's Edge surveillance photos match with approximately how long it might take to get to the preserve?
Yes, it would. It's not maybe a mile or two.
Was there further validation?
So at 6:40 p.m., which is when these two vehicles are captured leaving the preserve, there's also another network connection, cellular network connection between Christopher Dantel's phone and Meagan Jackson's phone. This is using a tower that is a very large, tall tower right there off of International Drive outside of the preserve. And it is servicing the area where this camera was at the time that those pictures were taken.
When the jury heard testimony before about the timeline, I believe the next sort of point was Abuelos.
Yes, so moving forward in time a little bit, at 6:59, between 6:59 and 7:15 p.m., we've got some information that shows that these devices are now being used in the area of the Coastal Grand Mall, Myrtle Beach Airport, Robert Griffin Harrison Boulevard area. This particular graph depicts cellular connection between Christopher Dantel's phone and Meagan Jackson's phone at 6:59 p.m. This is the tower being used by Christopher Dantel's phone. This is the tower being used by Meagan Jackson's phone. And at 7:09 p.m., right here, it's a little difficult to see, but right underneath this pin that says Abuelos, this purple information, this is actually geolocation information from Meagan Jackson's cell phone, showing that devices in the area of the Abuelos restaurant.
And so the geolocation data gives you a little bit more of a specific location of the phone, whereas the tower data is giving you the sector.
Yes, so the tower data gives you the general area that the phone is in at the time of connection. But this geolocation data is very specific. It's right there at the restaurant.
Did you use any surveillance, video, or other means to validate this information?
So again, during a canvas for security footage during this investigation, footage was pulled from Abuelos. This is a clip of that video that occurs at 7:06 p.m. It depicts Christopher Dantel and Meagan Jackson walking into the restaurant. Christopher Dantel being in the blue sweater and Miss Jackson being in the black.
Was there further validation done from surveillance at Abuelos?
So at 7:09 p.m., I mentioned that there's geolocation data pulled from Meagan Jackson's device that showed she was at the Abuelo's, or the device was at the Abuelo's restaurant. This particular slide is a snippet from, or a still shot from the security footage at Abuelo's. And right here in this red circle is Christopher Dantel and Meagan Jackson sitting. It appears Meagan Jackson is manipulating the device in her hands like a cell phone. That corresponds with the time that her geolocation data from her phone shows that the phone is at Abuelo's.
Did you have information about when they left Abuelo's?
Reviewing that security footage from Abuelo's, the footage shows that they walked out of Abuelo's at 7:57 p.m.
What was the next point that you looked at?
So again, looking at all of this data together, the very next thing in the timeline of all this information was 2 geolocation hits from Meagan Jackson's cell phone, pulled from her cell phone, that placed the device in the area of the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. And this was at 9:14 p.m. on October 2nd, 2020. And looking forward into cell phone records in line, at 9:45 p.m., when I mentioned earlier that Gregory Rice received a phone call from the number associated with Meagan Jackson. Here is a graph that shows that connection, this time displaying where Meagan Jackson's device is at the time of the connection. Meagan Jackson's phone is using a tower that services the area of the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home at 9:45 p.m.
Again, Greg's phone is still same visual as before. It is using the tower that would cover the area of his apartment.
Correct.
You mentioned a second phone call between Meagan Jackson and Greg Rice.
Yes, so we looked at that second phone call, now that we had both sets of records. And during that second phone call, the shorter one at 9:58 p.m., you can see that both phones are using the same tower, same sector, and it's the area that services the residents of Greg Rice.
Of course, they'll just phone. Thank you. Did you also, I think, well, you already identified that you reviewed LPR stills from the Arrowhead community?
Yes, ma'am, I did. So at 10 p.m., the license plate reader at the entrance to the village of Arrowhead, the one right there at Clip-On and Arrowhead Boulevard, captures the image of Meagan, the van used by Meagan Jackson regularly for work, pulling into the van.
If you can, were you able to tell whether Greg Rice's device moved at all around the time of that second? And if I'm jumping ahead, you just tell me I'm jumping ahead. I'm jumping ahead. So did you also look to the LPR still of the van associated with Meagan Jackson leaving Arrowhead?
Yes, it did. So just to show where this LPR is at, this is the village of Arrowhead, I'm sorry, the Flint Lake apartment complex right here. The LPR is at the entrance to Arrowhead Boulevard and Clay Pond Road.
And before you, this is animated, right?
This is not now.
Because before you go on, I want to ask you a question related to the 2 Arrowhead stills. You said that the van entered at 10 o'clock.
Enters at 10 o'clock and then leaves at 10:06 p.m.
Based on that time period that the van was in the Arrowhead community, did you perform any sort of little real life experiments?
I did drive the distance between the license plate reader to Greg Rice's residence and back to see if that stretch of road could be traversed over that time frame.
What did you find?
That it was easy for the vehicle to traverse that time frame and back out with a few moments there.
And so then you can, okay. Was there cell site location information for Meagan Jackson and Gregory Rice during this relevant time period?
Yes, so once we identified some of these records and overlaid them, this is what we ended up finding. So you're going to see, this is an overlay of tower hits, and this is an animated slide, so you're going to see certain things as it goes. These are connections by Gregory Rice's phone. It's popping up right here. There's that overlay of Meagan Jackson's phone. And you just saw the 2 Village of Arrowhead hits as the vehicle came in and then exited the community. And that keeps doing that now. What you're going to see is at 10:05 p.m. is the very first movement that we see from Greg Rice's phone. It is actually moves towers, and you'll see right here in a moment. That the tower hit is actually servicing the area where the LPR is at. And that was at 10:05 p.m. A few seconds before 10:06 when that hits.
Now you're seeing the records showing moving their way down or south, away from the Arrowhead community, and into the area where the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, the neighborhoods right here at the end of Coventry, Palmetto Point are at. Here at 10:16 p.m., here are 2 geolocation hits from Meagan Jackson's device showing that that phone is again in the area of the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, right where Greg Rice's cell phone records were consistent with. And again, 10:18 p.m., here's the tower that's being used by Greg Rice's phone. Here's the distancing data. This line cuts through the center of the shaded area, and it's crossing right across the area where the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home is at.
Okay, I'm going to stop you again. Maybe go back for one second. What was the time when Greg Rice's phone switched towers?
It was at 10:05, I believe it was 10:05.
Would that tower change only register if the phone is making a connection of some sort?
Yes.
What does a change in tower suggest to you?
That the device is moving, and it's no longer at the area that was in previously.
Having gone through sort of the intersection of Meagan Jackson and Gregory Rice, did you also then look at information related to Christopher Dantel?
Yes.
Is there a slide on?
There is. It's continuing on through. So the records will continue to hit, consistently servicing the area of the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home until about 10:34 p.m.
So you mean Greg Rice's phone is connecting to that tower?
Correct. And then at 10:36 p.m. is when we start to see the first movement from that area with Greg Rice's phone. You can see the shorter arc right across here, now further back from the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. This is 10:36 p.m. Moving forward in time, now we're seeing the device traveling away from that area previously. And just to show, here's the tower for Greg Rice's phone. Here are distancing arcs at 10:36, 10:40 p.m. And this little green dot that's in the center here is a license plate reader hit for the van, for Meagan Jackson's van. Traveling northbound now on 17. And you can see the records are grown further away. There's a tower change there. This is 10:41, 10:42 p.m. Almost 10th Avenue North of Myrtle Beach. The records are traveling southbound again. There's a license plate reader hit. That little green dot just popped up. Again, with Meagan Jackson's van now going southbound on 17. And still consistently in the area of these records for Gregory Rice. License plate reader hit eastbound of Farrell Parkway, which is the intersection right before the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. Another tower connection for Gregory Rice's home, and then a westbound license plate reader hit moments later. This is now 10:54 p.m. Tower connections for the Gregory Rice phone still show the device generally moving in the northeastern direction. And at 11:02 p.m., this red wedge you see in the upper right-hand corner, that is the first connection we've gotten this time frame for Christopher Dantel's device.
What would cause a device to stop connecting with the tower?
If the phone was destroyed, powered off, disconnected from the cellular network, placed in some type of bag or container that would block those signals, that would cause the device to stop. Here are the records at 11:07 p.m., which was the last connection for Gregory Rice's device. So this graph is depicting 11:06 p.m. Here's the last tower that Gregory Rice's device connects to, and this is 11:05 p.m. and then 11:07 p.m., showing that these two devices, Meagan Jackson's and Christopher Dantel's, are in that same area, serviced by the tower where Gregory Rice's device was last connected to the cellular network.
Does the service provider affect tower selection by the cell phone?
No. No, the selection is done by the phone as long as it belongs to that provider. So an AT&T phone will connect to an AT&T tower, a Verizon phone connect to a Verizon tower, and the phone picks which tower to connect to based off of the strongest signal that it's connected
And this is.
The just as Cal video again at
We don't need to.
11:07.
And that was a quick look that just showed the van and the Explorer and the defendants.
Yes, and the clip continues to show that nobody else is in that little area with the car, and that the defendant gets in both defendants move from one vehicle to another. And
Did you look at geolocation data for Meagan Jackson after that last connection of Greg Rice's phone?
yes, so at 11:12, there's a geolocation hit for Meagan Jackson's device in the area of the Low Street parking lot, which is right here. And then another one at 11:32 in the area of her residence.
And you've given us quite a bit of geolocation data for Meagan Jackson. What affects whether or not you were able to get geolocation data for a particular device?
Whether or not certain functions on a device are turned on to collect that information, and a lot of that information will only stay on a device for a period of time. So for us to be able to get that from the device, we have to do it within a certain time.
So after geolocation data placing the device back at Meagan Jackson's residence, what was the next sort of relevant point of corroboration?
So at 12:14 a.m., the Just Ask Cal video shows the vehicle that Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dantel previously left in has returned to the parking lot, which they are both in the Honda van right here. They both exit this vehicle and get inside of the Ford Explorer, which is Christopher Dantel's vehicle, and then leave the parking lot in that vehicle. This is approximately a 3-minute video clip.
Yeah. Yeah, motion for it.
Yeah. And then, were there any LPR hits for Christopher Dantel's Ford Explorer?
Yes, so after the Ford Explorer leaves the parking lot, there are several points of data showing vehicles traveling southbound 17. Here's the first one where it hits the license plate reader coming off of Grissom Parkway and on 17 heading south. And that is at 12:21 a.m. There is another license plate reader hit at 12:33 a.m. showing eastbound on Fair Parkway. Towards the bottom side of this graphic map. And then at 12:38 a.m., geolocation data from Meagan Jackson's phone again shows that her device is at Myrtle Beach Field.
Did that geolocation data show the presence of anyone else?
Yes, so during the search for other devices in certain areas during this investigation, through Google geofence search warrant, I was able to identify another device in the area of Myrtle Beach Field at that time. A device associated with Joanne Cusick, the wife of Paul Cusick, was also captured at Myrtle Beach Funeral Home at 12:40 a.m. So this graphic right here depicts Meagan Jackson's geolocation data from her phone at 12:38, and then the larger circle is the geolocation data for the device associated with Joanne Cusick.
And who is she?
She is the wife of Paul Cusick, a trading bomber who does work for the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home.
What was the next? Oh, go ahead.
So moving forward in time, at 1:06 a.m., there's one more LPR hit for Christopher Dantel's car traveling northbound on 17 bypass heading away from the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. And then at 1:17 a.m., the video at Just Ask Howells captures his vehicle pulling back into the parking lot, both of them exiting the vehicle, getting back into the van, Meagan Jackson's van, and then leaving the parking lot.
Does the Explorer stay at the Low Street parking lot?
Yes, the Explorer does stay at the Low Street parking lot. And this is approximately a 2-minute video clip as well. At 1:37 a.m., Meagan Jackson's device, her iOS geolocation information showing that her device is now back at her residence on October 13th.
At some point, did you learn that Greg Rice's body had been found?
Yes, so Greg Rice's body had been found on November 8th, 2020. In the water, the little Pee Dee River, right there on the Ward County Marion County line, right off of Highway 378. This is a map of that area. Let me give a little better depiction of where this is at. Here's the 378 highway going across the little Pee Dee River. This is a picture, a crime scene photograph taken by our department showing the tarp that Greg Rice's body was found in, up against trees in the Pee Dee River right there in that area that I just previously showed. These are pictures of the tarp and a cinder block and ratchet straps that were used to hold Greg Rice's body in the water, taken again by our crime scene department. And this is another photograph of the ratchet strap and cinder block used to hold the tarp in the water.
Were you able to use other information to corroborate who had purchased these items?
Yes, so investigators had, through the investigation, we learned that all these items were purchased at Lowe's hardware store. During a search to find out if there were any tickets with just these items on it, on October 3rd, 2020, at almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the day after Greg Rice's disappearance, all of these items were purchased by Christopher Dantel at the Lowe's hardware store in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. These are snippets from the Lowe's hardware video depicting Christopher Dantel with all of those items in his shopping cart. You can see on the one to the right, he is on his cell phone, or appears that he's on his cell phone. Here's an enlarged image so you can see the cinder blocks, ratchet straps, and the tarp in his cart. And at the time that these images were captured by the surveillance video, there is a phone call between Christopher Dantel and another number at 2:46 p.m. while he's at the Lowe's hardware store. This particular tower is located right here between 10th and 21st Avenue, and you can see that the connection is in the general direction of where the Lowe's hardware store is at.
Did you have information that allowed you to track Christopher Dantel's movements or any communications with Meagan Jackson on October 3rd into October 4th?
So in looking at the records that we had received, we did between 11:15 p.m. on October 3rd and 1:35 a.m. on October 4th. We had several sets of data that are relevant with this. So at 11:27 p.m. on October 3rd, there's a connection between Meagan Jackson's phone and Christopher Dantel's phone. Both are using the tower that services their neighborhood. At 11:59 p.m., you can see another connection between Meagan Jackson's device and Christopher Dantel's device. Meagan Jackson is using, her phone is using the towers that services her neighborhood. Christopher Dantel's device is now using the tower that services that same area where the Lowe's food parking lot is. More importantly, where this LPR is located at, which his car crosses right at midnight. So moments after this phone connection starts. Moving forward in time a little bit, we had an LPR hit at 12:30 a.m. It's going northbound on Highway 17 away from the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, which is approximately 30 minutes after the first hit I just showed you a second ago. At 12:59 p.m., a.m., so now we're October 4th, right at 1 o'clock in the morning, you have his car, or Christopher Dantel's car, hitting a license plate reader right here in Conway, heading westbound on 501. Cell phone records from a device associated with Christopher Dantel shows a connection at 1:10 in the morning, placing him in the area, or close to the area where the victim's body was found later on in time. And then at 1:30 a.m., Christopher Dantel's car is hitting a license plate reader in Conway, coming back eastbound on 501 back towards the Myrtle Beach area. And there's a cell phone connection between Christopher Dantel's phone and Meagan Jackson's phone at 1:32 a.m. That's it.
Thank you. And you can have a seat. There was some testimony about license plates. Were you able to determine who the license plates belong to?
Yes, one of the plates that were just depicted in that presentation is owned by Horry County government, and it's the vehicle that Christopher Dantel used at work. The other license plate is owned by Charles Benjamin, who is the employer and Meagan Jackson at the time and the owner of Crime Staff Transport.
I have nothing further at this time. I imagine questions or no questions.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, I would request a break today or a break for cross-examining expert on. It's, 4:40, and
All right, let me see the attorney's update. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and break for the day. I'm going to let you go home. Leave your notepads in the jury box. Do not discuss the case. Do not conduct any independent investigations. I'm going to ask you to please be back at 9:15 tomorrow morning. Okay? Hope everybody has a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Ms. Marcus, we are in the middle of your testimony, so the law requires or dictates that you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. You cannot discuss it with solicitors, you cannot discuss it with the defense attorney, you cannot talk to anybody about your testimony, whether that be what you have testified to thus far or what you anticipate testifying to in the future. Okay?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Anything further from the state before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess until 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you guys very much.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you got to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Erica Dantel, Dontell.
No, Your Honor. Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I'm a teacher,
What grade?
4th grade.
Are you married?
Yes,
And what's your husband's name?
Christopher Dantel.
And is he the Christopher Dantel who is involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you two been married?
10 years today.
Do you have any children?
2.
And were you working back in 2019 into 2020?
Yes, I was in transition. I had left my in-school position, kind of transitioned to working at my sister-in-law's daycare when I was pregnant with Clayton. And then in 2020, I got hired at my virtual school that I'm at now.
Okay. And so let me talk about, well, I'll get to that in just a minute. Was your husband working at that time, Chris Dantel?
Yes.
What was he doing?
His main job was he has a facility maintenance company that does maintenance all up and down the East Coast. And then he also was a deputy coroner for Horry County.
What did he do prior to being a deputy coroner?
He worked for a body transport company that moved deceased bodies for funeral homes and for the county.
Thinking back to 2019 and 2020, You mentioned somewhere during one of your answers that you were pregnant with Blake. How old were your children? Or obviously that's span of time. How old were they at that time?
Clayton.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Sorry.
So Clayton was born in April of 2019. So he was up to a year. And then Charlie was 3 at the time.
How, in 2019, 2020, would that have covered the time period of COVID?
Yes.
So tell me sort of what was going on in your marriage at that time.
We were experiencing some difficulties just because like I said, I had left my full-time teaching job and went back to the daycare, which was a good pay cut. And then when COVID struck, then Chris's business with the maintenance company pretty much came to a halt because gas stations and things weren't open like they were. And so that just put a lot of strain on us. And he was working for the coroner's office, and we had our 2 very little kids at home. So he was on calls a lot. So it was just stress and not sleeping with a new baby. So
not an easy time.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Meagan Jackson?
Yes.
How did you meet her?
I met her for the first time at the celebration lunch that they had for Chris when he moved from the transport company to work for the county. And then shortly after that, she moved into our neighborhood and we became friends.
Do you recall about when she moved into your neighborhood?
I want to say maybe like December of 2019.
How far away from you did she move?
Just the back of the neighborhood, like 2 streets over.
Did you know if Meagan had any children at that time?
Yes.
How many children did the defendant have?
4.
Do you know their approximate ages? You don't have to be exact.
I think when we met them, 15, 13, maybe 9 and 8.
Prior to, let me back up. When you first met the defendant, were you and your husband and your children already living in River's Edge?
Yes.
When the defendant moved into your neighborhood, did your families start hanging out together?
Yes.
When the defendant moved into your neighborhood, was it just her and her children, or did someone else live there?
Yep, just her and the kids.
Did the fact that this was how much time y'all spent together?
Yes, because we would always get together and things, but then once everything shut down, we were at each other's houses every day. Either her kids were at my house or we were at her house every day.
Did you consider her a friend back then?
On this day 5 years ago, yes.
Do you consider her a friend now?
No.
You said that the defendant had 4 children. Did you know who their father was?
I knew of him, but I had never met him, but I knew his name was Greg.
So you never met him, you didn't know him personally?
Mm-hmm. But there was one time that I think he either picked up or dropped off the kids in the neighborhood. We saw him in the car, but never like corresponded with him or anything.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about her relationship with Greg Rice?
Yes.
Yes, no. Just believe what. Oh, go ahead.
How did she describe her relationship with Greg Rice?
It sounded very toxic. She mentioned a lot of abuse, and she would say things like, "Oh, I'm going to go drop off the kids if I'm not back in an hour, or send somebody to look for me." And it just she just made it seem very hostile.
When she mentioned abuse, did you ever see any signs of abuse on her? Any bruises, cuts, broken bones, or anything?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see any evidence that he was abusive other than what the defendant said?
No, just what she said.
Can you describe for the jury how big or small a part of your life, your family's life, the defendant became during this time period?
Very big. She literally infiltrated our whole lives, from our kids to our finances to just all areas. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was waiting to.
Yeah, she just, like I said, we were together pretty much every day. And even if us grown-ups weren't, like her kids were with my kids all the time. So.
Was the defendant working, where was the defendant working at this point?
Grindstaff Transport, she had taken Chris's spot.
Did that mean that the defendant and your husband worked together quite a bit?
Yes.
At some point, did you become aware that, or were you told that the defendant and your husband were having an affair?
Yes.
How did that information first come to you?
Through a text message from an anonymous website.
Okay.
I'll give you. Your Honor, I do have an objection based on 404, before I see the document.
Well, I haven't moved to admit it yet. I was just showing you what I'm about to show her.
Okay. If you're just gonna show me that, then that's right, 2 days.
Your Honor, but actually, before I approach with this, when describing how big a part of your marriage the defendant became, you mentioned something about finances. Can you tell me what you meant by that?
Yeah, so there were multiple times when she would help us with like groceries. She would show up with groceries. She would go to like Sam's Club or, BJ's or well, BJ's wasn't around there, Costco. And it was like whatever she bought for her household, she would double and buy for our household. And so she did that a few times. And then like if we would go out, she would like get the bill for us. And then it got to the point where by the summer of 2020, we were in talks of opening a summer camp because that's like my dream. And we were looking at properties and talking about pools. And so we just thought that we were going to be these business partners and open this camp that's nothing like anything that's in the area. So that's just.
Now, you said that the defendant had taken over Chris's job. So did you have some idea of the salary that she was probably making?
I would say he was less than 50,000, I think, when he was on.
Did the defendant ever give you any idea of how she was going to afford all of these things or how she did afford what she actually gave you?
It was my understanding from what she told us that she had inherited money from her parents.
Now, going back to the anonymous texts, approaching you with state's exhibit.
I'm sorry, do we need to speak a little bit? All right.
If you can just look at that. There's a second page. Are those some of the are those the anonymous texts you received?
Yes.
Was that on September 27th?
Yes.
So what did those texts tell you about an affair between your husband and the defendant?
They thought I should know that my husband got somebody else pregnant.
Did it name the person?
Not at first, but then later on, it said, "Oh, and the person was Meagan Jackson."
Was there anything about the way the defendant's name was spelled that meant anything to you?
Yeah. I just felt like it had been. I even told Chris like when it came through that I was like, this has to be somebody that knows her because they spelled her name correctly. Because I've never seen her name spelled that way until I met her. So I feel like if just anybody, I mean, my name's Erica, and people misspell that all the time. So I just felt like you have to know somebody to spell their name correctly. So I knew it had to be somebody close.
Did the text give you any indication of how they were able to find contact information for you?
It said that they found my number on a website. It was like special ed or something, like educational website.
Was there any information about any trips that correlated with any trips that you knew about that your husband took?
Yes, there was. It wasn't like a screenshot or anything, but it was just a flight number and then the 4 names of the people that traveled.
Who were the 4 names, if you remember?
Well, I know it's Megan, Chris, Savannah, and I think Savannah's friend.
Do you recall what you were doing when you got those texts?
We had dinner plans with my friends, and Chris was on call. So usually when he was on call, we would ride to his car in case he got a call, and then me and the kids would just wait in the car. And so he had just gone into the house with a text message. The first one came through.
Did they come through over
Yeah, they were spread out, yes.
So what did you do after you got that first one?
I texted him and I said, I need you to get somebody else to cover this call. And they said, we have a family emergency. I need you to come out here.
Did he come out?
Yes.
Did you confront him with the text or show him the text?
Yes, and because it was just from like the free site, he's like, I don't know what this is about. Like, this just must be somebody messing with us, but I'll deal with it after the call. Let me finish the call and we'll talk about it or deal with it.
At some point, did you and Chris talk to the defendant about those texts?
Yes. So once he, so while we were there waiting for him to come out, I got the text message about that he got somebody pregnant and where they found my phone number. And then once we started driving to the restaurant, because we were just like, we already had plans, and he was just saying like, I don't know who would do this. Like, who do you think would do this? And I was like, I don't know. This is not something I expected. And so we were still going to go to dinner. And then that's when the other message came through that said, and it's Meagan Jackson, and I have proof.
When you first got those texts, did you believe it, not believe it? What was going through your mind?
I was in shock. I was like, I don't know why, like, never saw that coming. I never would have imagined that we would be in this position. And that, so then when he seemed to not know anything about it, then we were just kind of like, okay, well, you know, it didn't seem real. Like, I couldn't believe that it was true.
And so did you and Chris talk to the defendant about these texts?
I believe that would list forward for fair evidence responsible, Your Honor. So this is the proper question.
I'll allow.
Thank you. Did either you or did you and your husband together talk to the defendant about those texts?
Yes, once the message came through that said her name, that's when I said, we'll call her. Like, get her on the phone right now. And he did, on speakerphone. And I said, why am I getting text messages that say that you're pregnant, and who is saying this? And she was like, I don't know, I'm getting the kids in the car, I have to call you guys back. And then pretty quickly hung up.
Did you ever have another conversation with her about the texts and who might be sending them?
Later on, there was another time where we were talking, and then she said that she figured it was Greg texting it.
Greg isn't her husband?
Yes.
Did you, based on the text that you received, did you do any sort of research about anything?
Well, I looked up my own phone number because I didn't know what that website was. And I was like, well, how's my number just out for the public? And it came up that it was just my online resume from when I was trying to get a teaching job. So that's where it came from.
Did you look up anything else from the text or?
Well, later that evening, because, you know, we had gotten home from the restaurant and everything. And so then I just started looking up like just books about marriage and how to save your marriage. Because I just felt like if this was even something that we were discussing, like, I mean, I knew we were having some stress and that things were like tight and just overwhelming at the time, but I didn't think that it would be to this point.
Did you do anything to prevent getting those types of texts in the future?
I tried to just block the websites or the freetext.com, whatever, so that I couldn't get any more because we talked to Megan, she thought it was Greg, and so we just figured we'll just eliminate it being able to come through so that we could kind of work on it and distance ourselves from them, because she had mentioned to a few times in the past just that Greg was very like, not protective, that's not the word I want to use, but like anytime she got close to somebody, he would cause problems, and that he had accused her in the past of having affairs with like men from the funeral homes and things. And so
what did you said you tried to block it. Did you do anything else? Did you keep your phone?
Yes, well, because I had two phones at the time because I was in the process of trying to get a new teaching job. And so I had gotten a phone number with a South Carolina number because I figured if I'm applying for jobs, it might not look as good if you have an out-of-state phone number, because I've learned that it's all who you know. And so I wanted to look like I was local and I was here and ready to work. And so at that time I had two phones, and then I just kind of stopped using that one. And then Chris did take my phone to see if he could track who or where the message came from with somebody that he worked with at the police department, I think.
Okay. Now you said the defendant had told you that in the past, Greg, I guess, was assertive of something if she got close to someone.
Yes.
How long had the defendant been in your life at that point?
So if that was September, just since she moved in December, so less than a year.
You testified that you spent quite a bit of time with her.
Yes.
Had you ever had any issues with Greg up to that point?
I mean, we had never met him or anything. Like usually just from the stories that she told us and how, she claimed it was so bad. It's like if we knew that he was coming to get the kids or whatever, then we would leave. Like we're like, well, we don't want to be here, and we would leave if we knew, or she would leave to take the kids where they had to go.
Other than the defendant's own words, did you ever have any evidence that Greg Rice was abusive or inappropriate?
No, just what she told me.
I'm approaching with what's been marked State's Exhibit 99. And there are some email addresses listed under the 2. Can you read the addresses out loud and tell me if you know who they belong to?
EricaDelangelo@gmail.com, Mrs. Dantel@gmail.com.
And whose email addresses are those?
Those are both mine.
Okay.
Colton's mama @gmail.com, Delangelo2@AOL.com, Colton's, sorry, I can't see. mommycoupons@gmail.com, and then Aaron Benford 53114@gmail.com.
Whose email addresses are those?
My family. So it's got my sisters and my dad.
Your sisters, plural?
My one sister, but
Sorry,
it's multiple
emails.
emails. Yeah.
Just so we're clear, do you recall ever receiving this email?
No, I don't.
When your husband would be on call, would he stay with you, stay someplace else? What was that like?
Yeah, when he was on call, he'd just be at the house because his regular job, he worked from our home office, so he was at home until he got a call, and he'd go on calls and come home whenever the calls were done.
Would he frequently be gone for kind of hours at a time?
Yes.
Do you remember learning that Greg Rice had disappeared?
Yes.
How did you find out?
Chris told me that Meagan called and said that Greg didn't pick up the kids from school.
Do you recall when that was?
I just remember it was a Monday, I guess the first Monday of October.
What did you think at that point?
Objection, false speculation, I believe. That's what she thinks.
I'm asking her what she thought. That she's not speculating as to what she thought.
So at the time, based again on conversations that we had had, Meagan and I just assumed that based on her prior conversations about how he had a drug problem, that he was on a drug binge or something and just left because she had told me that he'd done that before.
And again, you had spent time not only with the defendant, but also with her children, correct?
A lot, yes.
So did you have any other information or evidence that Greg Rice had a drug issue other than what the defendant told you?
No, everything that I knew about Greg was from what she told me.
I don't have any questions for right now.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do, thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
Heather Wilson, Wilson.
I'm just trying to gather some of the exhibits. I'm not walking back and forth quite as much. May I?
Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Captain Wilson. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Where do you work?
Horry County Police.
How long have you worked there?
For since 2005. Sorry, it's been so long, I almost forgot.
Do you have any prior law enforcement or military experience before joining Horry County Police Department?
Yes, I worked for Myrtle Beach for about 9 months. And prior to that, I worked in Danville, Virginia as a police officer in Danville City Police Department.
What is your current assignment?
Currently, I am a captain and I am assigned to the 2nd Precinct, which is also referred to as the South Precinct, and that is in the Socastee Burgess area of the county.
What was your assignment before that?
So before I was promoted to captain, I was the supervisor in the crime scene division.
Did you hold that position both as a lieutenant, since you were just promoted to captain?
Yeah, so it would probably be easier if I just, so I spent almost 10 years in crime scene as a detective, and then went to homicide division and worked as a detective, was promoted to sergeant, worked on patrol, and then came back to the crime scene division as a sergeant. And then ultimately I was promoted to a lieutenant in the a lieutenant in the crime scene section, where I stayed until I was promoted to captain.
Thank you. That was much better worded than my question. So both as the sergeant and the lieutenant in crime scene, what types of responsibilities did you have?
So ultimately the responsibilities were the same. As far as overseeing the crime scene division, I would also go and help or assist with scenes. I would take on my own scenes. I would help with training the new crime scene investigators that would come in, reviewing reports, fingerprints, processing of evidence, ordering, and then just normal business type things that you would think in any job.
If I'm doing my math in your timeline correctly, you were working in the crime scene unit in October, November of 2020?
Yes.
As part of your rotation in the crime scene unit, did you become involved in sort of globally the missing persons that turned into a homicide of Gregory Rice?
I did.
Directing your attention specifically to November 8th of 2020, did you respond to a call for a call for service regarding human remains that had been found in the Little Pee Dee River?
Yes, I did.
Did any other crime scene investigators go with you?
Yes, at that time we had another crime scene investigator that I was training. He was brand new, and he responded as well.
Great. Were you familiar with that location prior to responding this night?
Yes.
So if we could, Your Honor, 51 has already been admitted and published. I'd just like to show that again. Is that the area to which you responded?
Yes, it is.
When you first got there, can you just describe what you saw? Were there other people there? What was sort of going on?
There were other people there. Marion County Sheriff's Office was there. And ultimately, I wasn't sure exactly where the possible remains were located. So I got in a boat with DNR to go around to view, because as you can tell, this line, it shows a line between Horry County and Marion County. So we were trying to figure out what jurisdiction was going to be taking over the case.
Okay, so that's the line that's going through the river. That's the county boundary?
Yes, it is.
How, you said you got into a boat and went out.
Yeah, that's fine. I never think it.
Your Honor, I believe the state's exhibit 148 will be admitted without objection.
State's exhibit 148, maybe they never.
Showing you state's exhibit 148, is that actually a photo of you going out towards the body?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that exhibit 148 be published.
All right.
I believe, who's that in the boat?
Wearing the orange, that's me. And then the one with the mask is a DNR officer, and I don't remember what his name is.
So there were several agencies who responded out to this call.
Yes, there were.
How was it decided who would, jumping ahead, was that object eventually retrieved from the cypress stump?
Yes, it was.
How was it decided who would go out there to make that retrieval?
So the Marion County deputies ended up talking to the Marion County Sheriff, who said, Horry County crime scene is already here, so will they mind go ahead and processing the scene for us? Usually smaller agencies like Marion County would call in SLED to come and work cases, or an agency around them that had the resources to assist. So ultimately, it was decided that we would assist with the processing of the evidence. And like I said, I did go out with DNR to see what we have, because again, they're trying to describe it to me, but I got to be able to see it so I know what resources to get, which then our fire department was called in to bring their boat so that we could utilize their boat to pull the victim out of the water.
Can you describe what you saw as you approached this object in the river?
So the first time when I went out, I just saw the tarp, as you can probably see in the last photo you just looked at. It looked like a gray tarp, and that's what you could see floating at the time. Yes, thank you. So that is exactly what I saw the very first time that I went out. And then I began to see more as I went over the second time. I don't know if I'm jumping ahead, but the second time when I went out with DNR, I was in this little John boat, and the other investigator was in the fire department boat. And then I could see that it was a person as they were pulling the tarp and the human remains out of the water.
Now, these have already been admitted and published. So I'm showing you states exhibits 48, 49, and 50.
Yes.
Okay. And so did you recognize these photos?
I do.
Okay. And did you get as close as the photo in States Exhibit 50?
I did, yes.
So if we could put up States Exhibit 50 again. So I believe you said that the fire department boat was used?
To retrieve? Yes, to retrieve, yes.
Were you present in that area when the body was retrieved?
Yes, the DNR officer and I were still kind of perched over at that same tree that you saw in the last photo. And that was just because there's no way that we were going to be able to pull the victim onto the little John boat without flipping that boat. So we were still there so that I could visually see and direct the new investigator on what to do.
What did you see as the fire department was pulling the body out of the river?
I could see parts of a human body. I could see additional tarp. I remember them saying it's hung on something and them trying to figure out why they couldn't load the victim onto the boat. And then ultimately they found ropes, and it was connected to a cinder blocks. So they just kept pulling and pulling, and were finally able to get the cinder blocks as well on the boat.
So I'm going to send no objection to 52. Okay. Your Honor, the state would move to admit States Exhibit 52 and 54. I believe that would be without objection.
All right, States Exhibits 52 and 54 admitted in evidence, no objection.
So if you could look at States Exhibits 52 and 54 and tell me if that accurately reflects, before we publish it, accurately reflects what you saw.
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that they be published. All right. So let's start with Exhibit 52. Can you describe what we're seeing in States Exhibit 52?
Yes, so the blue tarp, I believe that's probably one of the firefighters' arms that you're seeing. And then the blue tarp is what the firefighters use to put down on the front of the boat so that they can pull the victim up onto the boat. And the gray tarp is what the victim was in. And then you can see it's like a green high strap is what I would refer to it as. And you should also be able to see in the corner up here, it's harder to tell in the photo, but in person you could tell that it was a human being.
And then if we can go to States Exhibit 54.
And this is the rope that I was referring to, and the cinder block that was attached and wrapped around the victim.
After the body was brought to shore, Can you give us a more full description of sort of how the body was wrapped?
Yes, so as the fire department was pulling the victim onto the boat, the victim moved a little in the wrapped tarp because of the weight of the cinder block. And they weren't prepared for a cinder block. They were just thinking that it was just somebody wrapped in a tarp. So the victim was moved a little when they pulled him up. But then when we got to shore, so the fire department boat with the victim, and then myself and the DNR officer followed behind. We got to shore, and then we were able to take photos of the victim who was wrapped in the tarp and then wrapped in a couple of blankets. He was dressed, and there were zip ties and the rope that you saw, as well as that brick.
Where before you removed the tarp, where did you see the zip ties?
On the outside of the tarp, if I remember correctly. I would have to look back.
And eventually, was the tarp taken off of him?
It was.
What can you tell us what you saw?
Like for the victim?
Yes.
So the victim was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, pants, shoes. There was a pack of opened cigarettes in his pocket, a lighter in his pocket. The victim was badly damaged, so it almost looked like he was somewhat mummified. It was hard to tell, but there did look like there was a couple of small holes in his shirt. And but again, it's if someone is in water for a long period of time, it would be difficult to see small wounds.
Was there a lot? Were you able to see a lot of blood?
No.
Did that surprise you?
No, it didn't, because again, there was no gaping wound or a head laceration, or there was no large holes. So you wouldn't really see a lot of blood. Even if there was a large hole, you wouldn't expect to see a lot of blood if someone was submerged in water for a while.
Did you or the other crime scene investigator who was with you take photos of the tarp once the victim was removed?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, the state would ask to admit Exhibit 55, I believe it's without objection.
Any objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, without objection.
State's Exhibit 55, admitted in evidence without objection.
Is that a photo of the tarp after the victim was removed?
It is.
Your Honor, I would ask that this be published.
All right.
55. So what, if anything, did you notice about the tarp, or can you just describe what we're seeing?
So the tarp was very sandy from being in the water and then also hauling them onto shore. And the zip ties are at both ends of the tarp. So you can't really see it in this photo, but at the top end, there's a zip tie, just like there is on the bottom. And you can see the extra part of the zip tie on the bottom, right next to the eyelets.
Did you or other investigators collect that tarp?
Yes, we did.
What did you do with it?
So everything that was collected right then, I'll go back. It was decided that this was going to be Meagan County's case. At the time, we didn't know who the male was that was deceased. So Meagan County was taking the case. We collected everything and signed it over to Meagan County Sheriff's Office. Ultimately, after the autopsy and we were able to determine who the victim was, we then went back and took custody of all of those items and brought them back to the Horry County Police Department.
I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 131. Do you recognize what this is?
I do.
What is it?
So the box is titled Gray Tarp from Victim on Scene. And this is my handwriting, and this is how it was ultimately packaged. Do you want to open it?
Yeah. Your Honor, with the court's permission, since it's not published yet, may I just walk around the witness stand so she can open it?
May I say it, Your Honor?
You can just, if you recognize it from there. Yes. Preston, do you want to come up before I publish it, or ask that it be published?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Was 131 admitted? I would ask that 131 be admitted. I believe it's without objection. Sorry. And then I would ask that it be published.
Okay. So I was on 131, admitted in that.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Honor. And is the tarp wrapped in, I guess, protective plastic?
It is.
And why is that?
Due to, it's a biohazard, obviously, because someone that was deceased was inside the tarp, which is inside the biohazard bag.
Okay, so if you could just lift up the wrapped tarp and explain how you recognize that it is the tarp that has recovered that day.
So it is labeled with the case number and the description that it is a gray tarp. Every piece of evidence has a tag, which is here, this white tag. It feels like a tarp. It's my handwriting. It's sealed on the back with the evidence seal with the date and my initials. Inside the box with my handwriting, the date and the initials.
You mentioned that there were zip ties on either end of the tarp.
There were.
Were those also recovered? Additionally, to Marion County and then back to Orange County?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I believe there's no objection to the admission of State's Exhibit 127 and 128.
Objection?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 127, 128, admitted in that.
Are those the zip ties that were removed from the tarp?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that these be published.
All right.
And then showing, I believe you said when the tarp was sort of unwrapped that the remains were wrapped in other material?
Yes. A couple of blankets.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of State's Exhibits 129 and 130 without objection, I believe.
Objection? Yes, sir. State's Exhibits 129, 130, admitted in that.
If you could look at those and tell me if those were the blankets or the sheets that were recovered from the victim's body.
Yes.
And again, how do you recognize that?
So they have the labels up here at the top. Like I was saying, every piece of evidence has a label, but I just recognize it from collecting it and packaging it.
Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibits 129 and 130 be published.
All right.
And then you also, we also talked about, there, a cinder block that had been secured around the victim.
Yes.
Was that seized and taken into first Marion County and then Horry County evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
No objection.
Do you want to come up?
I got a bad back.
Do you want to come
Oh,
up?
sure, I'll come here.
What number is that?
36, Your Honor.
Would you like me to hear? You talk to me. You talk to me.
Your Honor, I believe that it's being admitted without objection.
Any objection?
That's right.
State exhibit 36, admitted in evidence without objection.
And again, Your Honor, with your permission, we'll go on so that everyone's going to open it.
I wrapped it like Christmas.
Now, if you can take that out and just tell me if that is the cinder block that was recovered from the victim. And if so, Your Honor, I'd ask that it be published.
All right.
This is,
Okay, so if you can, I'm making you pair right now. So if you can just kind of open up the box and show.
Your Honor, may I walk
Okay,
back?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that's exhibit 56. 56, not
56?
56, not 36.
State exhibit 56, not 36, is admitted in evidence.
Your Honor, may I walk down with it? Thank you. Everyone can see it.
I'll take the whole box back. Not really want this. Can you put it back on the box? And then put it on the table. Thank you very much, Kevin. Did your involvement in this case continue after the recovery of, well, let me back up. Were those remains eventually identified as the remains of Gregory Rice?
They were.
Did your involvement in the case continue to include a search or a processing of the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
Yes, it did.
At the time that you did that search, did Horry County have any definitive information on where a crime scene might be?
No.
Do you, and if you don't, that's fine, do you know what directed attention to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
I probably did then, but I don't remember now what actually directed us in that direction.
And basically, as crime scene, you kind of go where they ask you to go and process the scene.
Correct.
So did you, on November 13th of 2020, participate in the execution of a search warrant at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
Yes, I did.
What were you looking for there?
So ultimately, we were looking for any type of physical evidence that would suggest an assault occurred there. So like cleaned up blood, body fluids, any evidence of a shooting, investigation, just to see if something possibly occurred there. So we were looking for body fluids, blood evidence, firearm casings, projectiles, that type of stuff.
Were you ever able to definitively determine that there was a crime scene there?
No.
You said that you were aware that the remains had been identified as Greg Rice. Did you ever learn how he had been killed?
Yes, we were advised that he had been shot during autopsy. There were multiple projectiles found in the victim's body that were collected.
Were those 22 caliber bullets?
I believe so.
In your, I guess it'll be about almost 26 years of law enforcement, have you received training at each one of your departments?
Yes, I have.
Has that training included training on firearms?
Yes.
Have you in fact carried a firearm as part of your profession for the last, what did I just say, 29 years?
26.
26.
Yes, I have.
So are you familiar with different types of weapons and different calibers of weapons?
Yes, I am.
What, if any, significance did it have to you that the victim had been shot with a .22 caliber firearm?
Objection, Your Honor. This is speculative. I don't understand this is, hey, I don't understand the question.
I'm sorry, could you
I'll
repeat that?
Certainly. Based on your years of experience, what, if any, significance did it have to you that the victim had been shot with multiple times with a .22 caliber firearm?
So a .22 caliber would leave a very small wound or a small hole, regardless of what the bullet is penetrating. Therefore, it would be more difficult to see.
I don't have to object again, now that I know where the answer is headed. She's trying to qualify her as some kind of expert that appears in forensics. She didn't do the autopsy anymore. She's trying to skip around that and have her testify about bullet holes and what a bullet hole would leave. It's not her area of expertise. Thank you, Your Honor.
You can continue your answer. I believe you were saying that it would be smaller holes, smaller wounds.
Yes. So with over 15 years experience in crime scene, I have worked a lot of deaths, unfortunately, due to homicide and sometimes suicide. So on top of the training and the hands-on experience, I can attest that a .22 caliber firearm would leave a very small hole in regardless of what it is impacting. So that made sense to me in us not really being able to see large holes on the victim when we recovered him from the river that day. So that made sense to me. Plus, it would make sense to me for maybe someone not hearing a assault that occurred with the victim.
Unless she's a ballistics expert. I'll strike that last statement.
But if I can, I'll rephrase a question.
All right.
Counsel has asked a number of other law enforcement witnesses if there were any reports of shots fired on the night that Greg Rice was killed. Based on your experience with different handguns or firearms, would the caliber that was used have any effect on that? Okay. In your experience, you said that you've processed a number of scenes, whether they're homicides or suicides, in your 20-plus year career. How many cases involving shootings have you responded to or participated in?
Hundreds.
For each one of those cases, has there always been a call from anyone regarding shots being fired?
No.
Nothing further. I gather Mr. Prestonburton will be asking questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. In crime scene, that's what you are typically involved in crime scene?
I was at this time, yes.
Okay. What involvement do y'all have with 911 calls and reports? You're not getting that in part of the investigation, are you?
What do you mean?
Well, you're not getting information about whether or not there was a call from a neighbor about hearing somebody shoot a gun 5 times. All right?
So usually when we are investigating a crime, we do what's called a roundtable. And so the crime scene investigator gets with the detective and then the supervisors, and everybody discusses the case as to how the call came in, what happened before, what the detective has, what the crime scene investigator has found, so on and so forth.
Okay. And so let's answer me this. Where is the crime scene? Where is the crime scene?
I don't know, sir. I can't tell you where the crime scene is.
Objection, Your Honor.
Where's that?
The address. quite frankly.
Where's the crime scene?
I can only tell you where the victim was found.
Okay. So you can't tell us, as we sit here today, in a murder trial, where the crime scene was.
Are you asking me the question again?
I am.
Okay. No, I cannot tell you exactly where the crime scene was. That is correct.
Can you tell me, did you investigate any other potential crime scenes in this case?
In regard to this victim?
That's correct.
So we did search his residence.
That's right.
And
No,
his.
I'm sorry. I didn't catch you off.
Oh no, I was just saying. You go ahead.
And that was on October 16th, right?
Yes. That is before he was found.
Okay. And that was 2 weeks, right? About 2 weeks after the date of death?
So October the 16th is when I first learned that he was reported as a missing person. And they asked us to come and search his house. When I say they, the detectives asked crime scene to come and assist.
And you did that, right?
We did.
Okay. And to do that, did you park your car in the parking lot anywhere around the apartment?
Yes.
Did you get out of your car?
Yes.
Did you walk to the apartment?
Yes.
Did you take the sidewalk?
Yes.
And when you did any of that, you seem very thorough. When you did any of that, did you find any shell casings?
No.
Did you see any blood stains?
No.
2 weeks later, did anybody approach you and say, ho, 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 we're glad you're here because we heard some gunfire on October 2nd?
I don't have that information. I don't know.
Nobody approached you, the neighbors approached you?
No.
All of these items that have been identified in your round table, did it ever get to you? Those were all items that Chris Dantel purchased?
Yes.
He went to Lowe's by himself and got the center block, right?
Yes.
He got the zip tie.
I don't remember everything that he purchased, but I do know that that was mentioned during our roundtable.
That's right, the round table, they told you he got the center block, he got the tarp, and he got the zip tie and a Pepsi. Is that right?
Like I said, I don't know exactly what he purchased, but I do remember there being video of him at the store purchasing several items.
Okay. And when you were investigating Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, did you lift any fingerprints that were relevant to this case?
I don't recall lifting any fingerprints.
No fingerprints. Okay. How about any relevant footprints?
No.
Did you lift any? Did you do an analysis for Meagan Jackson? You involved in that? Did you see any? Did you try to lift any fingerprints for Meagan Jackson?
No, I did not.
Did you do that at Greg Rice's apartment?
For fingerprints?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
Did you get any footprints of Meagan Jackson at Greg Rice's apartment?
We didn't look for footprints. We did spray the apartment.
Oh, that's right. Did y'all get a sample, like a little sample for Greg Rice's DNA?
Like his hair brush and his toothbrush, yes.
Okay. And why would you collect that evidence?
Objection, Your Honor. Captain Wilson is actually not the investigator who collected those items.
But if you notice why it was collected, I'll have a question.
So like I was saying, he was reported missing at the beginning of October, and then October 16th, when we were doing the search of his residence, because he had been missing for that long, we wanted to have something with his DNA to have as a standard so that we could send a sled in the event he were found.
And that was in fact done, correct?
Yes.
And when you, at one of your roundtables, did you get to hear that blood was found on the shoe of Chris Dantel? Isn't that right?
Yes.
But not Meagan Jackson.
Like not her shoes?
Not anything related to Meagan Jackson. No article floating of hers had any of Greg Rice's blood on it. Is that correct?
As far as I know.
As far as you know. Well, we got it on the top of Chris Dantel's shoe and the bottom. Isn't that right?
I don't remember where it was on his shoe, but yes, there was blood on his shoe.
You want to pull some bills, please? I don't have any further questions.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. So if, just trying to do my math. Greg Rice is killed on October 2nd. The body is recovered. His body is recovered November 7th, 8th. So a little more than a month passes, correct? Am I doing my math right? October
Yeah, I don't know the exact date that he was killed. I just know he was reported missing, I think around October 4th or 5th. And then we were at his place on the 16th, and then his body was found on November 8th.
Would the passage of time from October 2nd to even October 16th, would that potentially make a crime scene more difficult to find?
Yes, it could very well. Plus, depending on the weapon that is used or how someone dies will depend on how much blood would be present to begin with.
If Gregory Rice was shot down the street from his apartment on the road leading out towards Clay Pond Road, would you expect to find shell casings or blood as you parked your patrol car in the parking lot, got out of your car, walked on the sidewalk, and conducted your search at his apartment if he was killed down the road?
No. And we would have no reason to go down the road searching for that unless the detectives were able to canvass the area and get video surveillance to say that, hey, we saw the victim walking this direction, and then we would go search that area.
If the location where Greg Rice was killed was not learned by investigators until more than 4 years after he was killed, would that affect your ability to collect any physical evidence from a crime scene?
Yes, if it's on the roadway or on the side of the road, just due from traffic going up and down the roadway, and then you have lawnmowers cutting the grass and so on and so forth.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may sit down.
Your Honor, I would ask that Captain Wilson be released from her stand.
Okay.
This week, you're going to hear facts and evidence in this case. And those facts and evidence are going to tell a story. And it's going to be a familiar story because it's a tale that's old as time. It's a story of an affair, a pregnancy, and a murder. And the victim of that murder is Gregory Rice, the defendant's the father of 4 of her children. And when you look at the facts and evidence and events that you're going to hear about this week, there's one person who connects all of those things. There's one person at the center of everything you're going to hear. And that person is Meagan Jackson. She's sitting right over there. Now, when you look at Meagan Jackson, you may think, she looks meek, mild, she's a small woman. But looks can be deceiving. And this defendant is certainly deceiving. She deceived Greg Rice. She deceived her co-defendant, Christopher Dantel. She deceived Christopher Dantel's wife, Erica Dantel. And she deceived law enforcement. So as you're watching this, make no mistake. The defendant may look like a victim or portray herself that way. She may look meek and mild, but she is a master manipulator. And that's what she did in this case. And not only is she a master manipulator, she was literally in the business of death. Her job back in 2020 when this occurred was as a body transport person, a body mover. So what she would do, she worked for a company that whenever someone died of natural causes, or if it was a homicide or even a gruesome accident, she would respond in her van and she would pick up the body and she would take it wherever it needed to go. So that's what she did. And in the course of that job and that employment, she met a man named Christopher Dantel. Christopher Dantel was also in the business of death. Before she got the job as a body transport business person, that's what he did. And he trained her. And then he became a deputy coroner, and it was his job, much like Meagan, to respond to these scenes of death and to fill out paperwork and to perform the duties of the coroner. In the course of that employment, Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dantel saw one another very often, and they became close. Now, Christopher Dantel at the time he had a pretty good life, a pretty normal, I would say, everyday life. He worked as a deputy coroner. He was married to a school teacher. He had 2 little kids. He lived in a very nice house in the River's Edge community. And at the same time, Meagan Jackson had been in a relationship with Gregory Rice, the victim in this case. They shared 4 kids. About approximately a year before this murder occurred, she and Gregory Rice broke up. They were no longer together, but they were kind of always connected because they shared these 4 kids. You know, if you share kids, you can always have to talk to someone. They would speak about the kids, they would text and call, and that's really what their communications were about. So after Meagan broke up with Greg, she pretty quickly moved on to Christopher Dantel. She set her sights on him, and she basically infiltrated his life. She literally bought a house in the same neighborhood right down the street from him. She befriended his wife. She befriended his kids. She started buying the family expensive gifts with an inheritance she'd gotten and made promises of more. She spent her days hanging out with his wife and Christopher Dantel. She became, in a large part, a third party in their marriage. And because Christopher Dantel and Meagan Jackson were kind of dealing in death, they were doing this job where they were transporting bodies and responding to these scenes. They had a reason to be out at all hours of the day or night without anyone raising any suspicions with anyone. They could be together, they could be out all night, they could spend the night, he could spend the night at her house, and no one thought anything. She actually started an affair with Dantel and conducted that affair right under his wife's nose. She was hiding in plain sight. and she was deceiving everyone. So around, I'll say September 2020, a couple of things happened that kind of changed things. The first thing that happened is Meagan Jackson got pregnant with Christopher Dantel's child. At the same time, someone anonymously began exposing the affair between Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dantel, Eric and Dantel's wife, through texts and emails that kind of had pictures and statements about what had been going on. That was done anonymously, but Meagan Jackson represented to Dantel that Greg Rice was responsible for those things. Now, the judge said that you're the judge of the facts, and I'm going to ask you, as you're watching the facts and evidence that's presented in this courtroom, ask yourself, who had the biggest motive to blow up Christopher Dantel's marriage? Ask yourself that question. So that was going on, and then on October 2nd, 2020, Gregory Rice disappeared. A Friday night, he just disappeared. And Meagan Jackson began acting very quickly to divert suspicion away from herself. That weekend, she had an officer do a welfare check on Gregory Rice. She showed up at his house when normally she would make him come pick up the kids. That Monday morning, she showed up at the police department, filed a missing persons report. And in the course of filing that report, she tried to portray Greg as some degenerate drug user, which was the furthest thing from the truth. He basically went to work, took care of his kids, and stayed home. He was a homebody. So she was trying to divert suspicion. But police began looking for Gregory Rice, and they do what police do. They start looking first at people closest to him. So they look at Meagan Jackson. They discover pretty quickly that she's having an affair with Christopher Dantel. The other thing that police start doing when they're looking for someone is they start looking at cell phone records. I'm sure, although I know you're not allowed to have them now, that almost everyone here has a cell phone, and you pretty much take it with you everywhere you go. I know I do. And when your cell phone, when you make a call or you get a text, or sometimes when your phone's just running an app in the background or doing something, it connects to the cellular network and it hits these towers that are located around the county. There's one pretty close to the courthouse you may have seen. And based on those kind of cell phone records, police can identify the approximate location of people, where they are. They can kind of track movements that way. So police began looking at Gregory Rice's cell phone records. And one of the most striking things they noticed is the last person that he spoke to the night he disappeared, October 2nd, 2020, was Meagan Jackson. Police also start looking to see where Greg was. So once they realize that Meagan Jackson's having this affair, that she's the last person to speak to Greg Rice on the phone, or it looks like that's the last phone call he can, suspicion falls on her and Christopher Dantel pretty quickly. But nobody knows where Greg Rice is, because they haven't found him. Now, police know the longer Greg is missing, the less likely they are to find him alive. So as time passes, police begin to suspect strongly that Greg Rice is dead. And lo and behold, about a month after he goes missing, Donna Sue Souls was setting catfish lines in the Little Pee Dee River. For those of you who don't know, that's the geographical border between Horry and Horry and Marion County. They were setting catfish lines in the middle of the night. They happened upon the body of Greg Rice. Greg had been shot. He had been wrapped in a tarp that was zip tied. Someone had taken ratchet straps and wrapped around it and weighted it down with cinder blocks to try to, and dumped him in the river. So that's a big break in the case for police. It also gives them a new lead to follow. That lead is they start looking at the tarp and the cinder blocks and all these items that Greg's wrapped in, and they start going to stores around Horry County to see if any store sells those items in particular, because those items have tags on them. So they end up going to Lowe's Home Improvement, which is a national chain, I'm sure you all know, and they speak to the security officer, and he starts looking at receipts. And he finds a receipt from October 3rd, the day after the murder, where a person bought all of those items together, and I think a Pepsi Zero. So he goes and he says, that's a rather suspicious shopping list. It's basically a murder dump kit. So he goes and looks at surveillance footage, and he finds Christopher Dantel pushing a shopping cart through the Lowe's checkout line with a cart with a tarp, zip ties, cinder blocks, and ratchet straps. And that leads police. They start looking for surveillance video. They know the body was dumped in the Little Pee Dee River. So they start looking for routes you would take to get there from kind of this area, the beach area where Christopher Dantel lived. And they find surveillance footage from a convenience store, Little Pee Dee Exchange, showing Christopher Dantel going back and forth to the dump site in his county vehicle. At the same time, of course, suspicion has already fallen on Christopher Dantel and Meagan Jackson. But at that time, police start looking a little closer. And they start looking at cell phone records any surveillance they can get. They look at license plate readers. And for those of you who don't know, license plate readers are cameras. A lot of municipalities have them, and the Myrtle Beach has some out on the highways that the cameras capture the license plate of your car as you pass by. So you can tell where cars are on the highway sometimes by looking at these license plate readers. So police start looking at cell phone records, surveillance, and license plate reader to track the movements of Meagan Jackson, Christopher Dantel, and Gregory Rice. And what do they discover? Well, the most striking and obvious thing police discover is that Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dantel were together the entire night of October 2nd, the night that Greg went missing. They left, they met up about 6:30 in the evening at the Lewis Ocean Bay Heritage Preserve. That's just a wildlife management area where you can go, you can see endangered plant species or walk around and look at nature. But what they were there for, police found out later, was target practice. They were actually shooting guns. Meagan liked to shoot, so that's what they were there doing that day that Greg was murdered. They left there, they went to Abuelo's, which is a restaurant at Coastal Grand Mall, you may have seen it. They're on surveillance camera there eating for about an hour. They leave around 8, and then they come back. Christopher Dantel comes back about an hour later, about 9 o'clock, to use the bathroom. He tells police that in that hour they were driving around conducting their affair, that he was receiving oral sex from Meagan, that that's what they did when they were together. They eventually end up at Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. Now, Myrtle Beach Funeral Home is a funeral home. It's on the bypass over near Market Common. You probably know where that is. It's basically a crematorium. Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dantel had access to that funeral home because of their jobs. The county sometimes would store bodies in the coolers there if there were just not enough room at the coroner's office. So they were there, and their cell phone records put them there. Around 9:45, Meagan Jackson calls Greg Rice. And these are approximate times. Around 10 o'clock, she calls him a second time. At the same time, her body transport van, the one that she uses for work when she's doing her job as a body mover, is seen entering the homeowners associations, entering the gate of Arrowhead community where Greg lived. It captured on the homeowners association's license plate reader. She goes in there, or her van goes in there. It takes 6 or 7 minutes and then out. At the same time, from 5 o'clock to 10 o'clock that night, Greg Rice's phone is hitting off the tower near his apartment right there at Arrowhead at Flint Lake Apartment. So it doesn't look like he's moving. It looks like he's home. But around 10, the same time Meagan Jackson's van shows up in his neighborhood, his phone starts moving. And what his phone does is it travels to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. At the same time it's traveling, Meagan Jackson's van is traveling toward the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, hitting license plate readers along the major highways in Myrtle Beach. So Greg's phone and Meagan's van go back to Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. Now Greg's phone stays there a little while and makes some data connections. So I told you before, whenever you use your phone, sometimes you're making calls or texts, and that's a user-initiated action that causes your phone to connect. But sometimes your phone connects without you doing anything. It can have something running in the background or some app that uses cellular data, and it'll connect without the user actually doing anything. So just because Greg's phone is connecting does not mean that he's alive. It just means that his phone is there. So eventually, Christopher Dantel and Meagan Jackson, you can see from phone records and LPR, start traveling towards the Lowe's Food on International Drive. That's an important location for them. That's where they would go to leave cars so that they could conduct their affair, so that they would, there was just a place to leave the car, essentially. It's kind of close to the neighborhood. It's right by the Lewis Ocean Bay Heritage Preserve, where they were going for target practice. And around 11 o'clock at night, the computer store in that shopping center captures Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dantel on camera. Christopher Dantel has a bag. Meagan Jackson's there. Importantly, at the same time, Greg Rice's phone makes a data connection to a tower that would put him in the same vicinity around 11 o'clock, a little after 11 o'clock that night. That's the last time Greg's phone ever made any connection with the tower. It's after that, it's just gone. That's the last time Greg Rice's phone makes a connection. After that, Meagan Jackson, we learned later that Greg Rice was in the cooler at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, his body. After that, Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dantel go back to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home to get some, they were getting belongings so that she could put some of those belongings to set up this welfare check that she did the next day to make it look like he'd wandered off in OD. So they went back to get that. But something else happened that's a bit unusual. When they got there around 12:45 that night, there was a trade-in bomber there. And as I said, everyone in this case is kind of in the business of death. The trade-in bomber, because Myrtle Beach Funeral Home doesn't have a full-time embalmer, they mostly cremate bodies. The trade-in bomber would come on a contract basis and embalm bodies. And he did that kind of whenever it's convenient for him. You'll hear from him. So he was there at 12:45 a.m. that night. He was there in the middle of the night embalming a body. So when Christopher Dantel and Meagan Jackson showed up, he saw them there. And he'll tell you that. He saw Christopher Dantel there. And they left. They stayed together, kind of, you'll see on tape, they're kind of going back and forth. And then finally, they spend the night together. And then around 8:15 the next morning, they go back to Lowe's Food and they get in their cars and go their separate ways. So back in December of this year, that's kind of what law enforcement knew about this case. And much like we did here today, Ms. Walter and I, the state of South Carolina, we called Christopher Dantel's case to trial, just like we did today. We picked a jury, the same thing. We went through everything. And then as I was sitting in my chair, getting ready to stand up, Christopher Dantel shocked everyone by standing up himself and voluntarily pleading guilty to accessory after the fact of murder with no agreement with the state. That was also allowed law enforcement to fill in some blanks. Christopher Dantel, after he did that, agreed to speak to law enforcement to kind of fill in a lot of missing pieces of this puzzle. You're going to hear from Christopher Dantel. He's going to testify. I have no doubt that Meagan Jackson's attorneys will make a big deal out of the fact that Christopher Dantel has a motive to minimize his conduct and point the finger at Meagan Jackson. The judge has already told you. You, the jury, can decide what to believe, whether you believe some of what he says or all of it. He's going to tell you that that night, when he and Meagan Jackson went to Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, she called Greg Rice because she wanted to go confront him. And that Christopher Dantel and Meagan Jackson took that body transport van in the Arrowhead when it hit that license plate reader. And they went in there, and Meagan Jackson called Greg, and when he came walking up to the car, she got out and shot him and killed him. And the two of them hustled out of that van and put him on their body transport stretcher, and they threw him in the back and went back to Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, where they put him in the cooler while they decided what to do. All of that testimony matches what law enforcement already knew. There's nothing that he's saying to us that is not borne out by those cell phone records, surveillance records, and LPR records. You'll see then too, the next day is when he goes and buys this body dump kit and takes the body, dumps Greg Rice in the Little Pee Dee River. So you decide what you believe in this case. You decide who you think is responsible for the murder of Gregory Rice. Gregory Rice, and you're going to hear from Christopher Dantel, you're going to see Meagan Jackson sitting over there. The only thing Christopher Dantel and Gregory Rice have in common is Meagan Jackson, who's sitting right over there. That's the only thing. The judge is going to instruct you on the law at the end of this case. He's going to tell you about conspiracy. That's just what it sounds like. It's two people getting together to commit a crime. He's going to give you the definition of murder. In South Carolina, we don't have degrees of murder. We have one definition, and that definition is it's the killing, intentional killing of another person with malice aforethought. None of you guys need that definition to know that shooting someone, wrapping them up in a tarp, and weighing them down with cinder blocks and throwing them in the river is murder. But what you do need to know about South Carolina is South Carolina has something called the hand of one is the hand of all. I'm going to read you what that means. This is the legal definition. If two or more people are together, acting together, assisting each other in committing the offense, the act of one is the act of all, or as it's sometimes said, the hand of one is the hand of all. Two people can be guilty of killing another person when only one of the two had a gun, there was only one bullet, and only one of the two fired the shot that caused the death. So what I'm asking you to do is, if at the end of this case, which I think it's pretty clear and obvious, who's responsible for the death and for the murder of Gregory Rice? And at the end of this case, if you believe that Christopher Dantel and Meagan Jackson are responsible for the murder of Gregory Rice, then there's only one verdict, and that's guilty.
This is a tale as old as time, as you were told in the opening. It involved an affair, a pregnancy, and a murder. But there was a fourth aspect of this case that is equally as important, and that's deception. The defendant was the center of the affair, certainly the pregnancy, and most definitely the murder. But the evidence has also shown that she was the center of the deception. In fact, she is a master of deception. I guess the correct term would be mistress of deception, but master of deception is a little bit more common. As you learned during the trial, the defendant and the victim had 4 children together. You actually heard from their oldest child. And think of the strength that took Savannah to come in and testify against her mother in the murder of her father. They had 4 children, but they had been separated for about 10 months to a year before Greg Rice was murdered. They still had that connection of children, as you always do when you share children with someone else. And as you review the exhibits, because you'll get to bring them back into the jury room with you, you will see that their conversations were mainly about the children, about Greg wanting to pick up the children. When can he see them? So that was the tie that bound them together. The defendant, meanwhile, was involved in body transports. She comes into contact with Christopher Dantel during the course of her work, and she sets her sights on him for some reason. She begins to show up at his favorite restaurant. She ingratiates herself to him, and they begin an affair. She infiltrates the Dantels' marriage and life. She moves to their community. She showers them with gifts. She and her children spend, this was COVID. Erica Dantel testified that they spent almost all the time together, her family and his family. And then she began to spin her web of lies because she wanted to destroy the Dantel's marriage. But she also wanted to get rid of Greg. And so she started to frame him for revealing information about the affair. You may recall that during the trip to Florida, that was the defendant, Mr. Dantel, Savannah, and one of Savannah's friends, the defendant showed Dantel one text message. All I can say is wait for the storm. And based on this text message, she told Dantel that she was terrified of the victim. Didn't want to be near him. He was hell-bent on hurting her. You have to come with me. I'm going to confront him, but you need to be there because he is going to hurt me. Remember, all I can say is wait for the storm. But, and I know it took a little bit for Lieutenant Wells to read through that whole conversation, but especially here, the context of that one text is extremely important because you should recall, and again, you will have the exhibit in your room with you, that the conversation was about the children. Greg did not know that the defendant and Dantel were in Florida. He thought they were in Ohio. He was caring for the other 3 children, and the defendant had stayed away longer than she had told him she would. And his job was suffering as a result. He couldn't work because he had to care for the children. And so that's what he continually caught her in lies. You told me you were going to be home yesterday. You told me you had a court date. I'm tired of all these lies. So the storm was to expose the lies. I don't trust a word you say. Everything is always riddled with half-truths and lies, so I'm going to start letting people know the truth. Not, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to hurt you. It's, you lie to me, and your lying to me affects my life. And people need to know that they can't trust what you are going to say. Again, if you look at the entire conversation, you will see that Greg is saying, thanks, just text me when they're ready, please. Hope your day is going well. Boy, that sounds like someone who is out to hurt someone, right? When can I pick up the kids? I hope your day is going well. Greg was not threatening the defendant. Greg's only concern was seeing and caring for his children. The defendant, on the other hand, said, go ahead and run your fucking mouth again. Thanks for being an ass about it. Who in that text conversation was more aggressive? It was the defendant, not Greg Rice. Greg Rice had no intention of hurting Meagan Jackson. So the defendant comes up with this scheme that she is going to expose her affair with Christopher Dantel, but she's going to pin it on Greg Rice. So she begins with these text for free messages. One of them included the list of the 4 people who had gone to Florida. That couldn't have come from Greg because he had no idea where she was. He thought she was in Ohio. He certainly didn't know that she was with Christopher Dantel because otherwise that would have come out in the text. So this text came from Meagan Jackson. How else do we know that the defendant is the one who sent these text for free messages? If you look at, there was one IMDb link that you can make out. This is what pulls up. At the top of that is Christopher Dantel's number, meaning that this is a photo, not even just a capture. This is a photo, someone taking a photo of the defendant's phone and sending that, uploading it to IMDb and sending it to Erica. Lieutenant Wells showed you that text conversation in the defendant's phone. How would Greg get the defendant's phone in order to take a photo of this text conversation and send it? How would he even know about this text message? And if you read the content of this text message, believe me, it was specifically chosen to hurt Erica the most. Then, when that didn't work, the defendant started this, she sort of upped the ante a little bit. She started talking about a package is going to be coming in the mail. And already she's, again, blaming Greg. And let me actually backtrack for 1 minute with the text for free messages. Don't forget that when Erica said to her husband, call her now, and they called the defendant. Who did the defendant say was sending those messages? It's got to be Greg. There's no evidence in the record that Greg cared a whit about who the defendant was sleeping with. All he cared about was his kids. But when the text for free text did not work, she begins this campaign about a package coming in the mail. And again, she's blaming Greg. So this is really a win-win situation for her. She's telling Dantel to intercept the package. Okay, well, if he doesn't intercept the package, then number one, it hurts Erica, perhaps drives a bigger wedge in their marriage. But Dantel is going to think that Greg is trying to destroy their marriage. But if Dantel does intercept it, again, there's still that notion in the background. Look what Greg is doing. Look what Greg is trying to do to your marriage. So she had started this little campaign about the package on September 28th. And then on September 30th, we see, and I tried to put the exhibit numbers here so you'd be able to reference them if you wanted to. We see on her web searches that she searched for the location of both the UPS store and the FedEx store, or that she was actually at those two locations, further indicating that she is the one who sent the package. Even more telling is the fact that she deleted her search for the location of where the FedEx store is. How many people here have ever gone to the trouble of deleting a search for a location as bland as FedEx? Further evidence that she was trying to frame Greg for sending this package. So Dantel was able to intercept the package, and you may recall that he said, I opened it up, I didn't look a lot at it, I just brought it over to the defendant. But it was photo collages and pictures of text messages. So then we move on to the notepad, the links in the defendant's notepad. Now remember that she started these text messages about the package coming on the 28th. Well, on the 27th, she starts uploading all of these images into IMDb, setting the stage. And again, notably, October 2nd, she sends that to the trash. But Lieutenant Wells was able to access each one of those IMDb links, which she was also able to show you were cached in the defendant's phone. Now, these are just some of them. I think it was exhibits 100A through S, right? But if you look at these text conversations with Dantel's number at the top, photo collages, exactly what Dantel saw in the package. And then also, while this is going on, while the defendant is feeding Dantel this pack of lies about Greg is trying to expose the affair, I'm so scared of Greg, we have evidence of further malice towards the victim, where there was a text message about popping a tire. I'm all for popping a tire now. So the package still doesn't work. Dantel is still married. He's still married to this day. Whether you agree with her decision or not, Erica Dantel did not leave her husband when word of the affair came out. Did not leave her husband when word of the pregnancy came out. Did not leave her husband when he was arrested for murdering his lover's baby daddy. Still has not left him. So the defendant's campaign to destroy that marriage didn't work, but she kept trying. So then we get to the H-Gate email. And if you recall, this H-Gate email, which was sent on October 1st, but there was evidence that the defendant's phone had accessed that account on September 27th with a password that was stored in the keychain of her phone. So she's accessing that email account a full 4 days before this email is sent. And the email is sent, so let's widen the web a little bit here. It's not working that I just send things to Erica Dantel. Now the defendant's including Erica Dantel's sister and father. Maybe this will work. Maybe this will break up the marriage. Again, trying to blame it on Greg, but how is Greg going to get these images? These are all clearly from the defendant's phone. And Lieutenant Wells told you that he found them in the defendant's phone. So while she is saying at every chance she can get, Greg is doing this, Greg is trying to expose the affair, this is all Greg's fault, it is clearly her fault. And when this still doesn't get the desired result, the next step of the plan goes forward. So this email was sent on October 1st. Now we go to October 2nd. And they go to the preserve where they had been on the 29th, the 30th, and now the day of the murder. And they engage in target practice. So on October 2nd, they were together all night. Christopher Dantel told you that, but the evidence tells you that also. As you think through Christopher Dantel's testimony, think of how it's corroborated by phone records, surveillance videos, LPR photos, starting when they left their community, the community that the defendant moved into, knowing that the Dantels already lived there. So they're leaving their community within moments of each other. And the phone activity shows the same thing. They go to the preserve, again, for target practice. We see both cars leaving. We saw them coming in as well, but there they are leaving. There are the phone records showing that both phones are hitting off the tower that serves the preserve. Then they go to Abuelo's, seated at the bar together. Again, the phone records show that they were together all night. All the way through to 11:06, 11:07 p.m., the last connection that Greg's phone makes to any tower. We ran the surveillance video for you from Just Ask Hal, or the Lowe's food parking lot. You see the defendant's van and Dantel's Ford Explorer. You see them, you never see Greg. Why? Because he was being stored in the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home cooler. We know that the defendant was the last person to talk to Greg Rice. Twice. First, she calls at 9:45, and then again at 9:58. And at that point, Greg Rice starts walking towards the Clay Pond Road entrance to the Arrowhead community. They leave Arrowhead at the same time. Again, supported by the phone records. And we know what happened during that 6 or 7 minutes in the Arrowhead community. Christopher Dantel testified he was driving the defendant's van. As they're pulling down Arrowhead Boulevard, they see the victim walking down the road. Dantel begins to pull over, and the defendant says, "No, turn around, make a U-turn and pull up in front. Don't be awkward." And then as soon as he pulls up, the defendant jumps out of the car and fires multiple shots, killing Greg Rice. And what's interesting is every single shot is on the left side of the body. So picture this, that the van is in front of me. I'm Greg Rice, I'm walking up, door opens, I see the defendant pop out with a gun in her hand, and I start turning to run for my life. Shot, 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 shot. He saw it coming. Now, the defense made quite a bit of, well, everyone, like Captain Wilson, did you park in the lot? Did you go to the sidewalk? Did you walk up to the apartment? Did anyone say shots fired? Did you see any crime scene? Focusing first on whether or not there were any calls about shots being fired, I suggest that anyone who has lived in Horry County for any length of time has heard gunshots. And quite frankly, if you called the police every time you heard gunshots, you wouldn't have time for much else. But what you should also consider is where the shots happened. In this, next to this 8-acre tract. And there was testimony, I believe it was by Sergeant Jones, that a shot from a .22 caliber, which is what the murder weapon was, is much softer than, say, a 9mm or a .357 Magnum. But the fact that no one called in shots fired is really of no moment. Again, we go back to the last data connection that we have with Greg Rice's phone. And as you were watching that sort of animated slide, Dr. Marcus loves these animated slides, puts them in every presentation. But if you looked at that animated slide detailing the last sort of life of Greg Rice's phone, you will notice that Greg's phone is tracking with the defendant. At one point in that animation, it was geolocation data of the defendant with Greg Rice's phone. Christopher Dantel also told you that after they had stored the body in the funeral home, at some point in the evening, the defendant wanted to go back and get some of Greg's belongings so that she could plant them at the apartment and kind of give life to this missing person story. Well, how do we know that that is accurate? Because he told you about a trade embalmer. I learned a lot about the business of death in this case. I never knew that there was a trade embalmer, someone that would show up at a funeral home at midnight to embalm a body, but sure enough, they did. And again, geolocation data shows that the embalmer's wife, Joanne Cusack, was at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home at the same time as Meagan Jackson, her geolocation data. And that's at 12:38 at night. So based on everything that we had seen so far, all the evidence that has been entered, the defendant was charged with murder. Now, typically, the prosecution and the defense fight over just about everything. but I cannot imagine a reasonable argument that Greg Rice was not murdered. Shot a minimum of 5 times and dumped in a river to be found 5 weeks later. So then what it is up to you to decide is the defendant guilty of the murder? Certainly by Mr. Dantel's testimony, she is. If you have any hesitation about that, then South Carolina has hand of one, hand of all. If they were acting together, and you heard that he had originally been charged with murder and criminal conspiracy and accessory after the fact, entered a plea with no agreements with the state to criminal conspiracy and accessory after the fact. So if you think, well, maybe Dantel did it and not the defendant, you go back to this hand of one, hand of all, which says that it doesn't matter. 2 people can be guilty of killing another when only one of them has a gun and only one of them fires a shot. But I would suggest to you that there should be no question in your mind who fired the multiple shots that killed Greg Rice. Because all you need to do is look at who benefited from his murder. Christopher Dantel and Erica Dantel never met Greg Rice. Never. The news of the affair and the pregnancy was already out. So what benefit would it be to kill Greg Rice? You can't stuff that secret back in the bag. And as I said before, the news of the affair and the pregnancy did not end Dantel's marriage. The defendant is the only one who benefited from Greg's murder, and I think that's evident in the seeds that she planted along the way. In a moment, after defense closing and the judge's charge, you will be asked to render a verdict. Verdict in Latin means to speak the truth, something I would suggest the defendant has an extremely difficult time doing. But it is your job to end the defendant's continued deception and speak the truth and convict her of murder.